All right, all right, all right. Okay, what am I doing here? Much better. Okay, I'm just sending the Zoom link. I'm gonna send the phone number, and then we are going to get it in. All right, now let me get that phone number. Okay, let me put that. All right, yeah, that time be going by quick, man. It was just 7:01, 7:10. I look up, it's 7:52. Peace. Decent. Yeah, I was on mute and I didn't know. Sometimes my Zoom be automatically set on mute. I did that for my classes. I don't want the kids, you forget you on the Zoom. You got kids, waiting for the class. You over there cursing your butt off. Yeah, my nigga. Yeah, what's going on? Yeah, man. That thing, you know what I mean? You come back like, oh, oops. So that's why I keep that thing on mute when I log on the Zoom. But it also hurts me because when I'm talking, it'd be for no reason. So let me go ahead and put the phone number. No, I'll put the Zoom. Last time it didn't go. Let me put the Zoom in here first. I'm gonna do the phone number. And indigenous, relax, bro. Nobody these rabbit holes, bro. Come on, man. All right. Here we go. I'm just getting together the phone number so I can send. And it takes long because I'm using my. All right. Okay, let me send the phone number to Dr. Indigenous. Where is he? All right, where's Indigenous? There we go. It's always one person I can't find. All right. Akachi, were you able to see the links inside the chat? Not you. All right. All right. So now, where's my phone? All right, where's my phone?
Yeah, I can see the links.
All right, I don't know what happened last time. Yeah, so what's going on, Kachi?
Yo, not much, bro. I'm just not getting home, getting off work.
Okay, you getting settled.
Yeah.
All right. Okay, so I did send it. All right. All right. So people be having extraordinary claims, man. But you know what they say, right? They say to have an extraordinary claim, you need extraordinary evidence. So I'm just talking, trying to get everybody. Somebody's asking me a question. One second. Peace, indigenous. All right. So you see the title of the video, the live knowledge is power. I think I'm in Facebook jail. I'm in Facebook jail. I had a couple people report me simply because it's my post. So I'm not on anybody's post arguing with them. I made the post. They come to mine arguing with me, right? So you know how I do. I want them to source up. I'm providing information. They're getting pissed off. They tell me to research. You know, Black folks known for that. Black folks know that collectively we're stupid. And this is why they say do some research, because they automatically assume that the other Black person didn't research. Hey, peace, Asiatic. Long time, man. Click one of those links or call in. So Black folks know that we're collectively stupid in this country and probably across the world. So they automatically assume that the next Black person didn't research or study or were not prepared. So I always get that when somebody disagrees with me, the first thing they tell me to do is research. Now it's funny because I don't tell them that. When they disagree with me, I don't tell them to research. I just share my information. That's all. I believe I'm right because of this information I have, and here you can take a look at it, you know, and I share it with them. They don't do that. They don't share with me what they have. They just automatically assume that I didn't research and I need to go research, and it's like goodbye. So anyway, so I guess I had too much information for some of these guys because a lot of them had reported me. One dude did some move like hate speech. I'm like, oh my God, like Negroes. My God, my man reported me for hate speech. So then somebody else, they probably was the same person, reported me for something else. I don't know what it was. And so I'm like trying to do something. Like what are these strikes? All these warnings. And so I went to like do something today and I see that I'm restricted. But if anybody knows me, you know I got about 10 Facebook accounts and I got about 200,000 YouTube channels. So it's kind of hard to to try to, censor me. All right, and I got a whole bunch of emails, so kind of hard to do that. And I got some troll accounts too. If I need to go under a whole fake name, fake profile, all that, where you won't even know it's me, I got that too. Okay, so this is the first time I'm in Facebook jail from Negroes. The Negroes that you call your brother and sister. All right. So I was just doing a briefing with Colleen on how we want to do it, where we're not being cut off and everybody's being allowed to speak. So we're just going over, some ways where everybody can speak and keep the peace. Because we have some controversial topics, and you got Black folk, they stand by it. So, some people stand by their beliefs, how things are happening, and and that's cool. You're supposed to, and also you're supposed to support it. But the problem I might have is that people stand behind beliefs no matter what is brought out. I don't do that. I'm like, I coincide with science. Science doesn't mind correcting itself, and neither does me. I mean, I'm sorry, and neither do me. I don't mind adjusting if I'm wrong or if I misrepresented some facts. I was correct. I have no problem with just. I always say if I messed up, you won't catch it twice. Like, I'm talking to people who messed up and they mess up every lie. Like, God damn, bro, we just adjusted you 2 months ago, and you still saying that? Like, that's crazy. But I'm somebody who don't. I will, and I do mind because I get emotional, but I won't be wrong twice, especially if I look and see that my information was wrong. Yeah, that would be it. I will not be wrong twice. Yeah, so I'm in Facebook jail. It's probably somebody I know. You know how Negroes do.
Oh, they reported you?
Yeah, somebody did. It was somebody that kept trolling me. I was like, dude, because I would argue this so much, and then I have to give my link. I'd be like, yo, just hop on the live. That's the whole point of me talking to them. It's for them to join the live. I'm not on there to like cause an all-out brawl. It's because they're not going to come. So I get them interested enough in the post where I would try to convince them to come on the live. So dude said no. He said no once, twice, 3 times. So at that point, I'm like, all right, dude, you're saying no, you got excuses. And one of them is that you don't have time. But you just wrote hours of, of words on this damn live going back and forth with me. But you don't have line to talk, and you don't have time to talk. And when you talk, you get things done faster. So I'm like, all right, this case, dude, I'm done with you. You know what I mean? And the dude just kept responding. I'm like, dude, just click the link. But yeah, I'm not interested to keep going back on Facebook because I know you're clearly not reading what I'm typing. So I'm good. So, and then, they call you agent and everything else. And they report you, because like these guys are good on social media. I'm horrible. Like you would never really see me comment on a post. Not too often. You asked about the mask and Waterboy. I commented because I love the mask. I love that movie. And Jim Carrey was one of my favorite comedians, definitely my favorite white boy. So that really made me want to respond. But normally I don't even look up and down Facebook posts. I post what I post and I get off. And especially in my own, not a group, my own wall, I don't look back at nothing I post. If I post something on my own Facebook timeline, I hardly ever read it. I hardly ever return to it. So I'm not somebody who just looks for arguments. Anusha, peace. So anyway, this is a opportunity for brothers and sisters to talk it out because we have like strong convictions on different topics, controversial topics. Some are normal, some are abnormal, you know. But instead of like killing each other over disagreements and blocking each other and going off on social media, I decided to provide a platform to vent, a peaceful platform, not one that's designed for everybody to like come as enemies and leave as enemies. It's to come here as enemies possibly, or friends, or, you know, just strangers, but to leave as friends. That's the whole point. It's supposed to be like a family environment. You know, we got to talk it out. And that's what I was trying to communicate with people who disagree with me on my posts. No matter what I post, they disagree with, fine, no problem. But I'm like, but let's not stop right there. Let's talk it out. And most people are saying no. I'm like, well, bro, how are we going to ever buy into your viewpoint, your world viewpoint? Like, you believe all black folks coming together and going to, you know, overcome something. But you don't want to talk anything out. I mean, that's just weird. Yeah, so I blocked a couple people from Facebook posts because I really got, like, again, they just replying with Facebook memes. You know how they do the picture thing. Like, they don't even talk to you or chat with you. They just reply with pictures and GIFs. I'm like, oh, my God. All right, let me just block this fool because my battery running down. I got to save my battery. Yes, this is my first Facebook jail visit. I ain't gonna lie, I was actually mad because I tried to post something on my own wall. I'm like, what is this? So I went on Facebook groups and tried to post it, and the same thing happened. I'm like, oh, okay, somebody done this.
Yeah, that be the worst. You be mad as hell. Like, oh no, you in Facebook jail.
Yeah, I was so
Facebook
mad.
jail.
I didn't even read when I'm coming out. I think it said December 20 something, but I just clicked off. And I immediately.
One time I was throwing the event, right, and you know that day of the event, you gotta, you know, be posting and going hard. Yo, they put me in Facebook jail because I put out a post saying, for all you niggas who think that well, I said something like, I said, for all you niggas who think Bill Cosby did it, when the revolution happened, we gonna kill you niggas first.
Oh yeah, you definitely got blocked.
They banned the shit out of me. It was like, yo, what the fuck is this nigga up here wilding? Like, he OD'd. I was like, oh shit, I'm sorry. I apologize.
Yeah, that's funny. Yeah. What kind of what post is that with Bill Cosby you put up there, man?
It was like a couple years ago, back when I think when they just had the allegations. I'm like, yo, man, they always trying to take down our greats. Right. Like, yo, all y'all running around here talking crazy about Mr. Cosby before he even had his day in court. So niggas like y'all, once the revolution comes, we're gonna kill you niggas first. Yo, they banned me for like 72.
Yeah, I didn't even see people in the chat. I mean, in the queue, I didn't even see. Yeah, that's funny. But I'll tell you one thing: like, all my efforts paid off because I was able to get about almost 30 people to subscribe to the live.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so I was able to get 30 people, or going on 30 people to join, because I was at my number was at about 30, because my number was at like 672 or 670, somewhere around there, and I'm at 695, like headed toward 700. So that's close to 30.
Yeah, you'll be there soon.
Yeah, so that just I just being persistent.
Right.
Hey, Pete Thurman. Yes, I have no problem. Like you said, like you're probably used to it too. passing out flyers and notifications to get people involved in something that, or participate in something that you're throwing. So, and people don't know how hard that is. Like, it's easy for you now and me, because you've done it before. You've done it so many times and seen, you handed notification flyers to so many different people, put them on cards that is nothing.
Right.
But to start doing that, oh my God, butterfly, scared, running, hiding. I want everybody to see me.
Wow.
Yeah. But I ain't gonna lie. What prepped me for that was passing our final call. Because if I have never done that, I would have never had done anything else.
Yeah, that's a scary task, right there. It's not, I was doing it as a young man, you know what I'm saying? So I can remember being out there on the corners and blocks, and I'm just sitting there thinking like, yo, bro, like I'm like 9 years old, 10 years old. I'm like, yo, how could y'all just ride past a little kid like this? Like, it took me like 3 hours to sell like 10 papers, like, and I'm like, bro, like, how could y'all even, me, I always pull over and whatever you selling, I'm gonna buy it. You know what I'm saying? Just because, the entrepreneurial spirit, I respect that. But once you master it and master, that fear, and you out there, you really talking to people, and yeah, man, you could definitely learn lessons about interacting with the public from selling them finals, man.
Yeah, that definitely broke out the shyness for me, because when you're there with the brothers and you ain't try to sell one.
Oh yeah.
You trying to play it off and talk to them while they selling. You're like, nah, yo. They're gonna be like, yo, hurt right there, right there. They'll give you the hardest one. The woman with the snobby nose, like, oh, I know she's gonna say no.
Mm-hmm.
Man, your black folk be mean as hell, man. I want that shit.
Well, the American media, if you want to call it, and just the whole stance that the American government and everybody, that they take towards Muslims in general. Like, it's like, if you buy a final call, like you going against Jesus. You know what I mean? So a lot of those people who saw us out there, you know what I mean? It's like, I don't know if it was like a competition thing, like, you know what I mean? Like, we don't want to support that because, we're Christian, you know what I mean? Or whatever the case may be, you know what I mean? But, a lot of people felt that way, man. You know what I mean? Like, it was an affront to Lord Jesus if they supported this Muslim movement in any way, shape, form, or fashion. So, it's a church on every corner. It's not a mosque. So we already working against the tide, you know what I mean? Swimming upstream, you know what I'm saying? So, it's a daunting task, but it builds character in you, definitely.
Yeah, it's the same thing with Jehovah's Witness too, though. Shit.
Yeah,
Oh yeah,
it's true. It's true.
They ain't even selling you nothing, but people won't even listen to them for free. Shit.
Yeah.
Hey, yo, but why they be sitting there like that? They like,
people won't listen to them for free. That's true. Don't answer the door. Don't answer the door.
Hell
hey, yo,
no.
but it's always two sitting there, like the two ladies. They be sitting right there, like by the bodega. They don't move. They don't say hi, nothing.
And the Mormons too. The Mormons, you gotta respect those white boys, man. Coming through the hood with their backpacks. They be in the trenches. Just two white boys coming through. You know what I mean? It's a daunting task.
Definitely.
But I'm not gonna lie to you. It never made sense to me because, okay, and Gary, you would have Jehovah's Witness. We had Muslims that would be out on like our main streets, selling bean pies and stuff. So, but the crazy thing is, black people wouldn't entertain. And these is black faces, right? These is black faces that they're seeing when they knock on your door. It wasn't white. These is black people. But what used to really bother me that I didn't understand is you would have black mothers that would get their kids dressed and put them on a bus to go to a white church without their supervision. They come into the hood to pick up their kids for church and taking them to their church. I just never understood that. But you want to entertain your own people that look like you your kids ain't got. But again, it goes back to
Right.
people just wanting to break from their kids. So if they had a bus riding around taking their kids to mosque, or taking their kids to the Kingdom Hall or whatever the hell, then maybe they would have entertained it more. But I just always thought that was strange. You got white bus drivers, they going to this white Catholic church, and you gonna put your
Right.
kids on that bus to go to this church without your supervision.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, that's crazy.
That's true. And
The churches in the black community, though, they really have the ear, man. I mean, the Kingdom Halls is few and in between. You see a few of them. The mosques, even fewer. Masjids, but the mosques, like the temples of under the nation, even fewer than that. You know what I mean? And but the church. I'm on the phone. Babe, I'm on the phone. But so yeah, they really do got the ear of the community though, man. You know what I mean? Like, it's more churches than it is anything else. You know what I mean? Like, more young black kids that's in church every week. You know what I mean?
yeah, I would say a lot of it has to do with the programs they offer. Like, a lot of them, you come to them for food. You come for them to like get certain light bills. They hand out turkeys. So I think that's, I remember when I was young, we went to a church to get food. So I think that's why they got the air, or a large part of the air, because they do things other than just, their Sunday service. They also give the things back that the community is craving for. That's food, getting bills paid, that type of stuff. And some of them even took part of expungement programs. There's one brother that's at your father's shop that I still know to this day was teaching young men how to become electricians. He was teaching electrical work. He was teaching plumbing. Mm-hmm. He was teaching one more thing. It was electrical work, plumbing. It was one more, I think carpentry. And he was from the church, so like they're known for like things like that. I think that's could be a huge reason why they have the ear.
I think it's part of it.
It depends on where you at though, because where I was from, the black churches didn't really do a lot of that. Like, they had the programs, but they was really pretty much only advertised to their members. So if you wasn't a member, you didn't know. It wasn't like a public food pantry or a public, clothing drive. Like, it was really for their members, not the community.
Yeah, but you know what they would do? Like, because Colleen O'Kenny, I believe that was for that. Yeah, so what Kenny would do is he used to go to the church on behalf of himself and bring back people in the barbershop food. So, the church thing is for him. So I think that was for the members too. But he would go ahead and bring back, for people in the barbershop who wanted food. But even still, like, because people had been to church, like most black folks have been to church once or twice, they've been experiencing like the food thing there. So that's still something like they've seen before. Like, okay, yeah, my church gives out food. Or so that seems like it's trusting.
Yeah, I think it makes them more susceptible to what church they go to. Like, if they church has quote unquote programs, never mind how effective or how widespread they are, just to say that they church is giving back, make them feel like they are part of something.
I think that, they do offer things. I think they offer these programs as a result of the fact that they have the ear of the community and the fact that they have the black people going there predominantly and in abundance. They have more money. They have, more money coming in, more money generated. So they're allowed to do more things. And then also, but the main reason is because it's the state religion. It's the Western state accepted religion. You turn on BET in the morning, you got church. You turn on, Joel Osteen or 700 Club, whatever, you got church. You know what I'm saying? It's on TV. It's on every corner in America. There's a church. Every other corner. You know what I'm saying? Is some cities with 2,000 churches and bigger cities. I think they said Newark got like 1,200 churches or something crazy like that. Like, you know what I mean? Like, So, it's the accepted state religion. So that's another reason they got the ear of the community.
I agree.
So with that being said, it's their fault that we going through all of this. Like, now let me stop. That was a joke. But no, we do have to hold, those with the ear of the community to a higher standard, I would say. You know what I'm saying? To be more, because at the end of the day, they got the ear. People depend on them. You know what I'm saying? Like, so.
But I feel like I definitely understand what you're saying, but I think the problem that people run into with that is they give themselves an out through their doctrine. The goal is to not look for your your treasures, or not to look for that in this life, but everything is like you're gonna get everything that you deserve in the afterlife. So the whole thing is to ignore this condition currently. You know what I'm saying? Like, ignore the condition because we're not worried about the natural. You're gonna get into supernatural, or like poverty is somewhat being promoted as being in alignment with God. Like that's how
it's like slavery was. Slavery was supposed to be in alignment with God. I mean, it's nothing new that we have, the society or whatever you want to say, taking that position or that stance. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm laughing at. She said the Jehovah's was free because my friend Lydia, she had mad free like DVDs, all type of literature. I'm like, oh, that's free. It's like, yeah, like damn. I'm like, yeah, they ain't charge you nothing. And she even went to like an event, some packed event. They had everything's free there too. Like, god damn, that thing was packed. Like every year they rent out some stadium. They have like so many conventions there, and like everything's supposed to be free.
The sister, she made a good point though, about the afterlife and us getting the pie in the sky after we die and all of that stuff. Because like I said, that was how they kept us docile during slavery, and that's how they're keeping us docile today, is to, like you said, ignore the condition that you in, because you're going to get your all of your blessings after you go. So that having the ear of the community but not taking a vested interest or stance towards the problems of the community, that's a big problem. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's why I like the more progressive churches. There is one right around the corner from my barbershop, and I think the government gonna come for his 501c3 because he be dropping science of it. I'm like, yo, I'm about to ban him. Yo, bro, he about 2 books away from being FOI. He didn't drop it though. You know what I mean? But it's rare that you get that progressive church. You know what I'm saying? Normally they hover in their comfort zones. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I get it between Jehovah's Witness, the Mormons, the NOI, the Masjid, the Sunni, the Christians. Like, they're all fighting for like the minds of the people to, like, I guess adopt their spirituality. Like, but for those of us who ain't into that at all, like, there's no dog in the fight right there. It's a different reason why.
The Nation of Islam is distinctive in only the regard that Black freedom, Black independence, Black salvation, Black justice is the core and root of what it is that they believe, and what they're fighting for. You understand what I'm saying? Now, in order to gain that, they, or I should say we believe, because I do believe this, that we have to readapt the nature that we have been taken away from. Okay, we have to gain sovereignty over ourselves, and in order to do that is to remove ourselves physically, spiritually, mentally from this particular ideology or this particular system, I should say. You understand what I'm saying? So it's a strict, no smoking, no drinking, this type of thing. You understand what I'm saying? And make your meetings, fight for a free nation. But the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, he always contended and said that, Islam is taught by him is not a religion. He never liked it called the religion. He said it's a way of life. You know what I'm saying? Like, so, I do believe that it is distinctive in that regard.
Yeah, I mean, like, that'd be a clever way to, like, so-called sell it. But yeah, it's a different way to, put it out there as a alternative to say it like that.
Or you could have just said, no, it's not distinctive in that regard.
Well, I would say that among the Islamic faith in general, then that it's not really, it's just that particular brand of Islam that's distinctive in that way. That's not the theme right. in Islam itself. So right. I would say that, yeah, that makes that particular brand distinctive.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, they try to find a way to correlate everything, you know what I mean? Like, Nation of Islam doesn't believe in a spook or spirit God. They don't believe in God being in the sky. They don't believe in life after death. They don't believe in heaven or hell. They're very scientific in that regard. They do believe that we are direct biological descendants of the Creator himself, which is why we create. Whether we create our children or we create, something that we, our minds conceive, we can conceive, we can bring into existence anything that our mind can conceive. And that makes us the creator, a creator, and descendants of the creator. So our ability to create is the proof that there is a creator. Our ability to create is the proof that we were created. So, in that regard, the Nation of Islam is also distinct. They try to find a correlation between science and God. You know what I'm saying? Like, not to separate the two, but to say that they're one and the same. You know what I'm saying? People's like, oh, they call white people devils, but that was once again him correlating science with religion to say ain't no spook in the ground. But when the scriptures was talking about a particular entity or a particular entity that would come on the planet and cause havoc for a certain amount of time and colonize and conquer the world and subdue the original peoples of the world, that was talking about the advent or the creation or of white people coming on the planet. So it was still trying to correlate a very real, natural, scientific world with religion as well. You know what I'm saying? But supreme wisdom and scientists and knowledge and Black freedom and independence and learning and studying, and that was always the key, mission of the Nation of Islam. You know what I mean?
I get that point. Only thing I would say, and maybe I'm wrong in this, but the only drawback I would have with that is calling white people the devil, because I don't see that. I think science acknowledges things as being bad in relation to other things, not just bad in and of itself. So, like a virus is just being a virus, right? It just so happens to have a negative effect depending on the virus and certain things that it comes in contact with nature. It's not that the virus itself is bad. It's just that it's bad in relation to this other thing. So right. the broad paintbrush of calling people the devil, to me, is just a little extreme, just because it's a little, it's branching outside of what science deems. If it was just, this is a way that we are kind of relating the idea of science to people, because I can look at it. I can look at what you're saying and say, well, I would consider science to be God. You know, I would say that we are creators and we've been created in the sense of over time we've been, you know, we've become who we are. So, and of course, it wasn't by our own design, but just science and nature taking its course. So I wouldn't have an argument with that, so to speak, but I think you have to be careful, because if you're going to draw the parallel, that I don't see science saying that things are definitely bad or definitely they serve a purpose, right? Everything serves a purpose, and it only becomes bad in its effect in relation to something else, not that it's bad in and of itself.
Well, the devil,
Just let me
Satan.
fly something there real fast. I'll be like
Okay.
10 seconds. I'll be 10 seconds, I guarantee you. Yeah, so just piggyback on viruses, right? Because they're not seen as like totally bad. They are known as symbionts, meaning that they're hosts. Of course, the virus benefits because they need a host, but in some cases, the host benefit as well from the virus. So they have a relationship where they both benefit. So so viruses are known as symbionts. But go ahead.
Well, so when you look at devil, right, or the story of Satan, or whatever the case it may be, right, Satan, whatever, you're talking about an angel or somebody who was of, you know, the original, you know, God ilk, if you want to call it. You know, he was part of the fold, right? So that in itself is to say he's not all bad. So when you say devils is not all bad, no, they're not. They're not, and that's not even in scripture what a devil is. So it's not to say that they're all bad. A lot of times people go there because, you know, they and not to say you specifically, but, you know, people go there because they can't, you know, reconcile every single white person being bad. Yes, I that, but then also because they don't properly understand what he meant. You understand what I'm saying? So he taught it as, you know, a devil is any live grafted germ, or, you know, something that, you know, is taken away from original, right? Like sort of like, you know, Satan in that story, right? But the purpose of it was for not to him to quote unquote be evil, but it was to get us to do evil, right? It was to see the evil that was within us. So he say, I'm alive for him, and I straight path from to come to him from the right, from the left, even from behind him. And I'm gonna prove to you that these people who you want me to bow down to, they not as good as you think they is. So I'm gonna just whisper to them, and I'm going to cause them to deviate from the nature in which you created them. So when we correlate that with science and with, you know, the very real world that we live in, we're talking about a people who came from us, right? Who was given power and given dominion throughout the world, right? Who was given, you know, basically the show for all so that they could bring the best out of us, right? Because the devil came from us. It's within us. He's a part of us. He's a genetic manifestation of all our weaknesses. So you got the ability to lie, but their lies incarnate. You got the ability to steal, but they steal in incarnate, which is why they built the world of lies, the world of stealing, etc. So to that regard, we had to bring all of the worst parts out of ourselves, give it power and dominion, right? So that eventually we could overcome it, and eventually we could bring the best part out of ourselves, or prove God right, if you want to say, according to, you know, scripture, that the devil can't overcome, and that he can't get all of his children, and that the nature in which we created will prevail. Now, you could build a world full of lies and just a little bit of truth will bring it to the ground. So there's correlations between the two, that of science and of religion. But in the teaching of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, he clearly states that all you got to do is study for a certain small amount of time and a certain period of time. I can't say small, but a certain period of time, and that you actually become our brothers in the faith, and that you effectively fight that nature. Okay, so this is not a death sentence like, oh, you was born white, so you automatically evil for life. No, it's just the nature in which you created, which is diametrically opposed to the nature in which we are created, which is why we lived in a world of symbiosis and peace, and they live in a world of conquest, slavery, suffering, and death. That's the world that they choose to create. Now, they are capable of levels of wickedness that we're just not. Like, we just don't do shit like that, right? Which is why they took the world. You know, they went into New Zealand, Australia, New Guinea, and Africa, and North America and South America. They murdered, they raped, they conquered, they pillaged. This is just stuff we don't do. Like, it's just not us, which is how they was able to take the world, through unbridled wickedness. So as I said earlier, it's not us throwing stones. It's us being scientists. If you got to correlate scripture with now, if you got to correlate science with now, then it all have to boil down to black and white in many ways, because that's the crux of the issue we dealing with now. You know?
So just quickly, because
Man.
I mean, I was trying to follow the logic until your last point. So
Maybe
because if we're incapable of these things and we just don't do shit like this, then to draw the parallel, are you saying that God is the creator of all things, but there's some things that God cannot do that we can do, that he has not given us the power to do? So it's like saying, like, white people are this wicked and we just don't do stuff like that. You think it's possible for us to create them and for them to have more power in doing than what we initially created?
Well, it's what you're arguing is the divine dynamic. That's God created Satan and Satan's ruling the world, so is it God's fault? That's the divine dynamic. And you know, the answer to that is very simple, and it's that this path or course for human existence is an inevitability. It is an inevitable path. We don't believe in a spiritual or spooky God that's right here, that's omnipresent, but you know, an original, you know, force or creator that kind of put everything into motion. You understand what I'm saying? So putting everything into motion.
Not necessarily everything into motion, but having the was everything designed to do all that it could do? Whether or not it was tapping that full potential, can something be created outside of the creator, right? Like, even if black people weren't diabolically evil and, conquerors, the ability to do so and be so was there initially, right? Whether they took advantage or not, the ability was there. So that's what I'm saying. Like, can you create something outside of the creator that he didn't give you the ability?
No, he created it, and which is why we had to conquer it. You understand? The ability to lie was in us. That's why I explained. The ability to lie was in us. But all right, if we're living in a world where lies ain't the order of the day, right? And then I have the ability to lie, I might want to lie, but that's just not how people get down. Can I really say that I conquered it, right? So you got to kind of graft the lie out of you, give it power, give it dominion, let it root and build the world of lies. And then once we overcome the world of lies, then to a larger degree, we've overcome that within our nature. Okay, so yes, the ability for us to lie, cheat, steal, all of that is in us. But how do we conquer it within us? Do we conquer it within us in a world full of good, or a world full of symbiosis, or do we conquer it in us in a world full of lies and deceit? So to truly conquer the lie within yourself. Lying is the order of the day, but you don't lie. Drinking is the order of the day, but you don't drink. Smoking is the order of the day, but you don't smoke. Fornication and adultery is the order of the day, but you don't fornicate or you adulterate. So these are the ones that we are trying to get to, which is why we built the world full of it, to prove that no matter what you do, Satan, no matter what you do, devil, truth crushed to the earth shall rise again. God shall prevail. Creation, the nature in which we were created shall prevail, no matter what you do.
Hey, peace, y'all. I got a whole bunch of problems with that. First of all, nowhere in the scriptures does the devil wreak havoc. God, as a character in the Quran and in the Bible, is the most havoc-wreaking character throughout those scriptures.
I don't think you listen to me, but go ahead.
God commits mass murder for the whole planet by way of a flood. He tells his chosen people, he's what do you call it? Favoritism. Choose the people and then tell those people to pillage, plunder, rape, and steal other people's lands, and so on and so forth. So the serpent, who's being called the devil, and this angel who's being called the devil and stuff, really gets a bad rap within the scriptures. So based on that premise, that faulty premise, all these conclusions and things are just wrong. All the things that are attributed to the devil, so-called devil, can also be attributed to God of these scriptures. Now, unless you make up a God and a story and stuff like that, then hey, we can all do that. But if we're going to base it on the scripture, that's not correct.
So you weren't listening or you trying to be combative, but
no.
Let
me address what I heard you say when you're talking about the devil, and the serpent wreaking havoc and stuff like that. Where does the devil?
I actually said he really doesn't wreak havoc. That's why I said you wasn't listening. I said he wasn't, quote unquote, evil himself. His mission was to get us to prove the evil that was inside us. I just covered that. That's why I said I don't know why you say you have a whole bunch of problems with what I said, and because your point is a point that I've made, which I agree with the point that you made. But that's what I said, and then I also went further to say that the entire reason that God gave the devil any time to rule was to bring the best out of you, was to prove that you could do whatever you want to. I'm going to prove to you that I'm going to prove to you why I told you to bow down to them. Because they are of the nature in which they were created, and the nature in which I created them. So you can build your world, Satan. You can build it. You're going to get power and you're going to get all the dominion. Okay? But I'm going to send you prophets, and I'm going to send you the word, and I'm going to send you a chance to be redeemable throughout this time and throughout this life. And for those that don't and can't, there's a purging process.
Okay, let me just jump in before you go too far. Let me just jump in because I'm not trying to be combative, but it's two things going on. So let me just ask you a few questions then. What does the devil have to be redeemed for? What did the devil do to necessitate him being redeemed?
Well, according to scripture, which we can also have to acknowledge that I do not subscribe by the Bible in its entirety. I do believe that there is truth and goodness in there, but I do believe that it's been tampered with. I know about the Council of Nicaea, Martin Luther, Constantine, and all of that stuff. So I'll preface my answer by saying that. But then, but according to scripture, Christian theology, or whatever you want to say, his flaw was not obeying the person who created him, and him believing that he was better than God's creation when he himself was God's creation. Here it is. I'm telling you that you need to bow down to them, Mr. Angel, who was born in heaven, who was born with all of this goodness and all of this knowledge. Now here go these people coming up from the dirt, living in the midst of the muck and mire, and they gonna prove. And they have to, with urges.
You want last cup of red or last cup of tea?
And they gonna have to, with urges that you don't got, Mr. Satan. Sexual urges, food urges. They got fast. They gotta not commit fornication and adultery. They got urges you don't got, and they gotta conquer them urges in a real life world. In a real life world where don't nothing come easy. To eat, it ain't easy. To mate, it ain't easy. Nothing. But yet, I created them in a way that they will overcome and prevail. So turn that down, baby. So I want you to bow down to them. Talking, baby. I want you to bow down to them. No, I ain't gonna bow down to them because they not me. They ain't me. They ain't powerful like me. Hope there go your first mistake. You're not listening. What? Babe, come on. Come on. I'm
let me just jump in then. So you're saying, well, you preface it by you believe the Bible is tampered, and that I understand that because that gives you kind of leeway. If something comes up, then you can say, well, that's part was tampered. But so Satan or this devil is being redeemed for not bowing down to another part of God's creation. Is that a summary of what you're saying?
Yeah, defiance, vanity, just just an overall sense of superiority that really wasn't just him being superior to man, but superior to God himself, superior to the one who created him. So it was a lot of moving parts there. But yeah, according to Christian theology, that is the gist of it. And I will say this, I don't have to weasel out of nothing because as I said to you before, we like dealing in science. You understand what I'm saying? Like primarily. So, scripture, I mean, like I said, I believe that there is some truths in there. I believe that there's some good in there, but I don't use that as the end all of or be all of my knowledge or my, it's just something that has captivated the majority of the world. The three great monotheistic religions, billions and billions and billions of people believe this and study this and have, and dictate their life based upon it. So, you would be a fool to not understand how it captivated them, not understand the merit in it, and also not understand the flaws.
So being that Nation of Islam doctrine has a disbelief in a spook god, and I'm going to also assume a spook devil, then this devil that we're talking about, this serpent, this Satan, Shaitan, Satan, if not a spook, then historically, what is he or it, and how long ago, and who created it? If it's not a spook god that did so, is it Yaqub?
Okay. Right. According to the teachings of the Most High Elijah Muhammad, yes, they were created by a method of racial supremacy and birth control, which in many ways we still find evidence of today. As I said last week, we can wipe every race off the planet through cohabitation alone. So the only way really any of these races can survive is through methods of racial supremacy and birth control. Chinese got to marry Chinese. Hispanic got to marry Hispanic, white got to marry white, but nobody can't marry us because we can wipe them off the planet through cohabitation alone. So racial supremacy and birth control is still a very effective method in keeping racial purity alive today.
Okay,
so it's not as far-fetched as some people think. But again, I'm not here to force anybody into any beliefs.
No, I'm not getting that from what you're saying. I just have questions. So if we're going to be scientifically based or science-based and everything, race, I'm not sure if you're aware, but race is not a scientific concept. Race is a social construct and it has no biological reality. So I would ask you, on what basis what you previously said is true scientifically? What scientific evidence would you have for biological reality of race?
Well, you say that race is simply a social construct. I say that it's a social construct that produced a very real physical one. Um, Initially, it started out as a social experiment, as you know, uh, division socially. Light over here, whatever whatever the case may be. But now it's morphed into something very real. And race and culture is synonymous in many ways, and colloquially, you have to correlate the two. Um, and when I say colloquialism, of course, I mean the definition of something basically getting changed by how you use it. So race and culture has been, or how society uses it, I should say. The definition of something getting changed based upon how society uses it. So colloquially, race and culture are synonymous. And as a result,
Wait,
we see,
race and culture is synonymous? I don't.
I mean, colloquially in many ways, like in other words, or I should say, yeah, I guess I would say that, how people say,
Wait, how many?
his,
Well, this real quick. I'm sorry, and I don't mean to be rude to cut you, but I just want to just jump in a few times. I'm saying, so if race, just think if race and culture are used colloquially synonymously together, then that means that we only have 4 cultures around the world, because we have like 4 races. People say, we got basically 4 races. That means
no, what I mean is, like, if somebody came in here that was from Korea, we would just be like, yo, they Korean. And then their culture, and it kind of their culture and them having those methods of racial supremacy and birth control, controlling, Korea, married Korean, whatever the case may be. We're going to identify those people as Korean. That's it. And technically it's not a race, but colloquially it is. They're Korean. It's like Hispanics here in America, or black people. He black. We black.
But that's what happened that's a result of more so outsiders really trying to identify a thing, and not necessarily a reflection of the actual culture itself. Because Koreans, amongst other Koreans, they know their differences. They know their cultural differences, right? Like, we look at the same thing with Black people. Like, that's more so of an outsider trying to identify a thing and just painting it with a broad brush. They're Korean. They're of that other group. But amongst their group, they know that there are distinctive differences between their cultures.
Not too. I mean, yeah. Only in the sense of individual distinctions, but large societal cultural distinctions, there's not many that are different. I mean, like, Korean culture is Korean culture. It is. And Black culture is Black culture. Whether you go to Crenshaw on the West Coast, or whether you go to New York City, soul food is soul food. And there might be different, in the languages, Southern draw versus West Coast draw versus this draw, or maybe even in the style that we wear our clothes. But for the most part,
I disagree wholly.
Say it again.
I disagree wholly on that.
I mean, that's cool. That's cool. That's what we're here for. But for the most part, there is a tie that binds us. Okay. And whether or not you're from the West Coast or further up north, or for whatever, Black is Black and Black is Black. And we know to identify Black people here in America that, have been oppressed through slavery or whatever as Black. Africans coming here, we don't even call them African, really, like Black. We don't even call the Haitians Black. I mean, like, we call them Haitian. You know what I mean? Like, and we call ourselves Black. So there's a tie that binds us.
Well, I mean, my on this point, my question was the synonyms between what have you been used synonymous. I don't think that's a reality that we deal with in everyday conversations. I don't think people use race and culture synonymous like that. Now, race, like I said, it's a social construct. It has no biological reality, though. So when we have a discussion about wiping a people out biologically, then it falls. It doesn't. it doesn't add up. It has no logic.
No, actually has very much amount of logic. See, the thing about it is the dominance that exists in your blood is going to dictate that if you inseminate anything that's lighter than you, the dominant is going to take over, and that child is going to be darker than the lighter, than the mother, than whatever the case may be. This is a fact. The dominant gene takes over. There's a weak gene and a strong gene in you, a dominant and a recessive. This is Mendel's law. This is science. The dominant gene is the dark gene. The recessive gene is the brown germ or the lighter germ. This is Mendel's law. This is science. So
along with that science, there is also evolution by descent based on your environment. So, for example, what we're calling a recessive trait, not gene, but trait, in the northern hemisphere, like in the Arctic regions, those recessive traits have a greater advantage than dominant traits of people, let's say, who live in Africa. If you are from Africa and you live an extended period of time through generations in an Arctic region, you will have problems. And a quick, fast example that anybody can look up is vitamin D deficiency, because of the melanin in the skin will block the UVB rays that our bodies need to produce vitamin D. That's why if you're dark skin, very, very dark skin over a long period of time and through generations, you'll develop rickets and things like that over time. Whereas paler skin people have the advantage. So recessive and dominant depends on the environment in which that organism is living in this case, human beings. So that's not true either.
Well, the Eskimos and the indigenous people who live in those cold areas trying to debunk that, because it's cold all the time there and they darker than a lot of the people in Europe. So according to your premise or theory, all of those people in the Eskimos and all of those people in those very frigid cold regions would be very pale and paler than every European that we see. That's just not the case. It's just not true.
Well, hold on 1 second. Science. We're staying in science. There are many answers that have been addressed for that. It's in the fish, the diet that those Eskimos eat, provide them with the nutrients that substitutes what you're talking about. So it has no difference.
Okay, so fish turned them that color.
No. I'm saying that their diet allows that to occur in their foods that they're eating. The certain types of fish that Eskimos eat over periods of time.
Well,
I'm kind of confused. It sounds like y'all are mixing the dominant and recessive comparisons with natural selection. Is okay? So the lighter skin being more beneficial in Arctic regions, that's more so a natural selection type deal, or survival of the fittest type deal. That's not really dominant or recessive.
That's what I was saying. That's exactly
okay. I was just trying to make sure I'm okay. That cleared it up.
Right. That's why I said dominant recessive traits, not genes, but the traits. I said, although people will have a recessive trait, that recessive trait will be advantageous to them depending on where they are. And I described the Arctic region. I gave an example.
Yeah, and I
got you. You said trait. I got you.
And that example doesn't stand up in court because the very real fact of the matter is, all throughout the planet, whether you go up north or whether you go down, there's darker people that exist there and that have existed there for millions of years. So that it's just too simple of an explanation.
Wait, that's not here. Homo sapiens are only 300,000 years old. So I don't.
I'm sorry, say it again.
Homo sapiens are only 300.
According to a book you read, I'm sure.
No. Okay. Well, I'll tell you what. Just when you just said millions, I'm only saying this because you said millions with not only one.
Yeah, they found bones of Lucy. That's 14 million years old. That's
she wasn't Homo sapiens sapien though. I hope you realize that.
You just said it was only 300,000 years old.
She said Homo
14 million years ago.
No,
but
it
anyway,
wasn't 14. It wasn't 14. Hold up. Let's slow down for a second, because you got people listening. So one, Lucy is not 14 million years old, and Lucy is not a Homo sapiens sapien. I specifically said Homo sapiens sapiens, humans. Homo sapiens sapiens, approximately 300,000 years old.
Okay.
That's all. That's all I'm saying. I'm just correcting what you were saying. Not millions, not a million or millions with an S. Humans are not that old.
According to a book you read, but just a few short years ago,
we're talking
the same
science.
book
Like,
told us that we only been here for a few thousand years.
No, now the same book doesn't do that. No, you can't do that. The same book. See,
I didn't say the same book. I said the same books. The collection or the collection of knowledge that was widely accepted by American society stated that
earlier
human beings were.
Earlier you said the Nation of Islam likes to deal with science, mainly with science. So when you say mainly deal with science, this is what I mean by what I said earlier. When you said science, what body of knowledge are you talking about? If
Hold
it's
on,
not,
before we go there, because you're jumping around and you're trying to indict me. Can we just
No,
finish
I'm
with
not.
what we're talking about?
Okay, all I was doing just now was correcting your misinformation.
I understand what you said about the Homo sapiens,
millions
350,000 years old. I understand that.
300,000. Okay, there
I get that. All right, but well, all right. I was wrong about the 14 million. That according to this is 3.2 million. I'm sure that I read 14 million though. But you know that may have been that information may have been revised.
Regardless, Lucy is not human though. So I'm saying, so I don't know why you brought her up.
Well, she's supposed to be the common, I mean, where everything changed. That's supposed to be the number, according to science, the ancestor that changed us to human beings. Okay, her, like that's according to science, right? Yeah. So now 3 point. I mean, right now, just by Google, I see 3.2 million years. I see 3.8 million years. So you know, it's a few different answers, and they always revive it. They always revive these answers. Point being, we've been around for a long time, and you know, throughout those Arctic regions, you find a lot of dark people and dark populations. So, way darker than the very very pale skin that you find in Europe, which is even summer in some of these locations for majority of the time. You get summer, you get spring, you get winter, and you get fall, as opposed to those who live in all Arctic regions, who really should be the palest based upon that particular theorem. But all someone has to do is throw in there that same book, but that's because of the food, and then that's it. That's enough for us to just it was the food.
No, it's not as simple as that. I mean, if you want to do the research, you want to take the time, I don't mind sharing. So, but it's not a book just saying, hey, because of the food, move on, carry on. No, it's not like that. Science don't work that way.
Yeah, I understand that. I just don't.
A lot of the evidence is there, and it's for you to sift through and look at. That's all.
I know, which is what we do on a daily, which is what you do, which is what you're going to do tonight and tomorrow. You don't know it all, and neither do I, and I don't profess to. But the very real fact of the matter is that particular, they moved to the cold and got white theory doesn't stand up in court. It just doesn't. Like, it doesn't at all. So
the gene responsible for pale skin. Are you familiar with that? Are you familiar with the I should say set of alleles or genes that are responsible for pale skin? And dating approximately about 10,000 years.
Dating a what?
Approximately 10,000 years ago.
Yeah, I thought it was between 6,000 and 10,000 years.
Yeah, peace to the panel. Peace unbiased. Peace. Just to chime in on that point, Brother Wujawu, National Geographic has an article out about it, and they got them back about 6,000 years in between.
Right, that's what I remember.
And that's National Geographic as well as
they got who? They got who? What are you talking about?
Mutation of the allele.
Europeans as we know them. As far as
let me just pause. Can I pause? Who's sharing the screen right now?
It's me.
Okay, yeah, I appreciate that, because that's what I was talking about.
And Australian Center for Genetic Studies as well. which is very consistent with the narrative that was put forth by the Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad.
And what was that? You mean the
Okay,
6,000
so
6,000
You say
years?
Europeans.
stop real quick, Mondell, because according to that, it says that
Oh, my bad.
it was the exposure to sun that had them dark skin, nothing to do with the food. So like,
Oh, it says Eskimos.
You don't see the food right there?
It says Eskimos stopped along. Let's read it together.
no. I was just asking you to stop where I asked you to stop, because I'm sure that there's a lot of different. But the one our article was from 2007, and I see you kept going to get to the one you wanted, but
No, the one that he's sharing on the screen.
This is the first one.
yeah, he just had one from 2007 that said it was.
Yeah, no, I
result of
scrolled down. I was scrolling down.
Yeah,
but
you're
this is
scrolling down.
one.
The very first one. I mean, the literature and the evidence is out there, and like I said, I could share it with you. Unbiased took it upon himself to share this screen, but let's read this together. Eskimos stopped along the way, but kept some of their dark skin color because they ate vitamin D rich seafood. Their diet made completely white skin unnecessary for them to survive. So
Okay.
that is a summary of what I
So
said.
go
earlier.
down further now, please, to what I was saying. Stop, please. Why do they have dark skin? Based on sun exposure and the length of time spent in an area. But skin tone is not all genetic. More melanin is produced when you are out in the sun. So you read down a little bit to scienceline.org, and my point is made. So this is the point. You can't Google something and then say, oh, it agrees with me, so that's it.
Well, no. Listen. What I said earlier was that if you would like to investigate what I said, I'll be happy to share information with you. It's just that Unbiased, while we're talking, is sharing, his screen. But this is not how you do research. Google is not the end all. Like Google is not the finish line of research by far.
No, absolutely not. It's not.
Okay, so I don't want you to think that that's what I'm like.
Oh no, I'm sure you're a lot more in depth in your study. I could tell by just speaking with you, but also selective in your study. I see. And
No, not at all. If you have if you have something.
What's this? It says the skin tone is not all genetic. More melanin is produced when you are out in the sun. Okay. Sunlight exposure causes the optic nerve to signal the pituitary gland to release more melanin. Does you think? Okay, so I think we all know that. But go ahead.
Yeah, so that debunks everything you just said. Yeah, but go on.
It debunks what?
It debunks the fact that cold is enough to turn people white. Like,
no, but wait. See, that's
cold.
That's called a straw man logical fallacy, where you totally mischaracterize.
I think the straw man is to say.
Wait. Let me.
Everybody came from monkeys and then they moved away, and that's how.
Well, who said that?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But wait. Listen. A straw man logical fallacy is when you take somebody's claim or argument and you mischaracterize it, and then you argue against your own mischaracterization. I've never said that cold causes people's skin color to do anything. I never said people come from monkeys or whatever the case is. So those are two things you just said out your mouth that I never said.
What you said was they moved to frigid conditions, and that's where all of the lightness came from and the white people came from, which is common. Darwin's evolutionary theory.
Listen, that's not what I said. That's not what I said. The brother who came on and spoke even kind of repeated what I said, and I clarified it again. I said that we were talking about recessive and dominant traits. I said a recessive trait has the advantage for people who live in Arctic regions, because the recessive, what they call in pale skin as a recessive trait, is an advantage in an Arctic region. Why? Because it allows the UVB from the sun to penetrate their skin. They can synthesize vitamin D, whereas if you're highly melanated, you're not going to synthesize vitamin D, and over time you'll start getting diseases of vitamin D deficiency. That's what I was saying.
And to build on that, even though you didn't agree to it, I do assert that cold weather and that lack of sun actually does have an effect on skin color, and I believe that is a part of the adaptation to survive that environment, but that builds your point. So yeah.
Well,
the sun. Just real quick, UVB is coming from the sun. UVA, B, and C. So the sunlight, yes, but the temperature, when you say cold or not, that's a different story. That's a different conversation. So I just want you to, not mix those two. But the sunlight, yes, of course, because the UVB will activate melanocytes to produce, like I said, the pituitary gland to produce melanocytes, which is going to produce melanin.
So I
That's
mean,
how people
I,
tan.
I, I just I don't know. I feel as though, like I said, it's just an incomplete quote unquote explanation to and it really ignores the birth control aspect that we see. And in the racial supremacy and birth control aspect that is really necessary to keep all of these races alive, as well as Black genocide is very necessary to keep all the races alive, especially in a multi-mixed racial such and such. If you mix it up too much, everybody gonna be Black eventually, as we were the majority of the world. Now you got North America here, which a lot of it is in the Northern Hemisphere, but wasn't no white folks over there. You know what I'm saying? So, just that thing. And then you got the Eskimos, as I said, up in Antarctica and very frigid regions who are darker. And everywhere you went around the planet, whether it was Africa, Australia, America, Antarctica, North and South America, you found dark people there, dark people. So to say that we just went over there and it's an incomplete response is all I'm saying. Now, if you want to say we don't know, that's fine too. But these theories that really don't hold up in court, that really only just, it benefits and bolsters white supremacy at the end of the day, because, it all goes back to this whole Darwin's evolutionary theory, which is really what you reference without referencing it. You didn't say it, but that entire theorem that we spread out from where? Who was the common ancestor? Where do we come from? All of them will tell you it was Black, but only to prove that we are closest to monkeys.
But nah, I mean, I'm not sure how well studied you are in the theory of evolution, natural selection and all of that good stuff. But there's different mechanisms for evolution. And Darwin, when people invoke Darwin, I don't know. So I don't know where you stand or how deep, how far you study that. But what I want to know though, because see, like what I said earlier was that race is a social construct. There's no biological reality for that. It's a social construct. So we categorize humans in these categories based on lookership, based on what people look like and whatnot. Now, if we go back to the Nation of Islam and the doctrine, part of what's considered a trait of quote unquote Black people, Negroids, and so on, is tightly kinked hair. And so, but according to the Nation of Islam doctrine, that kinky hair came about as a result of being cursed from a group of scientists that basically broke away from the other groups and went about their way into the interiors of Africa. And then,
that's not true, but go ahead.
Oh, well, I mean, we could pull the Nation of Islam books.
Yeah, I mean, you go ahead, but the word curse was never invoked. And nobody said nobody was cursed, just as a result of our time in Africa and in that geographical location. That's it. Which is why we got.
So they weren't mad. They weren't mad at the scientists that left. It wasn't a dispute and a beef, and why they left, and they took a portion of people, and they were basically cast out.
Well, I mean, according to the teachings of the Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad, it wasn't that fact that it was mad. It was just that
really
somebody believed that it was important or a part of our evolution to go into the jungles and conquer the beasts and conquer the jungles and conquer those deeper areas, you know what I'm saying, and just live amongst them and learn amongst them and whatever the case, live in symbiosis.
It wasn't a result of being kicked out, like cast out.
No, nobody got cast away. If you referencing the story of Dr. Shabazz as taught by the Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad, it was no cast away. It was just somebody.
Exactly.
Yeah, if somebody who had followers who took his family, he took his followers into the jungle. He wasn't cast out. He believed that was the proper course for human growth and evolution and existence was for us to go down into those jungles. And then as a result of our time down there geographically, we gained
Okay,
kinky hair.
can you
Kinky hair. That's what he taught.
okay, so can you do me a service? Because it's been a long minute since I've dealt with the lessons and stuff.
Well,
Can you give me a reference? No, I'm asking you. No, I'm saying, can you give me a reference to that story again? Can you refresh my memory so I could pull it? Because I have the literature. I just need to know where to go.
Well,
I'm looking for it now.
Yeah. Okay, so this is what we gonna do. This is y'all be waiting. Okay, let's do it.
Well, y'all had dispute over the dude.
Hey,
There was a dispute over the story. So I'm gonna just pull it up.
You just said I'm looking for it now and gave a little mischievous grin, and that's why I made my
because that's what I do. Bro, I gave a grin because everybody knows that's what I do, man.
That's why I made my statement. That's why I made my statement.
All right, yeah, but nobody got it in for you. I'm just gonna get the story. That's all.
No, and I'm asking for your help. I'm asking for your help so that I can revisit it, because it's been a long time since I've dealt with Nation of Islam.
I mean, y'all can sit here and try to discredit everything that I said by trying to quote unquote poke holes, which is what you do, which is I see the tactic. I see we're not gonna deal with what he said, quote unquote. What we're gonna do is just bring up our own thing that we might disagree with and say, well, he said this, what you think about that? And that's cool. That's cool. We can do that.
Well, I just want to be refreshed on the story because my recollection is a little different than what you just said. That's all. And I just want to I could be wrong.
But I'm telling you the facts. But let me say this: the Nation of Islam is the school of thought that I was raised on. It is what I believe most closely. Do I live my life according to the tenets? I don't. Am I on my deen? I'm not. So to sit here and quote unquote, make me the I guess the defender is cool. I'm down with that. But I'm about to build more than anything. But I'm down to defend what I came up on, what I believe in, and the truth and merit of that I believe in the doctrine that I was raised on. You understand what I'm saying? That's it. So
okay, so Bias, you sharing? Are you sharing? Yes, you.
Yeah.
Okay. You kind of skipped fast. You were right there. I think you were right there.
Oh, he already has his
the original man. No, where it says, as for our kinky hair, and then it's
okay. Go down. Okay, let me go down. Yes. So I just wanted to show the context so nobody can say it's out of context. All right. So it says, you might ask, who is this tribe of Shabazz? Originally, they were the tribe that came with the earth, or this part 66 trillion years ago, when a great explosion on our planet divided it in two parts. One we call Earth and the other Moon.
Wait, stop right there. I just want to put a little note right here that the Earth is not 66 trillion years old. I hope everybody does realize that the Earth is not 66 trillion years old. So whether that is a figurative expression for something else, then that's fine. But that is not science.
That's the truth that he was taught, the truth that he standed on, and the truth that got him a lot more to save a lot more black lives than you did, or than white folks that.
No, I don't listen.
Those same white folks that you're quoting, that you're living by,
that's another logical fallacy. I'm not
in black death,
taking away
responsible in black salvation.
What I just said, what I just said does not take away from the beautiful work that the most honorable Elijah Muhammad has done for our people.
I mean, you say the earth is not 66 trillion years old because you read it in a white book somewhere.
So you
ride with that knowledge.
No.
You don't know because you weren't there. Your father don't know. Your father's father don't know. You weren't there. You read it in a book, and now you're choosing. And you chose with the first article Rondell pulled up, but not the second one.
But wait. No, it's not selective. Let's use your exact same logic right there, and let's say Honorable Elijah Muhammad just made that up because he wasn't there. He wasn't alive 66 trillion years ago.
That's fine, but he stood on in what he believed in, and he gained success. And
see, for him, but look at the difference. For him, it's fine. But when I just said it's not 66 trillion years old, you went on a whole 2-sentence thing. But for him,
all I did, you said it's not 66 trillion years old to directly combat what he said. So the first thing he did was bring up something, And then not
Where's
only
the
are you
evidence?
trying to find a hole in
No,
it,
I'm not.
but he couldn't even finish a sentence without you saying, ho, listen now. So
No,
you're
no,
the
no.
type of
Wait,
Can we use
person
the
wait,
same?
wait,
Can we,
wait, wait,
brothers,
hold up, wait,
brothers,
wait,
brothers?
hold up,
Can
hold
we
up, 1 second.
can we use the same logic
But hold up.
that
Let
you
me
guys
just
are
say this.
using? Because Elijah, most honorable Elijah Muhammad, is a messenger of God.
But
And
wait
brother,
1 second though. Let me
I
just say
mean,
something.
somebody has to have more credibility there. I would agree. Would you?
For 1 second. He said,
Yeah.
I didn't allow the brother to finish the sentence. One, he did finish his sentence because he read all of number 3. Before he went to the next sentence is where I
I
said,
didn't
hold
say he
up.
couldn't finish a sentence. I said you wouldn't even let him get through a sentence without you.
But he did. That's what I'm saying. I'm addressing that. He did. He finished. Unbiased read all of number 3. Okay.
All right,
So
you might ask who is the tribe of Shabazz. All right, yeah, that's a sentence. All right, you're right.
no.
He
I'm
couldn't get
saying
through
he
his second
read all of
sentence.
look, this is number 3, 4. The paragraphs are numbered. He read all of number 3 before I
And
jumped
then
in.
you
And
went back to the middle of number 3 to rebut and debunk. So he couldn't finish number 3. That's the
he
point.
did finish number 3.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
I
you
finished it
went
entirely.
back, so he couldn't finish a sentence or
He
a
did-
paragraph
He
without
did
you
finish.
automatically debunking.
Wait.
Without you trying to. That was my
Listen,
point. So
but your
halfway
point.
through, you was already
your point-
ready. Ho.
No,
White man ain't say that.
No,
So
listen.
therefore it's wrong.
No, it's not about black or white man saying it.
It
It's
is.
about evidence. Okay, I tell you what. On. I know you don't have it right now, but when you do, give me your evidence that the Earth is 66 trillion years old. What evidence did compel you to believe that, or Elijah Muhammad? Either one. Just show me the evidence. I will follow the evidence. Period. That's what science
Okay.
does. So if you're scientific and you claiming that the Nation of Islam sides on the side of science, then you should have no problem following the evidence. So all I want to see is the evidence. Demonstration beats conversation. We could argue
Okay.
about this all day long, but just show me the evidence and then I'm good.
So I'm gonna
Right.
read. I'm gonna finish
So-
reading it to get into the because you guys and look, I only pull things up. Okay, so we got to stop finger pointing. I only pull things up when two people are disagreeing. That's when I pull things up. So you guys were hell bent on to disagree on the Eskimo thing. I brought it up. So now the story. Which I will recall it a different way than the way you would just explain it. So I brought it up. Why? There's no need to argue when we can just pull the stuff up and find out together, as a panel and as a live. So you guys had a conflict on the tribe of Shabazz, like were they kicked out? Did they leave on their own merit? What's going on? So I'm getting to that. So it says this was done, the explosion. The explosion was done by one of our scientists, God, who wanted the people to speak one language, one dialect for all, but was unable to bring this about. So he was angry. He wasn't happy about that. He decided to kill us by destroying our planet. So he got some bodies, but still he fell. We were lucky to be on this part, Earth, which did not lose its water in the mighty blasting away of the part called Moon. Now here we go. We, the tribe of Shabazz, says Allah God were the first to discover the best part of our planet to live on, the rich Nile Valley of Egypt and the present seat of the holy city Mecca, Arabia. The origin of our kinky hair, says Allah, came from one of our dissatisfied scientists 50,000 years ago, who wanted to make all of us tough and hard in order to endure the life of the jungles of East Asia, Africa, and to overcome the beast there, but he failed to get the others to agree with him. He took his family and moved into the jungle to prove to us that he could live there and conquer the wild beasts, and we have. So being the first and the smartest scientist on the deportation of our moon, and the one who suffered most of all, Allah has decided to place us on the top with a thorough knowledge of self and his guidance.
Now let me answer that. Nowhere do you see cursed, nowhere do you see cast out. That was my point. That he decided to do this and took his family in there to prove. That was the point.
Aren't you glad I pulled it out?
Right. So that's what I asked you for. I asked you to do what Unbiased did so that I could revisit the story. So like I said, my recollection of it, as I said, has been a long time, years and years since I've dealt with Nation of Islam doctrine. So I appreciate that. So now, and I appreciate that, Unbiased. So now I just would like to see evidence that the moon and the earth broke away from each other, or the moon is 66 trillion years old and the earth, or either one of them are 66 trillion years old. I just want to know what evidence was used to come to that conclusion.
Can we return back to the original narrative?
I mean, I would like to, but since this has become we're going to dissect the teachings of the Most High Elijah Muhammad, I will say this very simply. The Most High Elijah Muhammad had a third grade education. This man was not, did not profess to be the smartest man. This man was taught by someone. This man was given a knowledge, and that knowledge propelled him and propelled our people and created the best black minds that we have and that we've had, and the most productive when it comes to black reform and just black salvation, black justice, etc. So he stood on what he believed in from the man that taught him, as you're standing on what you believe in from the white man who taught you, and that's fine. Let's see where your knowledge gets you as far as saving us as a people, and we'll see if it can be tantamount to his. He even tell you in Theology of Time, listen, we weren't there these millions and trillions of years ago. We weren't, but we can find evidence today to prove exactly what it is we're saying. So,
truth.
Yeah. So,
let me just say this though.
This is what he believed. This is what he taught. This is what he taught. This is what I was raised on.
Nothing you just said is in dispute, with the exception of real science is about evidence. Science is a domain of evidence, and it doesn't have a color. Like, it doesn't matter if you blue, black, purple, pink, or brown. If you have evidence, that's what you show. That's what you demonstrate. If you make a claim, you have to show support of the claim by way of evidence, demonstration. That's it. So it doesn't matter who says it. It matters, can it be supported or demonstrated by way of evidence? That's it.
Well, even the current calculation of the Earth's age isn't supported by any evidence, because even that's an estimate, not an accurate age of Earth.
Right.
In fact, if you go back, can I finish real quick? I'm sorry. In fact, if you go back to even prior to the most recent calculations of Earth, to the previous 100 years of calculation of Earth, that calculation was wrong. But in that day, that was considered evidence and truth. No, I don't believe anyone knows that age of Earth. So Earth can be 4.6 billion, give or take 50 million age, or it could be 66 trillion or more than that. I don't believe anybody knows the answer to that, because no one can give an accurate age of Earth. Everything is an estimation. And if you go back in history, all the estimates have been wrong. Every 100 years, there's a new estimate of the age of Earth based on some new technology that comes available for science.
Okay, wait. Let me just address that real quick. Science is by its very nature, self-correcting, and is based on evidence. When new evidence comes about, same thing with a court case. When new evidence is presented, you have to take it under consideration. So no one in science with the age of Earth ever claims to pinpoint an exact age of the Earth. It's always been approximates. It's always been estimations with a range, a margin of error, and so on and so forth. You look
and
at
the more
this young man. Let me finish.
Let him go, man.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, let me just finish. I just want to establish that when you're talking about the age of the Earth and the age of the universe and the age of the Milky Way and stuff like that, they've always given those numbers in estimates. And as far as it being wrong, or being corrected later as new evidence presents itself, that's what science is all about. Science is constantly doing that, because it's, like I said before, it's the domain of evidence. So as new evidence comes about, it changes the explanation. And so you have to explain it. You have to reconcile the new information or new data that comes in with whatever it is you thought based on the data.
Exactly. So when they keep on reconciling, they'll get to where we at. We got supreme wisdom. We got supreme wisdom, and they started with 6,000. Now they up to 4.5, and they'll keep going. Now we can get back to the original argument, because they don't know. Period. And their evidence is changing every 5 minutes. So you can take that as fact. I choose not to. I choose.
No. Okay, and that's fine. You know,
because they're
what
gonna switch it again in 2 months. In 2 months, and like
So you're not concerned that it doesn't change?
But here's the thing though. I'm saying I'm just simply asking for whatever evidence was available to the Honorable Elijah Muhammad or anybody in the Nation of Islam that caused them to come away with a conclusion that the earth is 66 trillion years old.
It's the same thing. What you're proving is proving the point that's already been made, is that
So they have a Hubble
estimates are not. Let me finish. I'm sorry, I don't mean to be rude.
Sure.
That the estimations are not absolute. So if they're not absolute, we can't really say this is. I just want to finish my sentence, brother. You can go. The evidence that is today's evidence is still not absolute. Just like 100 years ago, that's not absolute. So the age of the earth is still virtually unknown.
Okay, so based on what you just said, you said a couple of things and totally missed what I asked. I am simply asking, what evidence did Honorable Elijah was available to the Honorable Elijah Muhammad or anybody in the Nation of Islam or Master Farad Muhammad that allowed them to walk away with a conclusion that the earth is 66 trillion years old? That's all I'm asking. I'm not asking about what scientists are saying today or the fact that no one could pinpoint the exact minute or second that the earth was born, et cetera, et cetera. I'm asking, what evidence did they have or did they use or that they came across that allowed them to print and teach a doctrine that the earth is 66 trillion years old?
Well, as a messenger of God, what evidence do you need that he was taught?
That's not my question.
But again, that's the answer. That's the answer to your question, because
that's a response, but not an answer. I'm asking for evidence.
That is the evidence. You need the evidence that God told them something.
No, and brother, I already said to you.
So the answer would be no, basically.
I already said to you earlier in this discourse that the man had a third grade education. He never professed to do anything but speak the word as he was given. It was given to him.
Listen,
the word let me finish, beloved. Just let me finish. All right. Now, his word and his works, right, have produced a revolution in the mind of us.
You're talking about that again. You said
that
earlier.
Wait, no.
Both of y'all are.
I guess I can't finish.
Can I guess I'm not allowed
to? He asked a question about evidence first.
Yeah, I just want you all to at least acknowledge my question. At least acknowledge the question.
No. I'm about to explain it to you, brother.
Can I ask a question?
At least I'm acknowledging I want y'all to at least acknowledge the question that I asked. I am asking for actual evidence. Now, if one person said that the evidence is that God told them, and then Kaleem, you're beginning to talk about how uneducated the Honorable Elijah Muhammad was, and that he only professed what he was taught. So it's basically the same thing, what he was told and stuff, and that does not answer my question. That's
if you would let me finish, I might answer your question.
But
okay, don't let me finish because you think
no.
All do is finish.
Yeah, okay, that's great. Go ahead. But as long as you understand my question,
I do. If you would allow me to answer it, unless you don't want me to.
Nah, I definitely do.
I haven't spoken in a while, and I want to ask a question that I think will clarify his point.
Whose point? The other guy's point?
Yes.
Yeah. Can I answer his question first before you?
But can I ask my question since I haven't in a while, and it'll encapsulate his point. So what I would like to hear is, let's say that we take it was supreme wisdom. God revealed it to him, right?
Uh-huh.
I don't have an argument against that point. But what is the evidence that actually happened? You understand what I'm saying? What is the evidence that it was supreme wisdom? What is the evidence that it was a plan or information that was revealed by God? That is the challenge.
Okay. Now, if you would let me finish. Now, the knowledge in which you have produces works. It produces wisdom in you, and then you produce based upon what you was given, right? So we see a man who is fresh out of slavery, who was raised up from nothing, who had a 3.5-year tutorial with this particular person who then disappeared, right? And then that little bit of spark of knowledge was enough to propel not only him, but an entire people out of a condition that nobody been able to solve, a conundrum nobody been able to fix. Even your smartest scholars still debate right now, how do we solve the black problem? The Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad was solving the problem, right? So what he was given during that 3.5 years was a wisdom, right, that solved a problem that seems to be unsolvable. So therefore, the knowledge that he has, the knowledge that he was given, especially as far as we were concerned, could be considered supreme. Now, what we have is two different bodies of knowledge. We got one that came from this man who had a 3rd grade education who just taught for 3.5 years. Then we got another one from white folks who have done nothing but lie throughout their science books, throughout their history books. But yet we are taking the 4.5 billion that they said, which they just changed 10 years ago and 10 years before that, over someone, excuse me, out please, over someone who did a lot more with a whole lot less. You understand what I'm saying? And I say all that to say this. Nobody knows, like the brother said, no one knows. All we know is that we were given the supreme wisdom and the supreme knowledge. Now, Master Farad Muhammad himself, he's a human being. We don't believe in no spoofs. We don't believe in mystery God. So the Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad taught that there was 24 scientists that have the deep rooted knowledge that these quote unquote scientists of today don't know, and what they do know, they're not giving to us. So his knowledge came from Master Farad, and Master Farad Muhammad's knowledge came from scientists of his own. Scientists that does not have a history of lying, cheating, stealing, and a vested interest in white supremacy. Okay? Which all bolsters their facts. See, they want us to believe that we just came on this planet and now white people is just happen to be at the forefront of everything. So it all bolsters white supremacy. I
just want to quickly clarify that I understand what you're saying. So you're saying that the evidence itself is what he was able to achieve after these things were revealed to him. That is what you consider the evidence?
What I'm saying is the evidence is, yes, in part, what he was able to achieve, which nobody else was, but the evidence is.
You're saying we should have faith in him based on his accomplishments.
That's not what I'm saying. Like what I'm saying is, you believe what you believe from white folks. We believe what we believe from Messenger of God, from God, and you can take this or leave it. You take what it is you believe in, and you apply that, and you see how it works for you. And then I'll take what I was taught and apply that and see how it works for my people. You believe what you believe, we believe what we believe, and that's it. Our knowledge, our evidence comes from the Almighty. That's what we believe. That's what we stand on.
But the reason why you believe it, so to speak, is because of the things he was able to accomplish. That's why you believe that in the doctrine, right? That's
what he was able to accomplish, but the overall doctrine itself. You guys like to harp on the more controversial teachings and deteriorate his lessons to that only. He said, Yakub, 66 trillion years, and then you ignore the other 98% of the body of knowledge, which is tailor-made for black consciousness, black
the
salvation,
conversation.
black
But
freedom.
wait. The conversation, nice conversation, didn't even get that far for you to even make that statement, though.
Religion.
Like, well, wait. Let's just say, I mean, I don't. Maybe you're used to people attacking your doctrine or something.
No,
but this conversation. But I'm just say this. This conversation hasn't even unfolded enough for you to even make that statement. All Unbiased did was he did what I asked if you could help me on, and he actually
first of all, you might not know who I am, but Unbiased and me been together for a long time. Came up in my barbershop and
Hey,
me
that's
and
good.
Bias have had very deep
excuse me,
conversations. And I
excuse me,
know that,
family.
let me finish this, sir. And I know the entire stance y'all take against the Nation of Islam. I know the stance you take
Wait, we
against
say
Dr.
y'all.
Shabazz.
You don't
Let me finish, sir. I
listen.
know
But
the stance you take, and I know that y'all have dedicated time to
y'all,
try to debunk
man.
the teachings of the Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad. I know this,
Wow.
which is why you
Wow.
immediately start, yeah, he was cursed.
Show me. Okay, I
66
tell you what.
years. Wait.
I tell you what.
Gotcha now.
So
Y'all grinning.
Hey,
I
Colleen.
know. You ain't gonna piss on my head and tell me it's
Colleen,
raining outside.
Colleen. All right, hold on. All right, bro, you dominating the conversation. First of all, I have never spoken.
I'm dominating because y'all questioning and attacking what I believe in.
No. Relax. Let me just say this. I've never heard Mo's argument against the Nation of Islam doctrine, right? And I know him longer than you. I never heard him like say anything. I never heard Wujawa's spill on the nation. I never heard Amber's. I only talked to Asiatic black men. I don't know where Wujawa would come from. You dig? I don't know where none of them's gonna come from. We never had this bill together before. Okay, so let me just put it out there. I don't know where anybody's gonna come from. I know me and Asiatic black man had a conversation, and you and I did, but anybody else on this panel, I didn't even know Indigenous was Christian. I thought Indigenous was somebody that grew up in that.
Hold on, who was I just talking to? Asiatic?
No, listen.
Who was I just talking to?
Yeah, I said like me and Asiatic had that conversation where we went into depth of the teachings, but I never really had that conversation with anybody else, and nor did I ever hear them like their understanding of the teachings. I never.
Yeah,
I
don't speak about nation. Like I said,
yeah, that was something that never came up.
I actually.
Oh, okay. I thought this
I
was. I apologize. Then I thought this was a panel of people that you.
No. I actually even said in this discussion, I said it's been years and years and years since I've dealt with the Nation of Islam lessons. I've even said that tonight.
I know that, and I remember years and years ago when Rondell was on this kick of, oh well. You can vet every other teaching. Well, we're going to vet the Nations of Islam's teachings. And then him and his little cohorts went on a little mission of trying to debunk the teachings and poison.
Yeah, but nobody on this panel was ever interested.
Who has been nothing but a help to black people.
I think that's misplaced.
Rondell even went as far as to both.
Can I answer the
Let
young
me say
lady's
this
question?
real quick.
You said a lot real quick, brother. Can I just answer the young lady's question, please? Let me just answer the young lady's question, brother. I mean, you dominating the question again, brother. It's just you gotta let people talk, bro. You gotta let people talk, man.
Now,
you had it real quick. You had 10 minutes of real quick, bro. 10 fucking minutes of real quick. Can somebody else
10 minutes of real quick?
Can somebody
stop raising your voice and cursing at me, bro.
I just want to
Colleen, let somebody else talk,
man. Please. I'm not that dude either.
I just want to answer the young lady's question, bro. That's it.
I'm about
Can I just answer the young lady's question and you can go?
Piss me off about these people.
Hey, you gotta let people talk, bro. It ain't hard.
You don't cut me off in the middle of defending my religion and shut up. No, you don't win it. This is what I believe in, and I have every right when y'all is talking all of this to say what I needed to say.
It's
had every right to. Now y'all go ahead.
Young lady asked the question. She said, "What's the evidence that Minister Honorable Elijah Muhammad was taught what he's taught, and he said what he said?" And it's a simple answer. The answer to the question is his faith. Based on what he was taught, his faith proves that he believed it, and that's what he communicated to the people. From the first school he opened to teach our people to the nation he built behind what he believed, which is what he heard and taught from.
Yeah, because it's not just faith, it's works. It's
all I gotta say. The evidence is his faith. That's it.
So quickly,
thank you. That is faith and work.
Can I really quickly?
You want to believe a liar? I want to believe someone who has been nothing but truthful to us. You choose to believe the liar who has lied.
Hold on. I mean, listen. At that point, I respect your opinion. All right, go ahead, Amber.
I just want to say first and foremost that I don't know enough about the nation. So when I ask questions, I'm really asking questions. I know a little bit, but I don't know much about the Islamic faith, because when I left Christianity, I didn't go searching for another doctrine to believe in. So I don't know much about it. So for one, it's never my goal to just come up here and attack. I do ask questions, and I think that anybody that frequents this panel understands that when they express a belief, that the panel is kind of designed, Unbiased has designed his channel for it to come up against criticism, right? That's part of our responsibility. And that goes for, I've been on a panel and been in a hot seat, and people ask me to defend things that I say that I believe in. It's nothing wrong with that. I think it makes for a stronger, individual, you know, when you can have dialogue where your viewpoint is challenged.
Oh yeah,
so,
I agree.
I don't think that you're being attacked. And what I would like to say is to say that they do this, they do that. This panel changes. It's different people on the panel. So in the future, someone could come on this panel and you will become a part of the they because you're on the panel.
Like Asiatic Black Man. This is first time in the whole entire year.
Totally agree. Totally understand.
But so I'm just saying,
I get it.
So I'm just saying, treat people as individuals, like, because we're all individuals just on a platform sharing our viewpoints or challenging viewpoints. That's just what we're here to do. It's nothing personal. So you don't have to take it personally. At some point, everybody is going to be in a hot seat when they express a belief. You know, people going to challenge it. Well, why did you say this? Explain that. That's just a part of what we do over here.
I agree. So, I'm not mad at y'all. And if I misconstrued your intentions, I do sincerely apologize. I do. My vein came from my history with Bias, and I know he had a team of people who quote unquote wanted to debunk the teachings, and I dealt with them before on same panel like this. But this Rondell has, I mean, Bias been. We started on the phone before it was YouTube. We used to call each other on the phone, and they put me in the hot seat. Oh yeah, the mother plane. Oh yeah, then we want to talk about Shabazz. So I figured it was the same because of the mischievous grin Rondell gave when we went into the teachings, and then I think we but I do apologize if I presupposed that mentality on the panel.
So I just want to come back again because I want to take in the answers that I got to my question. So and I think that Brother Mo, I'm seeing, I think that was the Brother Mo in here. And between you and Kaleem, yours answers overlap a whole lot. And it really boils down to the answer to my question or response you all are giving me is that Honorable Elijah Muhammad's faith, or let me just restate my question. I asked for the evidence, the actual evidence that was used for them to come to the conclusion that the earth was 66 trillion years old. So instead of me getting evidence, the answer is that the evidence is Honorable Elijah Muhammad's faith, or, the fact that he was told that by a person he considered God in the flesh and the person of Master Farah Muhammad, or that we should have faith or accept it because the beautiful works of Honorable Elijah Muhammad has done for us and our people. So those are the two takeaways I got from you all's responses.
And the third takeaway should be that you can either believe those who lied to you repeatedly and who change their answers every 2 minutes, or you can believe someone who's been very consistent and who has applied what he learned and it worked.
Okay, so wait. There's a problem with that logic, because that means that a person can say anything as long as they say it consistently, then we to take it, even though it could
you left out the applying it and it working part.
No. Well, the earth being, listen, the earth being 66 trillion years old is not one of those things that's applicable or executable or actionable and stuff like that. That's
and it really is not worth discussing, because as I said, the teaching is way deeper than that. You just want to harp on that because you think that's what you got.
No, actually, I'm saying what I'm saying to hopefully move on.
Yeah, let's move on. You have no idea.
Listen,
you chose to believe white people. I really have no idea. I chose to believe the message.
Okay. So one second, let me just say this last thing. So I'm trying to move on, but before moving on, since I'm the one that asked the question, then I'm just giving the listeners and the panel my takeaway from you all's response. But that's not an answer, but I'm willing to leave it alone and move on. But you all have not.
But this is
evidence.
It is.
Yeah. So
let me just say this real.
And after Mo, please let Asiatic Black Man speak.
I'm gonna say that your assertion that faith is not evidence is actually incorrect. And I'm going to say that because faith is a form of evidence, because faith is the only way to bring something unseen into seen. And how faith applied, if I'm taught something and then I go about it, bringing it to pass, you can't question anything else that I say I was taught. So if I say 66 trillion, the earth could be older than that, could be younger than that. Like I mentioned before, I don't believe anybody knows the answer. But he said 66 trillion years ago, the earth was split in two through a big explosion. So is that true? Is it not true? Well, based on what science today says is the method they use to measure the earth's age, or based on what Elijah Muhammad said was taught to him 66 trillion years ago, this is what took place with the earth's mass. You know, to say that that's invalid, well, we can say that today's measurement of the earth based on what science used as a measurement is invalid, just like the method they used 100 years ago was invalid. So to end and move on to say that that's not an answer, that's not valid for the listeners.
So for the listeners, in science, because the conversation kind of started with we're dealing with science. In science, faith is not evidence. And I repeat, in science, faith is not evidence. Faith, the word faith means trust. And so you have to go, science is the domain of evidence.
The way you have faith in Darwin's evolutionary theory.
One second. Because I don't want to mix people accepting things that they don't know to be true as true.
You don't know if it's 4.5 billion years old. You don't know Darwin's theory.
Can I talk? I'm not. See, I have not given an age for the earth. All I asked for, no, I didn't. All I asked for, you can rewind this. I did not. So I appreciate you don't lie on me now. But here's the thing. I simply asked for evidence that was used by them.
That's a lie, sir. If you rewind it, what you said was the earth is not 66 trillion. Let's just start there.
I said I did not offer an age. I did not offer an age.
Knowledge you're going with is the accepted theory.
Now you're being
rude. Which is 4.5 billion. You ain't gonna piss on my head and tell me it's raining outside, bro.
But listen.
I'm smarter than that.
Again, I did not offer an age for the earth. Okay? And you're not gonna make me offer an age for the earth in the past when I never did. All right. What I asked for was specifically what evidence was used by the Honorable Elijah Muhammad and or Master Farad Muhammad, because the whole thing is that the Honorable Elijah Muhammad was taught by Master Farad Muhammad. So let's skip Honorable Elijah Muhammad and go straight to Master Farad Muhammad. What evidence did he have in his possession or was aware of or used to come away with the conclusion that the earth was 66 trillion years old at the least? Because like he said, it split. The moon split from the earth at that point. But what evidence did he use or have to come to that conclusion? That's my question. And I'm putting
the answer is still the same. And in science,
there's faith.
You're mixing science and you're mixing faith and spirituality, right? Faith. I just want to finish, brother. I just want to finish.
Let me
just finish my statement. Then you can go. I promise.
Nah, nobody that agree with me can finish
quickly. No, it's not. I don't have a problem with him agreeing with you. I just want him to know where the parallel came in. He correlated faith and science. So this is not our doing. From the very beginning, he correlated those things.
I never did that.
I did not just correlate that. I said faith plus works. Faith
I just want to know if anything that I said was
knowledge plus actions, and then it produced success. That's what I said. And as the brother said, once I apply what I got and it's working, and it's working to the T, at a certain point, the questioning, what are you questioning me for?
No, what I'm saying, Kaleem, from the very beginning when we were talking, you were saying how your faith correlates with science. That's what I'm saying. So this whole discussion, the two were running parallel. You were trying to draw the parallels between the two.
Right.
So that's why we're even having this discussion.
Yeah, that's not
that we didn't put this there. It was embedded in the conversation.
Yeah, but it was embedded in the conversation by him without reading one paragraph after he hasn't read the teachings of the Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad for years, as he said.
No, what I'm saying is,
let me finish, my sister. Let me finish. It started with him having an assertion that Elijah Muhammad was wrong, the definitive wrong. So therefore, if you're saying that man was wrong and it's not 66 trillion years old, the only knowledge you have after that is what they tell you, which is that it's 4.5 billion years old, which if we rewind this, I'm sure that you said that as well.
Nah,
But
you can't say it.
No, I did
Khalid,
not. No, I did not. I did not. And I'm gonna
Khalid,
say this
regardless, you
last
started it
time.
with a
Khalid,
Last
definitive
time.
answer and a
The last
definitive
time.
assertion that
No,
this
I
answer was wrong.
listen.
And
Listen.
then
All of this.
after that, you
Wait.
asked
All
us
of
to
this.
prove it.
Listen.
But the first thing you said was the
Here's
Earth is not
here's
66
the bottom
trillion years old.
line.
That's wrong.
Here's the bottom line. We're doing all this fluff talking so long on this simply because you have no evidence.
No,
No,
we're
that's
doing,
not
that's
true.
not right.
Khalid,
That's not right.
If you
We're
had
doing,
evidence,
we're doing this
Ooh,
fluff
my evidence
talk on
comes
this
from my
because
teacher,
if
and
you
your
got
had
evidence
away
comes
Sir,
from
from
yours.
the
You have
original
took no
narrative
soil
of the
samples.
conversation.
You
Sir,
have took no soil samples. You have
sir,
not
No,
carbon dated
no.
anything. You've done no
Khalid,
research yourself.
Khalid,
Everything you got
I'm
comes
not
from a
making a
book.
claim.
Khalid,
Everything you got
Khalid,
comes from a
You are
teacher.
making a
I'm
claim.
not.
Khalid,
You're
I'm not.
making a claim. You're
I'm not.
making a
Khalid,
claim
Everything you
that
got
what
comes
our
from a
claim
book.
is
What I
false.
got comes
That's
from a
your
book.
claim.
excuse me,
No. I'm
excuse
saying
me,
you show no
I got
evidence
my
for the
scientists and
66
you got
years.
your
excuse me,
scientists.
excuse
Oh
me,
shit.
As your scientists keep on learning, they keep getting closer to the number my scientists said years ago. When y'all was
excuse
saying
me,
it was 6,000
No.
years. As
Every
your
100
scientists
years, they
keep
get
growing,
closer,
because
right?
you're a baby on the
excuse
planet.
me,
So as you keep
Every
growing and
100
you keep
years, they
learning
get
and you keep
closer.
reworking, you get to
excuse
realize
me,
you're getting closer and closer to the
When
number we
excuse,
had because we got the
listen,
supreme wisdom.
excuse me,
whenever
excuse,
somebody has to give you faith as evidence, that
I ain't
tells you
give
that
you
it's
faith.
just not.
excuse
Faith
No,
me,
the
is
other
Give
brother
faith.
did.
evidence. Faith
I give
isn't
you faith
trust.
plus
Faith
work.
is
But
All
who
right,
gives
evidence.
us faith? Darwin's
let's
evolutionary theory is faith. You
Hey,
believing that we all came from monkeys is faith. You have faith in
excuse,
that theory.
I believe everybody was muted.
I concur.
that's true. I
So,
thought Unbiased was finna speak.
so
So
hold up. Let me just say this. Because I really would like to move on. So
And why don't we just not say
takeaway,
nothing? Why don't we just not say nothing and just move on? Because we
the
obviously
takeaway.
just agree and just move on. We can't take away with your assertion and your claim because that
No, I'm
sparks
not.
it
I'm
up
not.
again.
Okay, no, I'm listening to what you said. You said faith is the evidence. I just want to be clear on that. Am I correct? You're saying faith is evidence.
Faith is evidence. Yes.
I said faith plus works. I apply what I got, you apply what you got. That's it's not just faith. It's faith plus works. Faith plus works. If I was able to teach someone something that created the greatest black minds, and he only had a third grade education, then that particular mindset I view as superior.
I'm asking Mo.
Unbiased.
Yes.
I'm asking Mo.
I definitely would like you to take control at some point.
Yeah, it's getting crazy. I just want each other black man to go ahead and say what he's gonna say.
Yeah. Peace, brother. Unbiased. Peace to the panel.
Yeah, peace.
Yeah, I think the 66 trillion year deportation of the moon takes most, a little bit too far out. We could bring it up a lot closer to the back migration that came out of West Asia, and we actually have the DNA evidence for that back migration that is actually consistent with the teachings of the Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad on the tribe of Shabazz, with the dispersal or punctuated burst of E markers back into the African plate. And we can demonstrate that with a multitude of genetic sources that are scientific. And we can actually demonstrate that. And we can bring it way closer than the 66 trillion years, even though I believe in the 66 trillion years. But we can demonstrate clearly that a back migration took place out of what is called Arabia or the Levant today. We have evidence of that. And a lot of us go with the idea that those Black or African E markers got into the Arabian Peninsula through slave trade, which is false because those markers are far too old to have got in the Arabian Peninsula from the time of Prophet Muhammad. The markers are way too old. The basal branches of these markers are in the Arabian Peninsula, which encompass E markers, R markers, that we can see those basal branches are alive and existing in Africa right now. They back migrated in the person of Chadic speakers within the people we know as the of Lake Chad and Cameroon, the Hausa, as well as all of the E markers that flood Africa. That is the result of a back migration of E markers that is consistent with the tribe of Shabazz.
Can I ask you a
And
question?
we can demonstrate that with genetic data.
Can I ask
And
you a question?
I have a litany of a multitude of genetic sources
Can I ask
that
you a
we can
question?
run through. Yes, sir.
Okay, I really appreciate what you just said. But I'm a little confused because although what you said is nice and I don't have any dispute with that. And I'm just going to reiterate my question to you then, because do you subscribe to the Nation of Islam teaching?
Yeah, yes, sir, brother Wujawu. This is Afro-Asiatic 19. I used to
Okay,
fill
yeah. All right, yeah. I remember you. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so all right. So my question, I'm just going to direct this question to you. So the Earth being at the least 66 trillion years old or older, because as the story goes, that's when the moon split through an explosion at that particular time. You're speaking about the genetic markers of human beings migrating and back migrating. How does that connect the two, at least with my question? Although I can appreciate what you just said, but I don't see how that's relevant to my question about the age of the Earth itself, 66 trillion years, because 66 trillion years is a very, very long time ago.
Yeah, I wasn't addressing that, brother, because
Okay.
I feel like it's too aloof, for many, obviously, you know what I mean? And it's difficult to demonstrate that, but we can demonstrate that there was an explosion or punctuated burst of E markers that returned approximately 50,000 years onto the African plate from the Arabian Shield. We can
When you say explosion,
demonstrate that.
I think so. When you say explosion, you're using that in terms of figuratively for an actual genetic punctuated event in terms of genetics.
Yes, genetic a punctuated burst of E markers back into Africa from Asia, which is consistent with the tribe of Shabazz. We can demonstrate
50,000 years, as you were saying.
Yes.
Okay,
sir.
so we're saying, all right. So I thought you, because you mentioned the 66 trillion when you first started speaking, I thought you were kind of addressing that too. But you're talking about something totally different.
Yeah, I was saying that was a bit aloof, but there are many other points that can be proven. Science is actually catching up to the words of the most honorable Elijah Muhammad in that sense. And I believe they will catch up to that 66 trillion as well. But I just wanted to deal with points that can be addressed clearly. Like,
so you're saying that some of the things he stated has been evidence. So therefore, you have no reason to believe that the other claims made would not be evidence, even if they haven't been evidenced yet.
Yeah. That's good. That's good right there, sister. Yes.
Okay,
yes,
so and that's great. But I just want to make a distinction for everybody listening.
We don't have to make that distinction, brother. We talked about that. We're not going to agree. I don't want to go back and forth about this minute all night.
Yeah, I don't want
to
go
to put a flag in the sand.
You can deal with the genetic sources
again to reassert your initial position, and that's not fair.
No, I'm not addressing the 66. I'm talking about what science is, because
I know that's what I'm saying.
Prior to you, let me finish for a second, please. There are other people listening. Brother Mo. So I'm addressing as if I'm talking to everybody and not just you or whatever. So I'm saying in science, everything is based on evidence. So you don't make a conclusion first and then try to find evidence to support the conclusion. It's the other way around. So although I can appreciate what the brother said, or whatever the case is, and even how Amber asked her question, that if something is not evidenced yet, then the claim is baseless in science, because science is the domain of evidence. Everything is based on evidence. And so I'm just bringing that to the attention of everybody listening of how science works. Now, if we don't want to talk about how science works and everything like that, and we want to talk about prophecy or being prophetic or projecting something, and then
No, brother Wujabu, I'm talking about
evidence.
science.
Yeah,
I'm talking about
No, I know
genetic
you are. I no, wait 1 second. I know you are with the genetic.
Hadza.
No, I know you are with the genetic
Okay.
information that you just said. I know that. But I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about what, based on what just Amber just said, that because you said that is demonstrable. You can demonstrate that, and you're saying that okay, that is closer to coincide with the teachings of Nation of Islam, that 50,000 year punctuated event of e-markers that you point out. So that's evidence. And so we kind of left the 66 trillion years thing, as you said, that's too Allah for a lot of people, whatever. But you did say that you believe that science will catch up to that eventually. And then Amber said, well, based on what you did say about genetics, then there's no reason to believe the other stuff should not come to pass or whatever case. And I said, that's not how science works. That's all I'm pointing out. That's not how science works.
Right.
Well, I'm gonna tell you that I would say this about science. The science that relates to the age of the earth, the science is not reliable. Century after century, something else is added. The science of what they claim is the approximate Earth's age is just not reliable.
How do
the
they
next
date
thing is
Earth?
gonna? You say what?
How do scientists date the Earth?
I posted it in the chat, the link for how science does that.
Quickly though.
Quickly summarize.
Quickly, I just want to reiterate.
Yeah, I'll click it in a minute.
Yeah, science dates the Earth based on radiometric age dating. The link for the calculation and how it's calculated is posted in the chat for any of the panel that wants to look and see.
Mo,
okay, wait. So Amber, one quick question. So Mo, I appreciate that. So scientists use a certain method to date the Earth. So now my question to you is, how did the Master Prophet Muhammad, what method he used to date the Earth?
I already answered that question, brother.
He snapped his fingers.
So I just quickly want to reiterate, right? So we don't get stuck on this point. Prior to you all coming on the panel, me and Colleen were having a discussion where he drew the correlation with science and his faith, right? So if we're saying that we don't want to be held to that stand, and that's where Wujawu came into the conversation. That's the only reason why we're drawing the comparison. If we want to get away from that, then just simply say that we're not asserting that our religion is faith-based, or that our religion has any correlation with science. If we're saying that it's not a scientific thing, it's a faith thing, that is fine. And we can get away from drawing these correlations where they don't apply.
Let me say this though real quick. I'm absolutely saying it's a science thing. So I already explained that Master Prophet Muhammad was trained and taught up by 24 scientists. Now we have our science and our scientists and how we measure and do things, and then you have your scientists.
So I have
science, or the world has its scientists. I should
how
say.
did they measure the age of the Earth?
Can I finish? I just quiet for a long time.
How did they measure the age of the Earth?
So can I finish, please?
I'm gonna let you finish, but I
can't finish
because I was actually speaking and you cut in. So
no, I didn't cut in. You just asked. Okay.
Because I was clarifying that that's the reason why science was involved in the conversation. So now we're at an impasse where you say it's not a part of the conversation, and I believe that Mo is saying, well, you say it is a part of the conversation, and Mo is saying that it's not a part of the conversation, and we keep trying to make it so, right? We keep imposing this idea. So you two are at an impasse where y'all not agreeing on which is which. That's fine with me, right?
No, listen, we are agreeing. Listen. I'm follow me here. Okay?
No, I am following. You're saying that you all have scientists, that you're talking about a different science.
We have our own supreme wisdom and supreme scientists whose knowledge far outweigh the knowledge of this people. And they know that. Can I just
no, you cannot finish. Colleen.
I can't finish now. Okay.
You can finish after I'm
finished. I
finished.
just was silent for that long. Y'all put me on mute 10 times.
Now I put
Okay.
everybody on mute, even myself.
All right,
my
that's
man.
cool. Now it's no, you
So-
can't finish. I can't get a sentence out. Wow.
You get plenty of sentences out, and we know you're gonna go on a
I
whole.
just was quiet while everybody talked.
And I was as
And
well.
it's
So
very
we're-
Yo,
disrespectful.
but I was more quiet than
It's
anybody.
very
I'm the host.
disrespectful.
Come on, man, let's go.
So what I'm
Yeah,
saying
but we're
is,
not. Your religion
again-
ain't on the hot seat. Your
again,
faith ain't on the hot seat. The
again,
people you
It
believe in ain't
is.
on the hot seat.
again.
So if I
So
say, hold on, let me
here
Y'all
say
see my
something real
religion
quick.
science.
Here we
It
go.
shouldn't be for y'all to just no,
Here
you
we
can't
go.
talk. You cannot talk. This is what I
All right,
believe
all right.
in.
Oh, come on. We're going backwards right now.
You're wrong. Now,
So-
if I could just finish.
So no,
Oh,
I
hold on,
want to
hold on,
finish
hold on.
my
I can't
I
statement.
want to pass. Go ahead.
Okay.
So who's
going?
finishing? Me or him?
Go ahead, Amber. You can finish real quick.
Okay.
And then,
So I completely understand that you're saying your science is different than what we perceive as science, right? So now that we're on the same page, that you're talking about the sciences of your doctrine, and we're talking about science in general. My only question would be, in your explanation, explain which came first. Did we get science from your doctrine and we
Listen.
transformed it into something, or did your doctrine come after the discipline of science as we know it?
Listen, por favor.
That's an easy answer.
That's all I want you to do is listen. Okay? Our knowledge in science absolutely came first. Absolutely.
There you go.
First. But it's so deep that our scientists know and knew and understood that a wicked entity was coming on the planet.
Here
So
we go.
the deep knowledge, excuse me, please. I would like to finish. So the deep knowledge that we have, or that our scientists harbor, is not and was not for everybody, because we ain't in control and we have not been in control. Okay. So, but we still have our own scientists, our own body of knowledge, and our own supreme thinkers. Okay. For them, they want you to believe that they the smartest people on the planet and all science started with them. and they took it to the next level and just look what white people doing. And they made airplanes and they made, look at them. See, that's white supremacy at work, hard at work.
Can I ask a question?
Now, I just want to finish and then y'all could go back to.
all right, yeah, I'm about to
going
start
around.
putting some time limits. Yeah. Okay.
All right, every time I go to talk is a time limit.
Now,
Please.
because everybody wants, this is not on you.
All
I was going to do this
right.
anyway.
I just want to finish
All right,
real
go ahead.
quick.
1 minute.
All right. Now, so our science is a science that actually trumps theirs. So as I said, now that we have been blessed with a piece of that knowledge, a piece of that science, given to the low of the low, the despised, the rejected, the slave, the third grade education, ain't been able to read for 500 years, the lost sheep, everything you want to call it. We're going to give it to the lowest of the low, just a little bit of the knowledge, and watch him create Malcolm, create Clarence, create a Farrakhan, create a Muhammad Ali, and have them in their mindset unlock Black people in a way nobody else could. See, this is what our science is doing. So along with that, we'll give you some actual facts to let you know that we are smarter than them. These actual facts, they're going to have to grow on you. And that you laughed at first, but with every waking year, you get closer and closer to realizing that man was 100%.
Can I ask a question,
All right,
please?
that's 1 minute. Go ahead, Mr. Morpheus.
Thank you. Peace to everybody on the panel. I just want to ask a question. These 24 scientists, what are their names?
I don't know their names.
So how do you know they exist? I mean, like, who are they, the 24 scientists?
I just explained to you how I know they exist.
I've been listening. I didn't hear it.
Okay. Well, they exist based upon the lessons that we were given from that one.
No. That's not answering.
Let me finish, please.
But you're not answering. Listen, no, you're going on to something else. I'm trying to ask you.
Okay.
The name. Listen, brother.
All right.
What are the names of these 24 scientists? Who are they?
Me? I don't know.
God.
Asiatic Black man, do you know the names? Because I actually know the names.
One was Alfonso, Jabril. There was a few of them.
Yeah,
but I
don't
don't
know
know the particular.
I
I
knew
don't know the
Alfonso.
particular. I know that the Book of Revelations calls them the 24 elders, and the Quran refers to them as the exalted assembly.
The Quran refers to them as what?
The exalted assembly, Brother Morpheus.
What chapter
And
would that be? What chapter and verse?
the exalt. Well, I don't have it open right now. I would have to
I
look
did it right now because Google exists.
the exalted assembly of the Quran and the 24 elders of the Book of Revelations is their styled as the 24 elders.
Oh, so you're combining the Quran.
Verse 3869.
Yeah,
All
we
right,
read
what-
both.
okay.
We taught to read
What is
both
the
books.
Arabic?
Just like we
What
got
is the-
two eyes in our head, it's
Sorry, hold on.
best to look
He's
through
asking a
two
follow-up
What
question.
is the Arabic? What is the Arabic word for exalted? It's in
Come
the
on, man.
Quran,
You
right?
playing semantical games, man.
No, I think that's
This
important.
is semantics.
What I'm asking you, it's a simple question. Just give me a simple answer. What is the Arabic word for exalted?
I don't know, brother. Give it to us.
Exalted in Arabic,
Yes.
Talia,
It's what?
Teella.
No, it's not.
Taeella. Taylor.
Yeah,
That's what it is,
yeah.
bro.
Yeah, let me ask you. هل تتكلم اللغة العربية؟ هل تتكلم اللغة العربية?
Look, bro, I don't know. I speak English. You trying to Arabize Islam.
Listen,
We
no,
don't Arabize
listen, it's the
Islam.
Arabic.
Y'all not the chosen
exalted
people,
is
bro.
listen, the Quran is an Arabic in the Arabic tongue, correct?
That's cool. Yes,
Right.
absolutely.
But you told me, you said it comes out of the Quran. So I asked you, what was the Arabic word for the exalted you're referring to?
And Google says that it is Talia. Taila. That's what it says. I don't speak Arabic, my man. You're not going to belittle my knowledge because you speak a different language.
The genetics
I just say chili Fritos is
the
Spanish.
genetics is the
All right,
elephant
shut
in the
up.
room, because the genetics tell us that many of the West African tribes came from the Mideast, and brothers don't want to accept that. You seen me go at it with Garfield on his show a few days ago about that, and the information is clear. And brothers is going to run because brothers is standing on an argument that is going to crumble as more and more genetic information is exposed in the public space. The genetic data is available to the public. All the people got to do is read. All you got to do is read the studies, and the studies tell you all of the E markers that we see in West Africa, the R1B, all of that came out of the Arabian Peninsula or the Levant. That's just a genetic fact. Brothers do not want to accept that because they know it gives more strength to the idea that we are in fact the children of Israel / tribe of Shabazz. Brothers don't want to deal with that. But the genetic evidence is there. When we look at the Hadza are a combination of ancient, Arab, or Kushite, however you choose to describe it, and intermingling with Nilos. That's what produced the Hadza that we see today. Some of the oldest human beings on the planet right now, living specimens. Brothers don't want to deal with that. But
speaking
the
about
data is telling us.
Asiatic, speaking about dealing with the age of people, how so we established that the earth, is taught. You acknowledge, Khalim acknowledged that the earth is taught by Elijah Muhammad, 66 trillion years old. And you just mentioned the age of the people. How old is the black man according to Elijah Muhammad?
How old is it? See, I don't really want to get into that. I want to get into this. I want to get into the science.
We can't. But I never got anything.
Get right to.
Yeah, I got you, Asiatic black man, but I never got a chance to speak on the earth and the age and the validity of what science says, because I do subscribe to what science is saying about our earth, and I'm prepared to explain the evidence and how they're not just guessing on the whim, that there is evidence. Now, evidence doesn't change. I don't know what Mo is talking about. The evidence piles up, so it becomes more evidence. But I don't know a case where there's evidence and the evidence is no good and something else replaces it. I think that's how people was representing science. No, the evidence just it piles up. Now, so it increases, right? So so let me go back to this. If you don't know, it's okay. But I heard you and Khalim say that the Earth was 66 trillion years old. I just want to know, according to the same author or the same messenger of that teaching, how old did he say the black man was?
No one knows the birth record of the black man
So that's
because
your
no one
answer.
was there. No one was
Wait.
there to record our self-creation
So
from darkness.
do you know that Elijah Muhammad gave an answer, my brother? I'm gonna read it for you, but do you know he gave an answer?
Yeah, brother. He may have, you know.
Okay, so we do know.
Well, I'm saying maybe you might know that from some of his writings, but I have not read all of his writings. He wrote a lot.
I respect that. So let me ask Colleen, do you know the age of the black man according to Elijah Muhammad?
I was with the brother, you know, that we didn't, according to the theology of time, we didn't have no way of recording even time back then, or way
Okay,
of
so
recording
in
anything.
our
So there
Savior
is
has
no,
arrived. In our Savior has arrived. You guys should get that book and read chapter 11.
I'm ready.
Okay, then you know the age is in there, right?
Okay, just build, bro. What is you saying?
No, because we're establishing.
Whatever
Okay,
you think you're
hold
doing,
on.
you're not.
Listen. It's okay, man. I mean, I'm trying to go somewhere with this. So the age of the black man, do you know it's older than the earth?
Okay.
That's cool with you?
No, that's not cool with me, because how old is the earth?
You talking about 78 trillion or 76 trillion years?
76.
Hold on a second. How old is the
okay,
earth?
okay, yeah.
Okay.
I haven't read Our Savior Has Arrived in a minute, but that's correct. 70. It's between 76 and 78 trillion.
No, it's the world. I think the universe is 78. The black man is 76 trillion, and the earth is 66 trillion.
Okay.
The earth is older than 66 trillion.
Not according to Elijah Muhammad.
According to Elijah Muhammad, the earth
that we
split
do not know
between the earth and the moon at 66 trillion.
We don't know. He said we didn't record time.
Okay,
back then.
so look. Wait, I know. Relax. It's okay, because you guys opened the door to this, right? So the universe is 78 trillion. The black man is 76 trillion. Is the earth 77? It can't get older than the universe.
The universe is older than that.
No, I'm saying according. Look, Mo, I'm saying we're speaking about a doctrine here.
Okay.
And the doctrine was from Elijah Muhammad. So I'm saying because it's all, remember, it's backed by science, right? They got the high science. So the universe, according to this high science by these wise scientists, they came up with 78 trillion for universe, 76 trillion for the man himself, then 66 trillion for, I guess, what you have now, the moon and earth. So anybody think that's scientific? Nobody has a problem with that science?
Look, as I explained to you, whatever, I mean, before in the theology of time, he says we didn't record back then, we didn't record time. So these is all estimations and approximations, period.
So he does estimations too?
Absolutely. I'm not saying that he doesn't, but remember, as I said to you before, he is teaching the knowledge that was taught to him by the one, and then those who taught that one. So, you know, at the end of the day, but these is all approximations. I mean, I'm not going to say that they're not. And like I said, in the theology of time, he said we do not know. He simply said it right there. We don't know. We didn't record time. We really do not know those origins back there. But we can get an approximation.
Okay.
How they get that approximation as those 24 scientists, I'm not exactly sure.
Okay,
we
cool.
Can get an approximation.
Actual facts. Okay.
Okay, so you got your answer, right? I mean, you gave your answer, you don't know. All right, so is it possible for somebody to say they don't know something and then to attempt to give an approximation of the measures?
Yeah, it happens all the time.
Or the years. Really? Please give me an example.
Say they don't know and then give approximations. That's what an approximation is. Inherent in the word approximation is you don't know.
But he went on to say he wasn't there. So how can you say I don't know? Nobody was there to record it, but then you go give us some numbers.
Give us some numbers based upon mathematics that was done by the scientists that taught him.
So, but why would you say I don't know? Nobody was there first. Why not just
because we don't. That's why it's an approximation.
Okay,
it's actual fact.
So
you don't know approximations.
All right, cool. Okay, so you don't think it's better to just come up
No,
with
I
the
don't.
numbers first
I don't.
to calculate?
I don't. He was taught. He stood on what he taught. Take it or leave it. That's what he stood on.
That's not science.
We don't
take it
have.
or leave
We
it.
don't look. This is not what we here for. All right. We here to build. We here to guide, and we here to achieve. Y'all want to try to nitpick the controversial teachings?
No, 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 no,
quote
no,
unquote
no.
more
Wait,
far-fetched,
right,
whatever
okay,
the case
come
may
on.
be.
Right,
And you can do that with any religion. Oh yeah,
but
prove
hold
Moses
on,
split
but
the Red
just don't
Sea.
miss.
Woo, woo,
Come
woo.
on, man.
Prove nowhere such and such.
Now you're
But there's
ranting.
still
You're
metaphors.
misrepresenting. Okay, so
And
you and Amber's bill was about.
It never fails.
Look, you and Amber, the bill was a difference of like religions, because we spoke on Jehovah's Witness, we spoke on the Mormons, right? We spoke on Sunni Islam or Orthodox Islam. We spoke on the Nation of Islam version of Islam and Christianity, right? We spoke on different things. Then you started to speak on how your doctrine is a little different than most other religious doctrines, because for one, you don't subscribe to the word religion to describe your doctrine or your, the way your way of life. Like you said, it's way of life, so you don't even like to use the word. So you were showing like how you distinguish from other, world religions. Then you were saying that also that your religion attempts to line it up with science, and you went on to give examples of how you guys line up with science. And I think that's when Wujawu came in, and he started to ask questions. I think Amber might have asked one or two, but and now we're here. So it wasn't like we were picking anything. Like when you attempt to align something with science, and then you were critiquing science. Like you was. I mentioned you mentioned Darwin a couple of times, which is like the evolution theory. I guess you trying to allude to. So you was the point picking and pointing first at science, because you kept calling it the white man's. You said Wujawu listen to the white man. So you was kind of watering down science as we know today. So you did that. So my point is, like, you were doing that first, and then that's when Wujawu had challenged the 66 trillion hypothesis on the age of the Earth. So nobody.
Yeah, but look, we were building, me and Amber, and she was giving her, and I was giving, a correlation of the distinctions between the two. And the first thing anybody other than Amber said was, I got a whole bunch of problem with everything you just said. So I don't know what you was listening to or why you wouldn't think that wasn't an attack, but maybe you need to listen in again. And I actually feel like you're attacking me now by saying they weren't attacking me, because the very real fact of the matter is they were attacking me. So by you turning a blind eye to it, I feel attacked. But so anyway, I digress.
If you were speaking on like your doctrine, because you were attempting to explain, I think Wujawu came in at this point where you were attempting to explain why you guys call white people the devil. That's when Wujawu hopped in. Okay, so he had a problem with that. Which wait.
No, you're trying to you're trying to turn
no.
I'm telling you, your argument, which it wasn't his argument.
Fine, but let me just you could respond. But I'm telling you, I can rewind it back to that point and just play that live.
You don't have to. My memory's great.
Wujawu, well, I'm the one recalling all this, so I think I got good memory. So Wujawu hopped in at the tail end of you explaining why you guys called the white man the devil.
Actually, that was the first quote unquote gripe. You're right. That
right. I have a good memory. So look, all I'm saying is this. So when he came in, and you even can admit, the average American, right, that live in this country, when they hear anybody call anybody race a devil, they're gonna object, or they're gonna object.
But I gave a very thoughtful and
I know, but listen to what I'm saying.
And eloquentious explanation.
I got you.
On how we weren't throwing stones and how they could rise above that. So I don't know why a black man would get offended.
Okay, well,
and that wasn't even his point when he came on. He said, I got a whole bunch of problems with you said, and then start going to some other stuff. He never even mentioned that.
Because you touched on more than just that.
Okay, but he didn't go there. So why are you going there? Like when he jumped in, he said, I got a problem with everything you just said.
Right. And then he pinpointed like two.
And then he came in after he said he had a problem with everything I just said.
Yeah, and he pinpointed two.
And then he started y'all started your little witch hunt. Which
well, I don't know about.
I'm prepared for.
All right, look.
I ain't one of them.
Okay. So one thing you talked about was how the Eskimos are still dark. So that was another the claim you made, that how like you were kind of debunking, attempting to debunk evolution, saying that climate, people can adapt to certain climates. Like you attempted to debunk that by mentioning the Eskimos. So he had a problem with that as well. But you actually said a lot. I don't think you realized that. Like you said a lot. So he had a problem with a lot, according to him. And then he went to addressing things, and really, you guys talked about the devil thing. You talked about the tribal Shabazz, and you guys talked about Eskimos. And then from there, I was reading a doctrine from the Message to the Black Man, and he's seeing 66 trillion years. So I guess that was something else that popped up. Like, oh, where'd that come from? I disagree with that too, and that's okay, because if I go ahead and read Mo's link on how the Earth, how they got the date of the Earth, it's okay if you guys chime in as I'm reading and say I disagree with that. That's okay.
Rondo, Bias, this panel, for the most part, majoritarily, some people are different, but I can't even say majority. There's people on this panel, I should just say, and throughout the conscious community, who take a vested interest in destroying everybody's religion and faith, with total disregard on what that
what's
religion.
Mujawa's religion? Because he was in the hot seat a bunch of times.
Let me finish,
on the biggest
sir. Just let me finish. Let me finish. With total disregard for what that's going to do to that person's psyche, his emotional state, his mental state. Total disregard.
I agree with that.
That's the only thing keeping that man off the ledge. Y'all just go violate their whole religion and violate everything. Let me finish, sir.
I can say
Can I finish, sir?
Go ahead. You can.
Thank you. Okay. You violate their whole religious stance without any type of remorse or care, but then call yourself a conscious person or a scientist. It's not conducive to any type of growth. Okay?
But that's not okay, dude.
So can I speak to that?
So let me finish, and then you can talk. So for me to sit here and say, let me finish. For me to sit here and say, please, I would be less than that if you would hush. Now, for you to sit here and say, oh, we wasn't starting no witch hunt. This happened. Knee bone was connected to the neck bone, and the neck bone was connected to the shoulder bone. And just give this little soliloquy or whatever the hell you want to call it. Okay. You want to just sit here and now try to, oh no, that's not what happened. As if y'all don't all take pleasure in the witch hunt. Whenever somebody say they religious, oh, we got them. This ain't my first time on this panel. This is my first time in the conscious community. I know what y'all do. So you attempt now to go on a debunking fest, which is why you couldn't say one sentence. And which is why you couldn't say one sentence without, oh, that's wrong. And which is why the first thing you started by saying, I disagree everything you said with. All right, so knock it off.
Can I respond really quickly?
Yeah, go ahead.
So I will first say that I am not a proponent of attacking. I wish we didn't talk about religion as much.
We don't. We talking about this channel. We don't.
No, I'm talking about in general, period, because it's always a point of contention. And I am of the belief that a lot of people tether their identity to their religious beliefs. It's deeply embedded in culture. So that's why I try to stay away from these arguments. However, I will say that you cannot paint the conscious community with a broad brush, because out of that comes Abo. Out of that comes, people who are...
what is Abo? Define that. Can you define that? What is Abo? I don't know what that is.
Aboriginals. So what I'm saying is there are, to diminish the conscious community to simply debunking.
No, I rectified my statement. I didn't simply say that. I said I can't say that about all of them. I rectified that immediately. I said, but there's many in the conscious community who take a vested interest in that. That's what I said. I even said, first I said majority of people on this panel. Then I said, no, I can't say majority of people on this panel. I can't say that. I rectified that. So
okay, and I appreciate the rectification. So in different sects, you're going to find different things. You're going to find people that's committed to debunking religion as a whole. You're going to find people who are advocating for their religious belief and ideology or way of life, however you want to word it. You're going to find that depending on who you gravitate toward, because there's really something for everybody out here. You're going to find people that is all about what they call it, not self-manifestation, but some to that degree, you know, the idea that, you know, we have special powers and, you know,
the melatonin thing.
So you're going to find
the
all
666.
all of
The
these
6
different
protons, 6 neutrons, 6 electrons.
Right. So my only thing is, I agree we should not be attacking people on the basis of religion. But Kaleem, if I may critique you a little bit, I will say that you don't look at some of the things you say as an attack. So when you say things like the white man's science, the white man's religion, the white man's this, the white man's that, you are in effect attacking people who do not believe as you do. So you cannot be upset when you're met with the same challenge. If you're
I'm
going
the
to,
one who's meeting them with that challenge. They're telling me
but
what I believe ain't right, and I'm saying, what? You ain't did no research. You believe in them who have
European
what lies to
scientists bears witness to the teachings of the Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad.
but
It
If
does.
you study,
They don't bear witness 76 trillion years for a human
it
being.
may
All
not
right,
bear
but
witness
that's
to
what
that.
y'all do.
It
Is
certainly
just pack it out
bears witness
and
to
then
a
leave
back
out the
migration
97.
out of the Arabian Peninsula.
if I may finish my point before because I'm gonna be done with this. All I'm saying is we all putting ourselves in the space for our ideology to be scrutinized, right? For it to be challenged. And in the event that when it's challenged, our response is a challenge or an attack to others, for it to be an outright attack. If you're going to operate in this space in the conscious community, you just have to be aware that 9 out of 10, these conversations will to some degree have some form of attack or some form of debate, or you will find yourself
Absolutely.
in a position of defending.
I know how to fight. I know
Yeah,
how
I
to
Right.
fight.
So
You
I
come
wonder where
crazy.
Wujawa went.
You come
Mr.
crazy.
went
I
to
don't
look up some
believe
genetic
80%
studies.
of what you said, and then I just start politely violating you with these facts. I know how to spar. I mean, my name means the debater. That's what it means.
Hello.
Okay, that's all I want to say.
Yeah, but I think we could bring it up a lot closer and look at, because the history of our history is multidisciplinary in its study. We got archaeology, anthropology, geography, linguistics, cultural markers, but we all agree at times, well, many agree at times, that the study of our history is multidisciplinary. But when we begin to speak in a form that covers multiple disciplines, people say you're all over the place. But we got to take into account geography. We got to take into account language. We got to take into account cultural markers. We got to take all, and nowadays we have genetics, which is opening up very, very quickly, and it's telling us a lot. But we have to actually go and research the data. All of the data is saying the same thing, that the people that we come from, where we were picked up in West Africa, much of that genetic material comes from the Middle East. It is just a fact. Right. So we can kick at Israelites and the tribe of Shabazz and say it's false, but the genetic data is saying that it's likely very true.
Right.
This is a fact. These are facts. We can run down 10, 15 studies. And it's important to understand the nomenclature, because these Europeans, they are very clever. When we look at the earlier studies and we examine the terminologies and the nomenclature of those studies, nomenclature is just a word. All it means is just a scientific definition or description. That's all it is. But when we are reading these studies and we look at the nomenclature, we see the European, he shifts from terminology of Afro-Eurasians when he switches that term to simply Eurasian. Now, a person who hasn't been reading the data, they're not going to know nowadays when we look at a study from maybe 2001, 2002 coming up to date. We're not going to know that when he's saying Eurasian, he really means Afro-Eurasian. So when we're looking at these back migrations past 6,000 years, there were no Europeans as we know them today. There weren't none. So when we see these back migrations coming in, these are Afro-Eurasian back migrations. So we got to really get into the nomenclature and understand how clever and tricky these people are, because they are talking about Black people, Africans that went out, coming back in. This is the Hausa. This is the R1B that is amongst the Hausa and amongst the people of Cameroon. All of the E markers, they came out of West Asia. This is what the data is saying, but we don't want to accept it because it supports the children of Israel in the Quran and the Israelites of the Bible. But it's the data, and brothers just don't want to accept it.
They don't want to accept it. I mean,
They don't.
Came to his own and his own received them not, you know?
Most of the West African tribes, many of them, all of those E markers, all of those R markers, they're all out of the Levant. It's out of Arabia. It's just that our people, we don't want to accept it, but it's just the facts. And it's something that we're going to have to accept because we claim we love science.
Right.
But do we really love science?
Asiatic black man doing his homework.
Asiatic dropping that knowledge.
Yo, if I'm anything, and I'm probably not a good I'm probably not a good example of the teachers of the Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad, but I love the Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad because the effect that he had on black people in America. I'm from Newark, New Jersey, so I know from the ground what the effects of the teachers of the Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad had on black men and women. As me being a young man who was born in 1974, I came up in that era. I saw it with my own two eyes. Ain't nothing nobody can tell me.
So are the teachers on the hot seat?
So, quick question to what he just said. Where did you get that information from? Was that Supreme, or did you get that from some of the information from the white man?
What's that? you know, sister.
No, it's Supreme. And then
that's a good question.
It's supreme wisdom. It is supreme wisdom because the Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad, he was accurate on the tribe of Shabazz. He was accurate on the making of the European. Europeans, according to National Geographic, did not exist past 6,000 years. According to the Australian Center for Genetic Studies, they did not exist past 6,000 years. How in the world did he know that?
And let's
not
leave out how right
Answer
he was
that.
about
sister. How in the world
for black people?
Are the
how
teachers
he applied it and it worked. We're not gonna leave that out. Talk about just some controversial teachings, which we can prove. We're gonna actually still talk about his doctrine and how he left no stone.
So are the teachers back on the hot seat?
And how they was tailor made for black salvation. Like, let's go there. All right. Because
cool.
We're not gonna spend all night talking about the deportation.
Hold on.
And not talking about what he did and what he applied.
All right.
And how y'all
we got it. You're being redundant. Look,
I'm not being redundant. I'm making a new point. You trying to cut me off?
No, because dude, we got where you're going.
All right, whatever.
Now listen. I don't have a problem with the social reform, those things. Keep your head up. You know.
Keep your head
We're
up.
talking about. We're talking about the science. All right. You know, his theory of time. Right. We're talking about the creation of man, the moon, the universe. You know, we talking about that. So most people, when you mention Elijah Muhammad, they're not going to argue too much about his works. You know, his do for self. Most black folks are going to submit to that. I'm telling you right now, and like most people, period. Because I even heard white folks appreciate his efforts in that regard. But of course, a lot of backlash going to come from the white man, the devil, and a lot of the Jewish stuff, right?
That's really not true, though. The vast majority of black people believe in integration. He was a 100% separation.
Hold on, no.
So you can't just say most black people not going to argue with you. That's a pure lie.
Yeah, they already gave a poll, man. Do you know that they gave a poll way back during the idea of integration? They gave a poll to black folks that they want integrate segregation, and a large majority of them said integration.
The solution for black people, per the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, most black people don't agree with. All of the quote unquote leaders, whether they be Democrat or Republican, whether they be mayors or aldermen, whether they be governors.
All right, but hold on, because you cut me off.
Barack Obama, they take a stance against what Elijah Muhammad's solution was for black people.
Okay, wait. So let me just finish.
Your average pastor takes a stance against it.
Colleen,
the imam at the mosque takes a stance against it. Your average black man takes a stance
right
against
now,
it.
man. You're ranting, dude.
So I'm
I'm
not.
just trying to focus
not.
on the.
You
Look,
trying
I'm
to
just
cut
yes,
me
you
off
are
purposely.
because I didn't know I was talking. You cut me off.
You're right.
I was
whatever.
saying what?
I'm
Yeah,
going on
you
mute.
cut me off. So I was saying that. First of all, I disagree with you, right? As far as black folks was agreeing with, or the majority of black folks agreeing with majority of doctrine. I disagree with that, and that's fine, all right, because I'm not going too deep in that direction. I'm saying the backlash of his teachings really starts when he says the white man is the devil, but more so the science, because science is supposed to be retested. There's supposed to be some evidence there. So when you come out there and give you got Christians say 6,000, 10,000 mankind, they have their little model. And there was a debate with, the Christian scientists versus the non-Christian scientists, right? On the age of different things like that. So when Elijah Muhammad come back and give his own age and science on things, he's going to receive backlash from religious leaders and people who are non-religious, because they want to know, well, how you come up with that? So
hey, I'm biased.
Yeah.
What's good, bro?
Peace.
But yo, that $600 though, that's gonna change black people's lives, man.
It's gonna change mine. I'll tell you that much.
Mama, we
Real
made
talk,
it.
though.
Why I
No,
ain't
real
getting
talk, though.
more than that?
You going back to the science, but I was talking about his plan for black people, socially, militarily, economically. You saying all black people just agree with him? I don't think you can know people that will disagree. That's a lie. 90% have been taught to disagree.
I'm talking about today.
His path. So then you went back to the science.
And not everything.
If he's talking about the science,
No.
Black people going
dude,
backlash, but they didn't even argue with him there. In fact about it, he made a statement back then. If you find any one of words that what I said to be falsehood, I'll give you $100,000. Nobody, including the top scientists, ever challenged him. Now you want to wait for him to be gone, and now you want to take up the mantle against this black great leader.
Here goes more the Watcher. You listening to Watcher? That's another reward with you know how that works. You can't prove one.
I knew you was gonna say something.
You can't prove one word, but I hold the conditions. Come
what?
On,
who you said? Who can't prove one word?
No, that's never mind. Just
yeah. So you know what I mean. So that's the very real fact of the matter. The Most High Elijah Muhammad believed in 100% doing for self, integration. Right. Separation, getting your own, doing your own. The vast majority of black people don't believe in that. He believed that the biggest problem or entity affecting black people was our oppressor, our enemy, white folks, the same people who've been doing us dirty. Mm-hmm. That's what he taught. But the average black person will tell you, nah, that's our flaw. That's the flaw in your religion. You talking about, in your religion. You talking about white people. That's what we can't get down with. You talking about what? You talking about massa now. Like good slaves. But at the end of the day, the very real fact of the matter is his plan for black people to 100% succeed economically, to come together and build a military, to come together and build something for ourselves and do for ourselves. Okay? Stop smoking, stop drinking.
The description of devil is not new either. In the Amrana letters, the Akkadian script is written in stone. They're called the Sagasu. They are referred to as demons from the steppes of Europe. Filthy, dirty murderers. This is written in stone. This is written in stone. You understand? In the Akkadian language. So, he didn't come up with, anything new by calling them, the devil or saying that is their functional description.
I agree with that.
Hey,
that's not new.
Asiatic black man. I don't mean to be.
Peace, my brother Haskell.
What's going on, my boy?
Salute, King.
Yeah, man. I hate to be like flippant, right? But
go ahead, bro.
This is kind of out of the way. Have you ever had relations with a European woman?
No.
How about you, Khalim? Khalim, you there?
I think he's on mute.
Oh, okay. All right. Now I just want to learn.
Oh, my fault.
Yeah,
my fault. You said, have I had any? Listen, I'm born and raised in this. You know, I stay true to this. I ain't new to this. I ain't never had it. My daddy will turn in his grave, boy.
Okay.
Yeah, we don't play those games.
Yeah, why you say that, Haskell?
No, I was just want to see if y'all was living like that, you know, because y'all was talking that dirty, filthy from the steps of Europe.
No, that's what the
define.
Amrana letters say,
I want you
Haskell.
to define white.
That's what the Amrana
Define
letters
white.
say.
I want you to define white before they answer that.
Yo, listen, hold on. You have to understand. When we call people devil, or when we say devil, as I explained to Amber, I don't know if y'all was on the phone with us earlier. We're not throwing stones at these people here. We're not. That's not what we're doing. We're giving the exegesis of scripture, and we're explaining that quote unquote entity that was going to come on the planet and wreak havoc for a certain amount of time. That was going to take control of the planet. That was going to deceive the planet. That was going to have everybody thinking up was down and down was up, right was left and left was right.
Made us into themselves.
That's it. Like, you feel me? Like, so we're not throwing stones. We're giving a scientific explanation for scripture. That's it. You know what I'm saying?
We have been made into them. That's why we carry their last names, because we are their children, psychologically.
So let me ask,
economically.
Let me ask this, because we had more people coming in. Hold on one second. I'm inviting a brother in that's not new to this panel. So, Ngozi, you want to build on anything that was said?
Yo.
Peace.
Peace, King.
Yeah, did you want to build on anything that was already mentioned, my brother, or you have something that you want to?
No, I was just this and brother Ngozi. I was just calling in to see what I know a few brothers was talking about Elijah, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, peace be upon him, and the back migration. I was trying to see what's going on. I just caught the air that the show was going. I was trying to see what the demonstration was.
So Asia Black, man, you want to repeat what you said earlier?
Yes, sir. I referenced peace, brother Ngozi. I referenced we had a discourse a few days ago, I think, probably about a week or so about it, about the back migration out of West Asia into from the Arabian Peninsula, the Levant, back into Africa, and the dispersal or the punctuated burst of the E markers, and how those markers had to be the result of what is called a male-dominated migration, meaning it was masculine initially with the E markers when they came out, and how the Hadza and the Sandawi of East Africa are a combination of that early, we could say, ground zero of those E markers back into East Africa, and which would be a mixture of E markers with nilotics. And we actually have the studies available to us that demonstrate that punctuated burst. But the Hadza are a living example of some of the oldest DNA, that is around.
The Hadza is close to Eurasian atom, which is they mostly BM60. Their Y chromosome is mostly BM60. They're not E anything. They're close to that CTM168 marker, and they are the closest population who possibly were the ones that leaked out of Africa. They're not CTM168. They have a brother branch that linked out of Africa, which is the BM60 marker that's in kinship to CTM168. So the thing is that looking at them, and this is why Spencer Wells, when he created Eurasian atom, he used them as a model when he reconstructed what they look like, because of their markers is closest to those people, and their marker is actually distinct from the rest of the surrounding African population. And now when it comes to the so-called E marker, I'm gonna say it, and I keep telling you, I keep telling you, there is no 100% stance on if it came from West Asia or tropical Arabia, because when it developed, EM96 developed 70,000 years ago when it peeled off a DE. So there's no stance really completely on where it came from, but based off the recent studies, which is more up to date, based off the DO marker, it leans more closer to Africa. And if it did come out of Africa, it developed in Northeast Africa. And the reason why it's a high probability that it developed in Africa, also outside of that, is when you look at the Dogon marker, or most of the people that the Dogons have the EM33, which is E1A. That marker is one of the second strands that predates EP1, EP2, EP anything. And it's peeled all the way off from West Africa. So what I'm saying is that there is the Asiatic theory or early grassy Arabia, if it did develop, if it did, but most geneticists they're not claiming that anymore, especially with the new up-to-date findings. Now you have some that still try to push that. You have some that still try to push that, but it's not looking like that. And let me just finish. Not to mention all the mutations of E in Africa, it's over 136 mutations. Even within EV38, it's over 76 within our branch. And then that's within subclades. And then you got over 92 within the EM215. It's too many mutations for this E to develop outside of anywhere. Now, I'm not saying that E didn't leak out of Africa and go into the Middle East, because we know the Natufians had it. And based off the also new recent findings, the Natufians had genetic affinities, the affinities of similarity. 6% was similar to Omotics. The other percentage at a large chunk at 65%, I think, was close to Basal Eurasians. And the closest population that's related to the Basal Eurasians today are Bedouin type Arabs, Arabs that live in Socotra, and people that live in Yemen. So bottom line is that we know that the Natufian branch that leaked out comes from the EZ827.
Right. Just one second, Ngozi. Let's just make this clear for the people that when you talk about this Eurasian basal, and in particular when we're talking about
these are black people.
Exactly. Thank you. That's what has to be made clear, in all fairness to me, from the perspective, I respect you, but from the perspective that I'm coming from, I want the people to understand clearly, from yourself, that we're talking about, because we can exemplify that D with the Andaman Islander, which is so jet black that it looks, like Nilotic, very African, right or wrong.
Yeah, they are the Basal Eurasian, which means based off base. Because anything comes from CTM168, which is Eurasian atom. Anything that peels off primarily from that DE, or not even just DE, but the CF branch. Those earlier clusters from CF to HIJK, those people were black people. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
That's why when you look at the hunter-gatherers in early Europe, the Mesolithic Europeans or the late Pleistocene Europeans, a lot of their genetic components, they were brown-skinned black people.
Yes.
Brown-skinned black. But the thing is that we don't want to get caught up in that, because just because you're black don't mean that you're from Africa. We got to understand Homo sapiens sapien is a tropical species that developed in tropical parts of the so-called continent of Africa. So when these Homo sapiens left out, they were brown-skinned and black people. Not to mention just not being dark-skinned, but the genome mutates first before the phenol. So you get what I'm saying? So right. Basal Eurasians were
now what you saying right there, pardon me, is just real quick. Now what you're saying right there is that the genetic material inside one's body may change, but the features might not have mutated or changed yet.
No. Like, let's look at the blacks in Papua New Guinea. They still, the people in Malaysia and Papua New Guinea call themselves black. They do call themselves black. And they have the K2 marker. That K2 was the predecessor what Tiwan Man had, and Tiwan Man was partially responsible for Native Americans and Europeans. We got to remember this R1 mark, or this early R, comes from what? PM45. What do you find a P mark at? The PM45 is found in Kazakhstan and Central Asia. But who is the predecessor of that? The predecessor of that is those black people, or the people that you see near Papua New Guinea and Malaysia type people. They have the K2 marker, which is related to that K1 cluster, which gave rise to the PM45, which even gave rise to an early R. Where do we find the earliest R from, or basal R? You find it with what? Maltai boy. The Maltai boy was found where? In early Russia. How did they describe him when they reconstruct him? They said he had dark skin, freckled skin, dark skin, dark eyes, and his morphology was totally different in the recent Mongoloid type morphology, because the Mongoloid phenotype develops in 3 phases.
These Eurasian bases are black bases.
Basal Eurasians was black because they just peeled off. They just peeled off.
See, that's so. See, I know from reading it, and I know you know, but the public, the people, they really don't understand that when a lot of the times when these scientists are saying Eurasians, they really mean Afro or Black Eurasians.
Yeah, but
and that's very important.
But you have basal Eurasians, you have crown Eurasians, you have different phases that makes up Eurasians. The Eurasian that makes up for the more fair tone are the Neolithic Europeans that come out of Anatolia, those farmers.
Right.
And those people that develop that specific mutation, alanine turning into thionine, that mutation, which is the A11T, to develop in the near Caucasus. Now we got to remember, where is it that they find the first person, or based off the fossils, where they found the first person with this so-called mutation before the Anatolian farmers had it? They found it in the Georgian area near the Caucasus. The dude had, it was near the Black Sea. His Y chromosome was JP209. This is how we know that haplogroup J, which his brother branches in Europe, which is I, they both split near that Caucasus area or near that northern part of the Anatolian area before going south into Arabia in the Bronze Age. It dominated. Because the only thing that you found in the earlier wave of populations in the so-called Middle East, like the Natufians had E markers, a lot of the earlier branches that was living in Arabia before that, a lot of these people had also E markers, but it was a bottleneck. It was a bottleneck. And in the Bronze Age, and in the early phase of the Bronze Age, in the recent studies between Canaanite genetics links to Arabs and modern day Jews, so they say, this is when you start to find waves of people coming in from the Iranian area, and those populations coming from the near Caucasus area. And they're starting to dominate those zones, and also starting to take on the mother tongues. Because remember, even Semitic.
You're talking about Alaka.
Yeah. Alaka, that's near Ukraine.
Where we have the blue-eyed sculptures with the eyes with the lapis lazuli.
Yeah, that's near. Yes, Araka. That's near the Alaka zone. You're talking about early Ukraine. So what you see that's going on is people near the Caucasus. You got to remember, the Caucasus is not just one area. The Caucasus is stretched like a horseshoe. You got the southern Caucasus, which is next to Iran and Turkey. And you got the northern Caucasus, which is under the Ural Mountains of Russia. So what you see going on is that you have these waves of groups of people that's starting to leak into the so-called, what we label as the Middle East or West Asia. And there's a bottleneck on the E3B marker. Where does the geneticists or a lot of the geneticists say what happened with the Natufians when they disappeared? They're saying that according to Ethiopian studies, a lot of these people went back into the Horn of Africa. They went back into the Horn of Africa. Not saying that E3B wasn't there, because the earlier clusters of E3B was there. But a lot of those Natufians leaked back into Africa. And when they leaked back into Africa, they brought mixed genes with them because they spent so much time in the Levant. They were mixing with other groups of people, just not basal Eurasians. But in the later wave, they started mixing with a few of those pre-Anatolian populations, bringing mixed genes with them back into Africa.
Now, 1 second, Ngozi. Now, what do we make of that? What do we make of that? These Natufian markers or these E markers, Natufians, when they came back in, then when we get, say, an oral tradition like, say, for instance, the Beja who say that they are, in fact, Arabs, the Bisharin, the Bagara, these who actually their oral tradition supports the genetic narrative.
Not really.
So
not
we
really. This is what happens.
We got to utilize them in concert.
This is what happens, brother Asiatic, with the Bija. You got to be careful with them because they are a Cushitic speaking pastoralist group and they're nomadic. They are from the late edition of Asiatics. When you look at their Bija genetics, they have 56% of their Y chromosome is EV32, which is a brother branch of EM78. But a larger chunk of it is that J1 marker. So they got touched by Arabs, seriously. They even picked up the culture. So you got to remember, Asiatics back migrated to Africa in multiple phases. The basal Eurasians was the first time when they started to leak back in as early as 10,000 years. Before you even have a lot of these.
They got it back further than that, though, Ngozi. They got it back 24,000. And if you look at the Dogon, we got it at 50,000.
No, this is what I'm saying. I don't claim E coming from the Middle East. I can't say, based off my studies and up to date, I say it developed in Upper Egypt and Northern Sudan. But you do have a back migration. But let me just say this. you do have a back migration of these people coming back in as early as 40,000 based off mitochondrial DNA M1 and mitochondrial DNA U6. You can see this. Now, again, as far as Asiatics, when it comes to the E marker, I don't claim E being an Asiatic marker, but I do know that E was in the western parts of Asia, but a lot of them stayed in Africa. And
so at what time did the Bantus become affected by this E back migration?
Oh, now the Bantu, you got to remember the history of the Bantu. The Bantu, the reason why our Bantu ancestors is absent in ancient times, like 8,000 years ago from the recent studies, is because West Africans are also a combined situation. It's not a homogenous thing when it comes to the West African history. A lot of our recent adaptations and human leukoantigens is a situation that just occurred. You got to remember that EM2 wasn't in Cameroon or Angola 8,000 years ago. Where was this EM2 before that? You found EM2 in the early Green Sahara, where you found all of the E's at. And it was the EM180 branch. And these are the people that were creating that Tassili cave art and the round head skull art that you found in the Tassili cave art in the early Green Sahara of southern Algeria and all through Tunisia, these black people. Right. But they call these people Paleo-Saharites. And these Paleo-Saharites went south. Well, you know about the Super Sahara pump and the Holocene and the glacier period changes and different things. Some of these people went south of the Sahara and intermingled with early archaic human populations that was down there.
It was a corridor for migration in North Africa. Yes, sir.
Right. So right. It definitely was. It was a corridor for people leaking out of the Horn of Africa, going there, like the Halfland cultures. Yeah. They gave rise to the Mushabians, which gave rise to the so-called Iberian Marusians. And before that, you got Homo sapiens up there with the Assyrian culture, going back 100,000 years, where you found a Assyrian culture leaking out from the southern parts of Africa, going north, through Ethiopia, and they living in North Africa. And they were distinct from the Jebel Ahud, because Jebel Ahud was a transitional Homo sapien or archaic Homo sapien. He wasn't completely us. His tools wasn't, the flakes that he had wasn't even like the Assyrian culture. So that's what I'm saying. North Africa was always a corridor for people to come in and out. Some people stayed.
How important is it for us to match the rock art? Because the rock art comes into play here too. When we look at the yoni and we look at the development of the yoni, and we can also see a relationship between the yoni and the Eye of Ra, and in Islam, even the hand of Fatima. So we see cultural markers expanse the same geography.
Yes. The Egyptian, that's why it's really no, yes, you're correct. It's no such thing as Egypt. Egypt is a Greco-Ptolemaic term, Egyptos or Hekapata, which was the name that there's no such thing as that. The Egyptian civilization, before they even had a civilization, a culture, you see it in the early Green Sahara. They started to develop the complexity of a civilization. You got to remember, culture makes way for civilization. The complexity of the civilization, as these people leak back through the Sahara and go east, this is when you start to find the Napata Playa and the stone caps dealing with astronomy. The civilization, the first monarch of a so-called idea of Kemet starts in Sudan. So Egypt sought to develop a cultural civilized system in northern Sudan. You start to find the developmental phases of it starting as early as 12,000 years. But they are all in cahoots with those people that was in the early Green Sahara. Those people that was in the early Green Sahara went into multiple directions. They did. One group went east and another group went south of the Sahara. And this is why if you guys look at an article called People in the Early Green Sahara, you can see the markers that was there. You get what I'm saying? So Bantu is a recent thing. Bantu expansion was only 3,000 to 5,000 years ago. Not to mention Bantu means people.
Just 1 second, right on that point. I don't want us to overlook this either. The Bantu expansion you said was how long ago?
It was between 3,000 to 5,000 years ago, but 3,000 to the idea of what they say. By the time they made it to South Africa, 1,000 years ago.
Now, what's interesting is at the same time, simultaneously, you have the South Arabian expansion coming back over the Red Sea and affecting culture from Yemen into Aksum and into Daman.
Now you brought up something that was important. You brought up something that was important, Asiatic. Those dudes was J markers. That's part of the Bronze Age expansion of J markers. That's why you find a high population. They start to mix with the Aga people. Now I want to talk about them. The Aga people already had control of the western part of Yemen. But for some reason, the Aga people were Kushites. They were Cushitic speakers, and they lived in the western parts of Yemen. You even find terms like Saba in the northern parts of Eritrea crossing through western Yemen. They had that already. But in a Bronze Age, but in a Bronze Age, this is when you start to find that J start to dominate. And then in some cases, it didn't dominate by force. Some of these dudes just got adapted to a creolized culture, form something new, and they go back and forth through Ethiopia and Western Yemen.
Let's be honest. We could look at the Somali women now and East African women now and figure they thought of a good reason, to stay there. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but
in all honesty.
But one thing about our, my earth is Somali. One thing about the Somali people though is that when you look at their genetics, they're mainly paternally indigenous to Africa. They got the EM78 marker, the same marker that's close to the people in Egypt. Egyptians commonly have EV12. They actually have more indigenous African markers paternally than Northern Sudanese man. Northern Sudanese man is damn near J at 50 to 60%, depending on the region. Why? Because a lot of Arabs pierce them.
But look how they look though. They don't look like that what I call, no disrespect, that chicken shack Arab that we see today. We looking at African type that is distinctly East African, maybe a thinner nose, more alkaline features, so to speak, but no doubt African.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's I mean, like Soy Kiata say, we developed that morphology in hot, dry climates, living in the Sahara, going backwards and forth. That's just that's the diversity of our continent. That's how beautiful it is. So as the Bantu speakers went south and hit Tanzania and Uganda, becoming the Kikuyus, and then they make it to South Africa and become the Zulu or whatever. In South Africa, them niggas forgot how to farm. They don't even know how to farm no more because they've been traveling for so long. Well, they do now, but I'm just saying when you study the history of the Zulu, they're Bantu speakers, but they forgot a lot of customs that the Northern Zulu had. Like the Shona, they created a whole market when they formed Zimbabwe. Those are powerful Bantu speakers. And they also had trades with so-called people in the Middle East because in Zimbabwe,
Indian Ocean trade.
Yeah, they had the Indian Ocean trade.
Port of Barbara, Somalia, over Djibouti, over into South Arabia, into Man, and going even into Indian subcontinent.
Yeah, and this is why another reason why the Limba tribe, primarily the Buba clan, have a high percentage of J markers coming from Yemen. We gotta get out of the mindset like Jay was just coming in, just bullying us. No, in some cases, these dudes come in and just have babies by the women and leave babies behind. And they did it in more than one place. You get what I'm saying?
The culture, Zanzibar, all of that area, all of that genetic material.
Yeah. So it's deep. You like studying in the Middle East, in the transaction between us and the people in the Middle East, you can't have the Middle Eastern without having an African component. Because Africans always had a.
What I don't agree with, though, excuse me, beloved. What I don't agree with is when brothers try to automatically attribute any African haplogroups in the Arabian Peninsula or Zanzibar or even the Levant, just try to attribute it immediately to slave trade. That's non-cipher.
Oh yeah, that's definitely non-cipher. Yeah,
that's non-cipher. And brothers. You need an individual, such as yourself, you really gotta, or maybe me and you, a person like myself that knows what questions to ask so these things can be clarified.
History, but the thing is, the reason why they can do that is because it was a Arabian slave trade. And some African markers are there because of slaves.
Yeah, we don't want to discount that. We're not discounting that.
Yeah, but this is why it's important for us to understand microsatellites and understand how PCA works when genomes are sequenced, so you can calculate what specific SNP is there. For example, there's specific strands of EM2 that you can tell if you understand the signals that do come from slavery. But there are also branches of EM2 that's been over there for thousands of years. And you also have branches of EV38. I mean, not EV38, but EM215 that's been over there for a long time. So that's why it's important for us to understand the genome completely to say what's what. So yes, the Arab slave trade is one reason for why it's there, but also you had free trade with humans going backwards and forth for thousands of years who lived over there. And you also find a lot of people that's from those Bronze Age populations coming into Africa. People been mingling and mixing for a long time. You know what I'm saying? Some through force and some through trade and some through, man, I'm gonna just stay here and I don't want to go back home. You know what I'm saying?
That's right. Sure enough, man. You know, with that Ethio-Somali type, you know, that they talk about was, you know, we like we said earlier, when you can see the look of the women now, you know what I mean? Not to be, you know, funny or nothing like that, but those are some beautiful, you know, in my opinion, you know what I mean? It's a lot of different beautifuls, but man.
Yeah, Somali women are beautiful. I mean, Horn African, I mean, the whole continent. I mean, African women are beautiful as a whole. You know, and they all have a beauty in their own way that makes them all distinct. That's the beauty of the continent we come from. You know, it's a beautiful thing.
Hey, them Southeast Africans with though, as far as I'm concerned.
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
What you think of the E markers that affected the Khoisan?
Well, we got to remember the article is out. What happened? A few Kushites went down there. They even brought pastoralism to some of them dudes. So the reason why you find some Khoisan with E markers is because a few Cushitic speakers from the Horn went there and brought pastoralism. They also brought some of those.
That's a 24,000-year-old contact, though.
Yes, it's a 24,000-year-old contact, and also some of that stuff leaked down there, and they also brought mixed genes there, because this is what let you know that some of them Kushites was mixing, because they was mixing with, again, like I'm telling you, those Bronze Age populations who were lighter clusters of Eurasians, bringing that mutation SLC2485 in. So a few of these Kushites pick it up. It's like if I had a child by a person that's of so-called lighter skinned Puerto Rican descent. We got to remember the genes that a lot of these Puerto Ricans have before coming to America come from Spain. And before it came from Spain, they got that SLC2485 from those pre-Anatolian farmers coming from the Neolithic Europeans that took it into Spain. You get what I'm saying? So, and then I turn around and have a child by one of these people, and my child had that same skin tone. This is why you find a lot of our Boricua brothers or cousins who highly fair-skinned, but might have thick hair and typical features like you and me, but they still got that mutation. So what I'm saying is that, and that mutation is old. It's really old. It predates Spain. It comes from those Anatolian farmers. So the same thing happened with a lot of the Kushites when they was mingling with those Bronze Age populations coming down. They was bringing that SLC2485 there, and these mixed Kushites took it to a lot of the Khoisan people, primarily the Nama tribe of the Khoisan.
So those Kushites would the way I view the E markers, you know, in my opinion, they would have had to been colonizers. It's no other way, in my opinion, to see it.
They were North African colonizers. The marker, the marker developed in North Africa, and even when the Bantus developed, when they go to Cameroon and Angola, they oppress pygmies. Let's not act like they didn't do that.
Right. Yeah.
They also conquered the hunter-gatherers. So yes, it's a marker that dominated sub-Saharan Africa.
When he expanded, like they expanded, like but the critical point, like, you know, we get into is, where was ground zero? Where did the E markers explode from? Because they exploded.
But this is why I say this is why I say they went in two routes. It's like a V. The base route for E had to be the northern tip of Sudan, because that brother branch that the Dogon have, that's not an E1B1. I mean, that's not of the EP2 anything. That's E1A, which is EM33. And that marker goes back almost 56,000 years. That's the closest to EM96.
Yep.
So you had a basal group of EM96 that they found that was absent in some parts of Arabia. But the way it mutated in the different clades of it, over 126 and over 76 based off the terminal SNPs, which is primarily the so-called haplogroups, and then you got a lot of tentatives, which is uncertainties that they label as pebble groups within Africa. For me, and based off the DO marker that they found, it had to develop in the northeastern part of Africa near Sudan. But even if it did develop in Arabia, let's say it did develop in grassy Arabia, it was the far western part of Arabia near Yemen. Yeah. You get what I'm saying? The far western part near Yemen. But either way, it kept a Bulgaric zone near that Sudan, Egypt.
Our our people got to understand that when the black man came out of the Horn of Africa, what he encountered in the Arabian Peninsula was basically a East African terrain. It was fertile as hell.
Yeah, it
at
was.
that time.
Yes.
It was a tropical, like you saying, a tropical Arabia. But I
Yes.
think what we are missing, and like, how long did they swim across or ride a log before they built boats? We got to be looking at some of the earliest shipbuilders on the planet.
I mean, these dudes.
That's what's inferred, at
Yeah,
least.
when you look at this E, man, the E marker, they were sophisticated. They dealt with science and
Yes.
technology. They just didn't really cluster out though that far. It's really that late brother branch of E3B that start to even leak out, because you got a branch of EV13, which comes from EM78, that migrates to the Balkans and go into Greece. And people don't know that somewhere down the line, a lot of these Greeks paternally have a so-called, the Mediterranean has a so-called recent African root that leaks out as early as 13,000 or 8,000 years ago. You get what I'm saying?
Heavy.
So, but
brothers went up in there laying it down.
Yes.
Period. That's just the facts.
Even when you look at the Karthoyic culture, which is south of Göbekli Tepe in Turkey, you find these depictions of black men with like locks. And,
Yes.
you see it. So it's like
Crete, the Minoans, all of that area, the Aegean, all of that was conquered by the black man, all of that.
So when the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, I don't agree with a lot of, but he's still a man. Don't get it twisted. Because that was one of our base foundations, and I follow the lessons. Anybody with knowledge of self, we follow the lessons of the 5%. And it doesn't really tell us, this is why you got to deal with the lessons. If we was having a cipher, God, we got to see things the way we see it. Like, I'm not here to make you see things the way I see it. You got to show and prove. So am I showing and proving? I'm showing you the methodology and going through the routes. So what he talked about, it's a semi-truth to it. Because a lot of the science slightly agrees with what Father God Allah said and what the Honorable Elijah Muhammad said, but yet and still, a lot of the things is, you have to do the proper research and do the knowledge for yourself. True. Everything is not going to be, 100% accuracy. That's why we're here to correct things and keep it moving. So, the black man was doing his thing. But then even when we go outside of the E family and we follow the early people that migrated out of Africa, like the CF, which gave rise to the FM89, which gave rise to all these early Cro-Magnon people living in early Europe, 30,000 and 40. Remember, we make it to Europe 40,000 years ago. Oh, yeah. And you look at the markers that you see there, you can tell what type of people they're, because SLC 245 ain't kick in yet. So what do these people look like 40,000 years ago? The Cro-Magnon man was black people.
See,
Grimaldi man was black people.
My thing, and Gozi, is at the time of the birth of the Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, all of the black people wasn't gone out of the Arabian Peninsula. Many people are under the misconception that all of the black people was gone. That is not true.
I think it's
Al-Jahiz, Assad, the Himyarite kings.
Yeah, the Himyarite. Some people say that Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, was a Himyarite.
Yes.
Then we know about the Quraysh tribe, but also his grandfather Mutalib, according to the narrative, was so-called brown skin. You got to remember that Mahiri live in certain parts of Arabia. These people they're racially ambiguous when it comes to so-called Arabian Peninsula. Some of these people can be extremely dark. Some of these people can be extremely fair. So it's not right. It's non-cipher to say an Arab has one look. That's like saying everybody in Puerto Rico got one look. It don't make sense. You know what I'm saying? So, of course, you had black, so-called black, dark-skinned people in the Arabian Peninsula that's been there. And you also had people that came from those Bronze Age populations and those Syrian Age populations that came down. And they even had some steppe ancestry and some steppe ancestry coming in from the early Hittites, who were also Indo-European speakers, leaving a foundation of genetic imprints as they migrate down. I mean, looking at India and you study the San language, it's Indo-European. Persian is Indo-European. You know what I'm saying? These people are not, the marker R1A. You see what's going on. This is a step coming from the Russian steppes coming down, leaving imprints in between. So, it's not a straight line. It's a zigzag thing.
No, it's not a straight line.
Some people is one thing, the other people is one. It's not a straight line. That's the crazy part about it.
Yeah, I just when I look at early or even pre-Islamic Arabia, and I look at say Yusuf Dunawas, Assad, those Himyarite kings that were pressing against the Romans and pushing them back. I see the Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him. I see that as a continuation of that same military, political, and spiritual thrust, especially when we incorporate the Marib Dam and the inscriptions of Abraha early on. He wrote Bismi Rahman on the Marib Dam. That is reminiscent of the chief attribute of the Holy Quran, which is Rahman. Or we know that oft-repeated verse, Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim.
Yeah.
So we can see the cultural confluence throughout the Arabian Peninsula. And it only flowered in those early caliphs, because we see those caliphs develop and they come out strong. And a lot of times they start out black, but then we see that other element creep into the Ummah. We see it over and over again, and then someone else comes in, takes it over, and they raise it up again from the Fatimids to the and so on and so forth.
That's why it's important for us to study the Middle Eastern chronology and timeline. Again, you got black people there, and you got fair-skinned people there. But even though they were black and red, or like Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, say, "I come for the black and the red." The thing is that these people all lived with each other. And even those red people who were lighter skinned would have rolled with the darker skin against the Mediterranean Romans. You got to remember, the Jewish narrative kept changing. The Arabs wasn't having that shit. So they looked at what they labeled them as pigs, because y'all keep changing y'all storyline. Then we got the Byzantine Empire controlling Syria all the way through, and they networking with Rome. We ain't having that shit either. So the thing is that the fair-skinned Arab and the dark-skinned Arab, all these people roll with each other. They wasn't looking at things from a new world American racial perspective. This is shit that's introduced to us. Just like me saying all of the ancient Egyptians was Wesley Snipes looking, and that's not true. There has been a lot of back migrations coming in a lot of phases. You get what I'm saying? So it's like you had darker skinned Arabs, you had lighter skinned Arabs, yet and still they kept the mission the same. La ilaha illallah, alif lam lam ha, which is Allah, subhanahu wa ta'ala. That's all that mattered against the Roman Empire and against those corrupt Jews, who didn't have a proper narrative. So, you had black ones there, you had light ones there. Some hadiths describe Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. And I'm just talking like this for the religious world, for those that believe it. You get what I'm saying? Because I'm not here to say whether he exists historically or not. But again, everybody know that I am a Muslim and I'm Sufi. So my thing is that for those who follow that narrative, of what's being said, some hadiths describe Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, as being, looking one way, and another hadith say he look another way. But we do know hadiths, a lot of them are not authentic. It's been hijacked. It's been hijacked by a lot of other groups of people. But but I just want to say this though, Asiatic black man, fair-skinned people and dark-skinned people did exist in that area at the same time. I also want to say that, Asiatic, the predecessor of the so-called Asiatic black man, philosophically speaking, it would have been an East African Nile Valley man, because these Nile Valley populations leaked out of the Horn and brought a lot of advanced things into the so-called Middle East since the Natufian phase and after the Natufian phase, going all the way everywhere.
That's the Middle Eastern Basal, is basically, those same groups that you're talking about. And we can actually see cultural marks. Well, I got a book, Prehistoric Nations by John D. Baldwin. It's a Scholar Select, page 106. He says that the Kaaba is a Kushite monument, that the Kaaba is an ancient Kushite monument, and that it's been there, from time immemorial. So even though the Holy Quran doesn't say Abraham built it, it says he rebuilt the Kaaba. So it's been there for a long time.
Well,
that's a Kushite market.
I tell you this, I can agree with that because I don't really believe in a
Love you.
historical. I don't believe in a historical Ibrahim. I follow Abraham mythology for the principles and the lessons. So when they say Abraham and Ishmael built it, I don't agree with that because I follow it more for I follow that story more for the lessons more than the historicity. That don't matter to me. It's the principle of the story, which represents the human journey. But I do agree with the Cushitic, because the Cushites were there, even in the year of the elephant. The Quran, I mean, Islam teaches you about the year of the elephant. It stated Ethiopia would destroy the Kaaba. These niggas was beefing with Ethiopians south of them that would control Yemen at that time.
Yep. Yeah. They was beefing over trade routes, because at one time, the Hijaz controlled trade. Then it would transition further south, with ebb and flow, with who controlled the frankincense trade and then silks coming from India and spices and all of that. All of that had to come through Arabia. So really, Arabia was a good point of reference for the black man long time ago.
Absolutely. I agree with you. I agree with you. And this is a good show, man. This is a good show. I just want to tell you, black man, but for me, King, based off my studies and me understanding, E developed in the northern parts of Sudan. But I'm not saying that it didn't leak into early grassy Arabia, because it did. It did. I mean, we found the Nubian complexes or the Nubian structures, but that was 100,000 years ago. That was before E exists.
That's right.
That was way before E exists. So
the archaeology, I got to study on that. The archaeology, I think it's Ofer Ben Joseph, and he did the archaeology on the Kushite sites in Arabia, and he connected the shields and some of the oval-headed shapes of the heads. He connected that to one of the 25th dynasty. He connected that to the 25th dynasty and the book of Ezekiel. But I know many people don't subscribe to the biblical narrative, but he did connect it to certain passages from the Bible.
And Kush is a tricky thing because, because I don't believe in the Black Sumerian thing, and Kish, because I understand Mesopotamia as well. But for me, but Kush is a tricky thing because when the Greeks talked about the Kushites, they really wasn't talking about populations in modern day Ethiopia. They were talking about Nilotic, not Afro-Asiatic, Oromo, Aga, none of that, but Nilotic speaking populations that lived in northern Sudan. You get what I'm saying? These were Nilotic type people. You get more Nilotic. Then we got to get into the term, this thing Kush, Kush, Akushi and Meduneter. It has a lot of meanings. So you got these, we know about the Afro-Asiatic speakers, and we know the foundation of the so-called Afro-Asiatic language starts in, Ethiopia or Eritrea around 16,000 years ago, according to Christopher Ehret. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, you got different arguments with that, though, about what the source of the Afro-Asiatic language is, because, you got some arguing that it came out of the Levant, different spots,
If you look up the recent study, the Horn African marker makes better sense because the Omotics have a more proto-phase of, and they live in the peak of the Horn of Africa. Not to mention, we got to talk about the clusters and the different populations of people where you find more diversity of Afro-Asiatic in Africa than outside of Africa. Outside of Africa, all you got is a few Semitic languages, and Semitic is a late addition to the Afro-Asiatic family. You got Amazon Africa. You had Medu Neter, but that went extinct. You got the Amazon language, which is the Berber language. You got the different styles of Cushitic. You got the Hausa.
And Berber language is old as hell.
Yeah, it's
old.
It's very old. Then you got the Hausa language of it. And then within the Amazon language, you got like 14 subfamilies within that family. Then you got the Hadza, H-A-U-S-A, not Hadza, H-A-U-S-A, the Hadza, which is a cluster that developed in, Chad and northern Nigeria. So Afro-Asiatic, based off Christopher Ehret model, and also I forgot the other guy name. It's not on top of my head.
You got Winfrey, Noth, Vitali. You got a few of them that pushes Afro-Asiatic way back. 16,000, some 30. I seen 32,000.
It could it could go back. It had to go back earlier than 16,000 because. But the branch of it peels off of some type of Eastern Nilotic language. It peels off of some type because the further you go back, some customs linguistically is absent from the older clusters of it, like bees and honey. You don't find that in the earlier clusters going back to even prior before the Omotic stratum of it. So,
but the interesting thing is that the Hadza, they was into honey too. They would climb the trees and get the honey. You know, that's just interesting. You know, they've been doing that for a long time.
Yeah, but you know, the Hadza, their language is close to Khoisan linguistically. These people are very old. You get what I'm saying? But Afro-Asiatic is something that peels off of some type of Eastern Nilotic language. Because when you start studying like Eastern Nilotics, you don't really have an Asiatic without being next to some type of Nilotic speaker. They always around each other. You understand? They're always around each other.
They mix because if you're coming back over the Red Sea, you know, from my point of view, if you're coming back over the Red Sea into Djibouti, you know, the first thing you're gonna come into contact with are Nilotes. You know, so that makes perfect sense.
Yeah. You're gonna come back into all those, and then not to mention the V2 branch of EM78 and the V1 branch of EM78. You had older additions to that marker there before the Natufians even came back in, slightly mixed or whatever. You had the earlier clusters. It's like they kind of knew their foundation because they found their way back into the Horn of Africa.
Exactly.
Other populations came in.
But this is where we get the consistent, or this is where we get all of the hoopla over the Red Sea in the Bible. This is where it's right there. It's talking, in my opinion, it's talking about early Africans that crossed over and then came back. This is what we get all of the hoopla with the Red Sea.
Yeah, but see that them Bronze Age people, man, that kind of like came in and brought the J marker. You know, a lot of us try to, you know, not saying you, but a lot of us try to deny that, you know, because, you know, these people come in before Hebrew exists and before books exist. And a lot of us try to write the J marker off like it didn't play a major role in a lot of the literature. And some of them dudes even fought their way into Egypt.
Yeah, J and E moved together at times.
Yeah, yes, they did.
Yes,
so it's like,
J and E moved together, you know, conquering.
Yeah, they could. Yeah. So you had these hook-nosed dudes coming in and getting absorbed in African culture. Actually, they were part of African culture because they were there. You know, I'm not gonna say Haile Selassie, who we know based off when Spencer Wells did the DNA test of his grandson, he didn't even have an E marker. And we know, I think his Y chromosome was a branch of T. We're not gonna say that he wasn't an African because he was an African.
That's right. That's right.
But hey, bro, Asiatic Black man, thank you for letting me come on your show, King. I'm gonna rotate. Peace and love to the family, man.
Yo, thanks for coming through, Ngozi. Peace.
Peace, Kings.
Yeah, that was a good build, Asiatic.
Oh man, I ain't got nothing else to say after that, brother. Man, that's a blessing right there. You know, because we got a lot of things out. You know what I mean? Seriously, I'm biased. Because brother,
I'm not even gonna lie, y'all lost me at B1728.
You know, brother Ngozi is brilliant, man. You know, so you know, I just wanted to ask the brother the right questions. You know what I mean? So, because I know the brother got integrity, because I done built with him on right here with you.
Right.
You know, so I know the brother got integrity. You know what I mean? That's a real dude right there, because he just considering the data, you know what I mean? And we just have a difference of opinion on the source of the E markers. But the brother, you know, he ain't playing no games. I respect him to the fullest. You know what I mean? Thank you, Unbiased. You know what I mean?
Yeah, definitely, man. I knew that, you know, once Ngozi came on, and when you were spitting what you were saying about the marker, I knew that the person who understood your language the most and would appreciate what you're saying the most was Ngozi. And that's why I let him in, and I asked him immediately, yo, what you want to talk about? I knew it was going to be what you mentioned.
Yeah.
So I was like, all right. I was like, Asiatic, yo, explain that again.
Yo, what mattered
Run that back, Turbo?
He got that integrity. You know what I mean? He ain't no fake ass, you know, just going to say something for the sake of pleasing, you know, this dude or that dude. He's saying it like it is. You know, I can respect that, because that's what we need.
Yeah.
You know, so you know, I'm done after that, bro. You know what I mean? You know, peace out, man. You know, word up. Peace, bro.
Well, look, hey, yo, y'all had hey, go. I mean, Asiatic, before you leave, you know, I just started going back live, by the way, and as you might know, but this was my largest audience today that I had, you know, viewers. I had like 22, 24 people listening in. So I'm kind of getting back where I used to be. So that's more pressure to go live more often, you know,
Yes, sir.
People like to change the pace, and this is why, Colleen, we don't talk religion here, because everybody else talks religion, and I want to do something different. Like, I was good, like you said, people don't consider the things people go through, the emotions. You coming at their faith, and that's all they have to keep them sane. You take that, dude probably commit suicide, kill somebody. So this is why we kind of stay away from that over here, unless somebody is dogmatic, and then it gives us no choice but to obviously ask questions about, especially when people is being certain about their doctrine. Then
Right.
you're gonna push like. And by the way, we're called, not officially, but just jokingly, like this we were called FCC, fact checkers, right? Fact checker community. So we're known to fact check, and that's what Amber's alluding to when she was speaking. But she probably forgot about the acronym I gave us. It was FCC. So we sit and we fact check, information. And like I said, Wu Jiawu, believe it or not, when he was on the hot seat twice here, and probably 3 or 4 times.
Yeah.
So, and we were coming at him. We were coming at him.
I was around for a couple of those.
Yeah.
I actually live on the hot seat here.
So Asiatic black man can tell you.
Yeah,
look at good
it's
chef.
true.
Hey, peace, chef. Good luck coming through. But not really. Like,
but I will say, Colleen, you live there because you place your, like, it's one thing for us to have a conversation, right? But I don't know if you know that you do this, but you attach your religion in everything you talk about. So
That's not true. This is the first time I ever brought up religion. Like, we've talked about a lot of things, and I don't attach my religion to everything we talk about. Y'all didn't even know what I was. Y'all thought I was Christian last week. Like, I don't at all. But I believe what I believe. And like I said, I don't even believe it's a religion. I believe it's a way of life. I believe it's way deeper than that. I believe the mission is way deeper than that. And people get caught up in there because they choose to.
There's nothing wrong with, when people attempt to explain how things can and be, it's going to always be controversial. So anytime somebody mentions those things, expect criticism, expect backlash, expect a challenge.
That's fine.
Right.
But when you make
I
that
don't expect to come on here. Look, I don't expect to come on here and talk about something as controversial as vaccines without at least one person coming at me. I don't expect to come on here. I told you that me and Chief X was on the hot seat when we was talking about that shooting out there in and was that Georgia? Like, everybody was getting on us, killing us.
No, that's true, but it's not just religion. I could be talking about abortion.
And just to clarify,
it don't matter. I could be talking about anything. Last few times I never even mentioned religion. Y'all kept trying to bait me into that, like, oh, you religious? You believe? And I'm like, oh, what do you mean?
Anybody trying to beat you in, bro?
Well, here's the thing, and just to clarify my point. I didn't know particularly what your religion was, but when you make comments like, the condition we're in is because we haven't did this and we're following the white man and we're not we don't know who we are, and this and it's pointing to a doctrine. I'm saying religion, but
that's not true. A lot of people feel that way. That's why you didn't know what religion I was in. You didn't know because that's not enough to make you know.
Right, but it points to some religious ideology, whether or not I know the
not
specific one. Oh, okay.
Well, she's telling you.
It really doesn't, though. Everything I've ever said has been from a Black Power vein, a Black Power point of view. I haven't even correlated religion in it until tonight. Tonight is the first time
you mentioned Honorable Elijah Muhammad your last live, brother, but you probably don't remember.
Oh no, I do mention a lot most Honorable Elijah Muhammad. I'm not going to say I didn't, but once again, in spite of me mentioning that, she didn't know that I was down with the nation. So I obviously did it in a way to where you didn't know, because at the end of the day, I know what platform I'm on. And I'm going to come at you on any level that y'all want to come on. When y'all want to go there, we can go there. But until then, we can go anywhere else you would like to go. And I would be glad to take that
I don't think most people are willing to stand on their religion like they say they do. And this is why I don't even take that bait. I just leave it alone. But I don't like to be pushed either. Like, let's just leave it alone, because if somebody got a religion, Hebrew Israelite, I would love, like, Akachi's a Hebrew Israelite, and I did not really come at him too much, but I would have loved to. But I don't want to make it about me and Akachi and look what I know and look what I can prove. I leave it alone, like, and I just go on something we all can build on. Because if I touch on the Hebrew Israelite doctrine, Akachi, we're gonna probably be the only ones that know what we're talking about. Just like Asiatic Black Men and Ngozi, like we're listening, trying to follow, but them two pretty much had more of a grasp on what they were talking about.
Yeah.
So this is why I don't really like to dwell on it. But when people keep throwing the challenge out there, like if Akashi came on here right now, I was like, man, my doctrine, man, that's the only way. See, now he's pushing me. I'm like, all right, bro, relax. Nah, it really is though. We're all Hebrew. Then I it's go. It's go time.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean,
And
I don't
I'm
push
gonna
my
bring up to
doctrine
Genesis
on
1, 2, and
anybody.
3.
I don't push my doctrine or what I believe on anybody. I'm constantly elevating in my knowledge. I study all the time. You know, I question, I believe, I rework, I rework things in my head, and I just come to one conclusion every single time, and it is that I was in the right place the whole time. You know what I'm saying? So, but I'm not gonna say that I'm not on a constant, mission to learn more and to, become more, mentally sound and just, fluid and, everything that I believe. You know what I mean? But like I said, I just have not found anything that is just on this level, like, you feel me, in spite of all my studies, you know what I'm saying? And I've had a lot of studies, you know what I mean? And
now I can definitely help you meet your match. If you and we ain't got to do it on a live. I'm saying we can do it a personal phone call where we can go back
a
and
lot
forth.
of people have said that, and quite frankly, like I said, most times like
The
Muhammad,
same, but a lot of people don't know.
turn.
But a lot of people didn't know. Like you said, a lot of people say that, right? A lot of people ain't. Look, let me just finish the last point. You said a lot of people say that, right? But I'm a little different, and I proved it today when I asked you guys the age of man according to Elijah Muhammad, and I got no answer, and as though he didn't give an answer until I gave the answer, and my man was like, "Oh yeah, AJ Blackman." Like, "Oh yeah." So I proved that just then, and I have a lot more.
No,
things like
but
that.
you didn't prove anything because, as I said to you before, it was an approximation, so we don't know.
No,
and
okay.
an approximation
But
inherent
you didn't
in
even
that
know.
is we don't
You
know.
two,
So
okay.
everything is
So
an approximation, and then on top of that, I said
so
the
was
theology of time
66
said
million?
that we don't have an accurate number. So we already covered that. But
wait. So stop right there. See, because you going back there. You inviting yourself. So
no, you ain't. I ain't inviting nothing. You said
okay.
we didn't do this not on
All
live.
right,
But
so
then you tried to,
I ain't gonna do it. Just last thing. I'm gonna get you off your high horse, but without proving a point. It's just I'm gonna ask a question and leave it. So Elijah attempt to explain the beginnings of mankind, right?
Okay. Mm-hmm.
And he said start with the atom.
Say what?
He said started with the atom.
Yeah, in the theology of time.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
And he said the atom was spinning, and atoms don't spin, by the way. The electrons in the atom allegedly spin. You dig? But they don't. But
right.
so
That's what makes
atoms
this
don't
one
spin.
different, right?
Right. So but they don't spin. And then I would just ask which atom? There's 100, I think what, 12,
Listen,
118 of them?
everything starts from an atom. Everything.
No, but which
That's
but hold
normal
on.
science.
Look, wait.
You cannot have
back up.
everything.
See, look. I'm asking a specific question. I said, which atom? There's 118. Which one was spinning? They don't spin.
Listen. It doesn't matter which one. What matters is that it was an atom. And it matters is that that's the building blocks of life. What matters is that when you break it all down, that's what you get it to the bottom. So
but atoms just don't pop out of nowhere.
It is
atoms are built up from other subatomic particles. You know that, right, my brother?
Okay.
Yeah. So atoms come to be. They don't be by themselves. Things make up atoms. You got quarks that make
nothing
protons.
you're saying is debunking or really
challenging. So you want something?
Because
so you want something, right? You want something real fast?
Listen, bro, you can do all that you want to. It really does not matter to me because that's your plan of action. I know what I'll do. I'll try to harp on the most controversial teaching, and then what I'll do is try to discredit based upon that. And you can do that, and that's cool.
It's not about discrediting it. If
that's nothing. That's nothing.
Dude, okay, fine, it's nothing. And I won't say. Look, I won't say what I'm going to say. I just speak around it. when it comes to science, right? There's some things you accept and you don't accept. Now, if you don't accept it, there's no point in me even mentioning certain things because it won't go anywhere. But if you accept certain things, then we can build on that. All right. So that's why I mentioned atoms, because because obviously you accept atoms. And if you accept atoms, I'm assuming you accept protons, neutrons, electrons. If you accept that, you're probably going to accept quarks. You dig? So we're actually building on something at that point. And we're in agreement. But there's one other thing he mentioned that was there that I know you're not aware of. And I think everybody on this panel, I don't care how much you disagree with me, everybody would disagree with the next piece of matter he said was out there in space. So I'm not gonna say it. I'll leave it like that. It's totally anti-science. I believe you would disagree with it as well.
All right.
It's
Well, the
anti-science.
bottom line is this: I do not, in any way, shape, form, or fashion, really care about this point or the point that you're making.
We can
I
leave it
don't.
then.
And
All
the
right, let's leave
reason
it.
I don't care
There we go.
about it,
You don't care if we speak on it.
no, the reason I do not care about it in the slightest form at all is because I know that this is your quote unquote attempt to try to isolate the teachings of the Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad to this quote unquote controversial point. Now you can say the point or you cannot say the point. It really doesn't matter to me. Very real fact of the matter is the majority of what you know and what you're saying, it comes from them. So you can say how you want.
It comes from
You can say what you want, but this is not a knowledge that you went out and quote unquote let me finish.
Wait,
did the experiments to come up with this
dude,
yourself.
You're giving a lecture at this point. Like
I'm not. I'm just letting you know where you got your information from.
Okay, understood. The same way you got it. You got a 4-degree. You got a 4-year degree.
Yeah.
So we got our brothers. We got our information from the same place.
Not necessarily. Not the information that we discussing tonight. That's not it.
No. When it comes to science, okay, I'm pretty sure you took some biology classes, you took some physics classes, and you took some chemistry classes. So when we both talk about those three subjects in science, we got it from the same source.
All right, listen. Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad taught us.
All right,
everything started from an atom. What he did was give what he did. Okay, that's fine.
How did he discover the atom though? Like
that's fine. Right. Well, we deduced that based upon looking at science today, creation today. That's what we deduce. We break it down to that is the most simple form, most simple, common denominator, and that's where everything started from. That one particular.
Now that doctrine, the book was written when?
I mean, even if you say that the Earth came first and that these microscopic organisms started to form, right? To come up at their very smallest form, is that not an atomic form?
Okay, well, look. I want to. Most of them. I want to ask this.
Okay.
Wait, I want to ask this.
So to say that it all started from an atomic level.
Wait,
that's
hold
not
on.
Really far.
I want to address why he only said atom and why he did not say proton, neutron, electron. Okay. So the book was written when?
Which book are you talking about?
Where you spoke about the atom.
The Theology of Time in the 70s.
Okay. The Message of Black Man was when? I'm sorry. Our Share the Rise was written when?
60s.
Okay. You know that's in there, right?
What? Our Savior Has Arrived?
Yeah, the atom is in there.
It may very well be, as I said.
No, it is. Because I told you it's chapter 11.
That's fine. Listen.
Right. So I didn't finish my points. I get emotional. I'm just giving you a fact.
That's all fine, but
I wasn't done, bro. Relax.
None of this diminishes the teachings of the Most Honorable Muhammad.
I asked you a simple question. You got emotional. I asked you a date. Okay, so let me just finish then.
Bro. I know you, Jeezy. We
Bro, I wanted to.
All
Right, he knows me. I know you too, but you still talk, right?
Right, we've been doing this for years. Now
No,
you sit up
no,
here.
we never talked about this though. We never talked about
but
this.
you sit up here.
Wait, bro. Just let me get off something real fast, and without making a major point. All I was trying to do was just point out, because you said 70s. You try to give a later date when I was telling you that the Theology of Time is just a collection of speeches. So the atom was first mentioned in Our Series Arrived, like you just said.
You asked when it came out, the book, and
okay.
It was in the 70s. But go ahead.
I was talking about Our Series Has Arrived. That's why I read Adam.
In the 60s.
Okay, right. Do you know when they discovered a neutron? Do you know what year?
No, I don't.
Okay, it was after that. Do you know when they discovered a proton?
I don't know. Not the direct date.
So what I'm saying is
they started discovering things that
okay. No, wait. The way science works, my brother, they predict it, and then they attempt to try to find it. So what I'm saying is this.
So the messenger started first, is what you're saying.
Just let me get this out, and I'm done. I don't preach, I don't rant, and nobody ever says I'm long-winded. All right. So I believe he was only saying atom because the knowledge of a neutron wasn't even around yet. Like, that was just what was known at the time. I could be wrong, but I definitely know that they didn't find a neutron to afterwards.
You could be wrong, and you are very well wrong. Okay.
When was a neutron confirmed?
Listen, I just told you I don't know, brother. I don't know that.
How am I wrong?
I don't know that particular. I don't know that particular exact date. But one thing that I will say is, you say you could be wrong. I contend that you are. Okay.
All right. So I'll look it up.
And I contend that he's right. And I contend that if ever it's going to come down to you and him, I'm going to rock with the man. The man that produced, not you.
Right,
who's trying to make a little living off of trying to debunk him. But it ain't
Wait,
work.
no. You just said that he made claims that the best scientists in the world couldn't debunk, right? You said that. He offered $100,000. Now, a lot of what I'm saying was around that time. You know, not everything, but around what I'm saying was especially
what you're saying is diminishing or taking away from anything.
Who said I am? That's how you taking it, man.
That's what you're doing.
Dude,
that's what you're trying to do.
Colleen, it's okay, relax. That's your
feeling.
Colleen, that's your feeling. Relax, dude. Why you get to say what you want? And I give you a whole minute to go in.
They just build.
So I'm gonna get a minute. All right, so hold on. Okay, I'm gonna get a minute. Give myself a minute. I gave you a minute twice. I'm gonna take a minute without any interruption. Okay, starting now. So I believe that Elijah Muhammad was only saying atom because the subatomic particles wasn't really proven yet. They were just in theory. They were they were predicted. So it wasn't like well known like it is now. So he was limited in his science. So he kept saying atom because that's the only thing that was actually known at the time. Right. And this is when he tried to attempt to explain life. He starts with the atom, but then he made a big mistake and named another piece in there in space with the atom that's just unscientific. Everybody will agree that this is like almost like saying a finger was in space with the atom. So if an atom was sparking to life, how does that atom have hands? So he made a mistake like that. So imagine somebody's trying to attempt to explain how the beginning worked with human beings, and you're mentioning an atom and then a hand. Like, don't hands got blood and all type of other things with the skin, and how's that stuff in space with an atom? Cells and everything.
Excuse me, sir.
Where'd that come from?
Nobody ever said that he had hands. That's not the teachings. A fact about it, the teachings actually state that it wasn't, we weren't even in this form at that particular time. The original Adam, the original creation, the original force of creation, it wasn't this form. This wasn't the form that it was in. It wasn't. So, that's theology of time. So for you to sit here,
you want me to read it for you?
For you to say, oh, what?
You want me to read it for you? So we don't got to guess. What he said that was there at that time. The beginning, he's telling us how life came to be. This is Genesis when it comes to life, human beings.
Okay.
I can read verbatim what he said. You know, I could show it. I could share my screen. We all can read it together. Okay. So, and I already told AJ Black Man this a minute ago, and you know, he ain't want to do nothing with it because this is what is written. And so when people say, when he says he got a third grade education, I agree, because that's something that you would say when you lack the education, the full education in science. You would say something like that. But I'll leave off that point.
You done?
Yeah.
Okay.
I
So
thought
you cannot reduce the entirety of the Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad's teachings or works to that point. You can't. This is a man who, as I said in the Theology of Time, said we weren't there. We do not know. This is all approximation, and this is based upon what we can deduce based upon the knowledge that we have, or whatever the case may be. So, at the end of the day, I mean, I didn't see where you just said that. You know, I mean, maybe you could read it again. That, you know, he had hands or whatever the case may be.
Yes, he said something worse than hands. So I gave him hands, but he said something actually worse. You want me to share my screen and read it for you, or I could leave it alone? Which one?
You can do whatever you want, bro. That's all fine and well with me. That's all fine and well with me.
All right. Would you be embarrassed if I was to read it? No. Yeah, because I asked Eric Muhammad these questions too, and he dropped the ball on Sunday the TV. All right, so let me see. Oh, here we go. Found it right here. Mm-hmm. Yeah, but anybody want to? While I'm looking for this, Amber, were you gonna say something? And goes anybody? So it won't be dead silent.
I just thought you was gonna pull it up on the screen.
Yeah, I am.
Think it's gonna make much difference one way or the other. But I just was wondering if you were gonna actually demonstrate that.
Yeah, I could do that right now. Okay, so let you know where we at. Okay. All right.
Oh.
Oh boy, I didn't want to do this. Okay. Now, when people talk about the education level, when we talk about the education level of the brother, like I say, he attempted to do good, and we can even talk about, because I heard mentioned that he provided a solution, and I heard all these little accolades. I'm willing to challenge each and every last one. Okay, and especially the economic blueprint. Like, I want to look more deep into his plan with that, and let's see how realistic that was, and let's see if that was like coming from an economist or coming from somebody who ain't know much about money.
All right, now you're just violating. Let's get to the point you're making.
All right, so no, that just okay. So we at chapter 11 again, right? So I'm gonna skip down to paragraph 25. No, I want to talk about the economic blueprint as well. All right. So we had chapter 11. Was it paragraph 25? I probably got control find it again. All right, let me control find it again. I thought it was 25. Control find. There we go. Boom. Oh, 34. Okay, I got it. All right. Okay, I got it. No, that's not it. Damn it. Let me go back. Okay. So what chapter is this? So that was 20, right? What chapter is this? This is chapter 26. You go down to paragraph 20. We're talking about the will of Allah must be done. Knowledge and belief are different. I can believe that there is an airplane out there on the doorstep, but there is no airplane out there. Okay. There are many people who believe that angels are out in the air somewhere, but if they are out there, we cannot see them. Okay, cool. So it's my spirits. The will of Allah must be done. Allah could not have a will. Allah could not have willed himself until he had brains, right? Because so he willed himself from the spitting atom. Himself, Allah was created, self-created from an atom of life. The atom of life was not only able to create flesh and have blood from the earth that he was created on Allah. Allah was created.
Hold on, wait. The atom of life was not only able to create flesh and have blood from the earth that he was created on. Okay.
So let me get to where I'm going. Okay. So here we go. Imagine you close your eyes now. Imagine the whole entire visibility of the universe is gone from you. This is the way heaven. This is the way he was born, in total darkness, not triple, total darkness. There was no light anywhere. Out of the total orbit of the universe of darkness, there sparkled an atom of life. Once upon a time, what? But don't ask me when it was. How could that atom of life make a record of his own creation?
Okay, so we don't know. We didn't record that back long. Okay.
Right. So don't ask him. It could not write his own creation, the record of it, because he was the first. There was no recorders around him. He was first to record his own self. How long was that? We can't tell. We were not there. He was the one in the entire dark universe. He had to wait until the atom of life produced what?
Brains.
Brains. We're talking about in space. The atom of life produced brains.
No, it just said that he was on the created on the earth.
No, don't worry. It'll come out. Because we're talking about the beginning. He had to wait until the atom of life produced brains to think what he needed. How long was that? I don't know. Long as shit. Okay, so he produced brains at a time where he don't know how long it was ago because nobody was there to record it. Okay. All right, so he had to produce brains to think what he needed. How long was that? I don't know, brothers, but he was a black man. That's all I know. He was a black man coming out of total darkness. We're talking about space. He's telling you where we're talking about. Coming out of total darkness at that time. At that time, we all could say that we are produced by a white guy, but there was no light, nor any white anywhere. There was all darkness. So we know what we're talking about here. We're talking about the beginning of mankind's space. So God revealed to me in that darkness space, which had no end to it there, that darkness created an atom of life. You see, we're talking about space, and the color had to be black, and there was no light. Therefore, it had to be the color of the one thing that created it. All praise due to Allah. So we're talking about the beginning of everything. Where's a spinning atom, the atom of life? It produced brains so he could know what to create next. The moon, sun, stars. He needed a brain first. So how can a brain survive in the total darkness of space?
First of all, if you read two paragraphs
how can an atom have a brain? Get past that.
First of all, if you read two paragraphs up, it just said that the atom was created on the earth. So it wasn't the total darkness of space. Second, two paragraphs up, it says...
Show me. Earth is not nowhere here.
Hold on. Wait a minute.
You just made that up. Where?
Wait. Hold on. Go turn up. Go up.
Right there.
Turn up.
I started right here. I started for 25.
Okay.
I didn't read
No,
earth.
you went up a little bit further.
No, I said.
Yeah, you was
imagine
higher
before-
than that. You went higher.
Dude, I didn't read anything past 25, but I'll go up. I didn't read. This is the beginning.
You just read this.
I didn't read this over here, bro. What's
Hold on.
wrong with you? But I'll read it.
No. Go
came
back
the black
down.
God, Mr. Muhammad?
No, go
He
back
is-
down. Go back down.
Okay,
Go back
first, no, you let me read it now. You said I didn't. You said I
Hold
read this.
on, bro. Go back
How
down.
came
You
the
just
black
read
God,
something.
Mr. Muhammad? He is self-created. How could self create self? Take your magnifying glass, start looking at these little atoms out there in front of you. You see that they are egg-shaped and they are oblong. I did not read this. You can crack them open and you will find everything in them that you will find here. Then where there's some of them atoms out there, well, who created them? I want you to accept the black God, you say. There is no beginning or ending. I admit that. But we do know that they had to have some kind of beginning. But what happens? We're talking about the beginning. We don't know. That's why we say that his beginning, we don't know anything about, but he do know something about it.
He
explains
just
it right
said
here.
that we don't. Go ahead.
He said,
he
so
don't.
it-
Only thing we do know is based upon atoms in the building blocks.
so
of
you
life.
know something about it.
But is that something? That's something.
Yeah,
now.
but we there was no one around there to record. There was no one around there to. He already explained over and over again at paragraph after paragraph. We do not know the correct origins.
No, he
but
said
we
he don't know
do
anything about it.
That
So,
everything
Khalid,
starts from this building block of life. That's what we
Khalid,
know. And if you read further down,
Khalid,
keep reading. He said
Khalid,
it was on the earth. So what are you talking about?
No,
You said-
nowhere on earth to say
Khalid,
that.
Khalid.
I'm listening, but I want him to read down.
The little that we do know, right? Was anyone around to record this, or were they revealed? Was it revealed to them?
No, it's science. This is pure science.
Okay,
it had
so
to
where
start from somewhere, and it had to start from the smallest
So science- so you're saying
component or
science-
element of creation, and that
Sir.
smallest element of creation had to produce the life that we see today.
Sir.
That's the
Sir.
fact.
So you're saying that science is reflective of what is in this book?
Yes, in many levels. Which is what the brother, what the brother just was explaining about.
Sir.
What the brother was just explaining, which no one
I
challenged him.
I have a follow-up question, sir.
With the tribe of Shabazz. Could we
In
read
science-
down further? Though?
In
'Cause I
science,
was trying to read
sir,
something.
sir. In science, what atom is the atom of life? In science,
You're looking at it when you look at yourself. You are a direct biological descendant of that atom of life.
so we're
That's
one
what
atom. One
differentiated
atom
that
called the
atom.
atom of life.
That's what differentiated that atom from all the other inordinate inanimate atoms that we see right now in front of us to have no use. Okay, it was an atom of life that produced all life.
So
an atom of creation that produced all creation. There was a distinctive fact about this particular atom, which is why we all came from it. That's science. That's fact.
Okay. So my question is, if we're all a sign of this, so we're all an atom of life. So does that mean that the initial atom of life looked like us?
No, that's not what it said. He just proved that it said, which I said it didn't say he didn't have hands. It said it wasn't in this form. The only thing it distinctly said was that it had brains. The only thing it distinctly said was that it had some sort of consciousness. And let me finish. And we have proof over again that you do not get creation without the prerequisite of conscious thought.
Sir.
Excuse me.
Well,
I'm gonna start preaching.
I'm not preaching.
Sir.
What I said was you
Sir.
do not get any creation without the prerequisite of conscious thought. So to say that a consciousness came first before life is not far-fetched at all. To say that the distinctive atom of life is what created the distinctive life, as opposed to atoms that create a door or a tree. Okay.
So according to what we read, the atom of life came before
This was going mad long night, sir. You just so
I
afraid of this
wasn't that long.
knowledge.
I literally asked a couple questions.
All right, whatever. Go ahead.
So the atom of life is what came before the brain. So
Absolutely.
I'm just
Before the
asking,
consciousness.
right? So I'm just asking, where in science do we see the atom of life? Because
You
it should
see
be
it
one
when you
atom.
look in the mirror. You are alive. that life
But-
started from somewhere.
So then
The
we are
reason
the
why
atom
you
of
are
life. So
different
then,
from a car, which is comprised of atoms, you're different from a
Sir.
tree or whatever that's comprised of atoms,
Sir.
or the concrete on the floor. Let me finish. That's comprised
so
of
we're the
atoms.
only things that's alive.
Can I
We're the only
finish?
thing. So plants
Please,
aren't
my
alive.
sister. You don't have to start me.
When I
You
look in
asked
the
the
mirror, do I
question.
see?
You
Sir.
asked the question.
But
Now,
you're
when I go
going
to
on a
answer
whole
it, you wanna serve me
monologue
to death.
about nothing, and you're not answering the actual
Amber,
question.
I'm answering
You
it
have
if you
no,
would
you're
let
not.
me.
You're not.
Okay, well, don't cut me off. Just
Are
let me
we an
speak.
atom?
Ramble
So
on and
we're
make
an
myself
atom.
look stupid. But don't cut me off. Now, when you look in the mirror, you see
Oh,
a
shit.
manifestation of that atom of life, which separates you from the dresser in your room, the
We're
bed
not
in
talking
your
about
room,
the
that are
manifestation.
two
We're
comprised
talking
of
about the
atoms.
actual atom
Let
of life.
me finish, please.
No, thank you. We're
Why?
talking about the
Why can't
actual
I? How
atom
you
of
gonna
life
ask me a question about my religion, then won't let me finish?
because you're not answering the actual question.
Yeah, I am. If you would, well, then let me not
Hey.
No,
answer
you're
it, but
not.
still let me talk. Rondell, she mute me all the time. What's up with this?
I'm not
Now I
muting you
just get people
today.
that can cut me off and just
I'm not
constantly
muting
say,
you today.
no,
I knew you
no,
were going
you
to come
can't
unhinged.
finish.
This
No.
is what people do when they don't have an answer.
Okay. No,
All
look.
right. Well,
You know what?
Rondell, shut
Hold
up.
on. You know what? Give him 1 minute. Give him 1 minute.
Thank
And
you.
then guess
Hush
what?
yourself, sister.
Okay, now look.
Hush yourself.
Look. You
Quiet
can get
yourself.
look, I'm telling you, you get 1
All
minute.
right. Soon
And
as she
then when you're
quiet
done,
herself and
now
subdue
look,
herself.
wait. Now look. So everybody's gonna hear your answer to her
All
question.
right. Now,
It's gonna
like
take
I
1 minute.
said, you see the atom of life. You're a genetic manifestation of that atom of life. Every time you look in the mirror, you see what separates and distincts you from the inanimate objects, from the things that can't move, talk, speak, or think. What separates you? That is the manifestation of that atom of life. Next question.
May I speak now?
Yeah.
I've been
So-
to the next question.
So my question is, what in science can we deduce to being the atom of life? Since you're saying it's okay, so are plants alive?
Yes.
So when I look in the mirror, I see a plant.
Right.
When I look in the mirror, I see sperm. When I look in the mirror, I see all of these different things that are alive. Because
all of which serve you.
You keep saying serve me, but you keep
Yes,
saying if I
plants are
just
here
look
for
in
you
the
to eat,
mirror,
give you
when I look in
nourishment,
the
and
mirror,
serve you
I
to
see a
crush.
human. So are you saying that the atom of life is human, and that the brain came after the human? Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying that consciousness came before creation. That's it. Not creation came first and consciousness last. That's all I'm saying.
But that's what it said. So according to you, the atom, I mean, did we not just read that the atom of life came first?
Consciousness came before creation. I just explained that. Next question.
So atom of life is not creation.
Atom of life is absolutely creation. It's the building blocks of creation. Without that atom of life, we would
So
not
we
have,
just
we would not be
just
able to
read that the
separate
atom of life
which
came
is made
first.
of matter, which is made of the same atoms as opposed to
Unbiased. Can you read his doctrine again that he's unfamiliar with? Because I'm sure atom of life came first.
All right, so let me get it for you.
I just said that. It
All right,
came
so
first.
give me a chance to read it.
What part of that don't you understand?
All right, imagine you close your eyes now. Imagine the whole entire visibility of the universe is gone. What's up, Terrence Washington? It says from you. So imagine the whole entire visibility of the universe is gone from you. This is the way he was born. So we're talking about, all right. So this is actually God in total darkness. There was no light anywhere. Out of the total orbit of the universe. So this is the first one. Make no mistake. Out of the total orbit of the universe, not Earth, of darkness, there sparkled an atom of life. So we know what we're talking about. We're talking about space. Once upon a time.
No.
So where's the universe of darkness?
Hold on. Read up to where it says the planet he was created on. Hold on.
Okay. So I'll read it one more time.
No. Go down.
Okay. So let me start right here first. This is the way he was born. Isn't this talking about the first one?
Hold on.
Excuse me. Is this talking about Allah? Yes or no?
Yes, the original consciousness, right?
Okay, so this talking about Allah, Amber.
The creation that all creation.
Okay, so
came
hold
from,
on.
right.
So he's not making mankind at this point. He's talking about himself, Allah. Allah is self-created. He's about to create himself. This is Allah.
Could you read down further?
Right. No, I'm letting people know what we're talking about because it could be confusing. So we're not talking about mankind. We're talking about God himself is being created at this point. This is the way he was born, in total darkness. There was no light anywhere out of the total orbit of the universe of
We
darkness.
are talking about man though, because man
Okay,
is the
so
direct biological
we
descendant
okay,
of the
relax, but we know we're talking about the universe. We're not talking about Earth. The total orbit of the universe of darkness there sparkled an atom of life. No human, just an atom. Once upon a time, but don't ask me when it was. Don't ask him, but he's gonna tell you anyway. How could that atom of life make a record of his own creation? It could not write his own creation, the record of it, because he was the first. First means first, right? There was no recorders around him. He was the first to record his own self. How long was that? We can't tell. We were not there. He was the only one in the whole entire dark universe. There's no Earth. He had to wait until the atom of life produced brains. Now brains come all of a sudden, consciousness, to think what he needed. How long was that? I don't know. I told you. I keep telling you. I don't know. But he was a black man. Coming out of total darkness at that time, we all could say that we are produced by a white guy. But there was no light nor anywhere, white anywhere. There was all darkness. We're talking about space. He kept saying, I kept saying. So God revealed to me in that darkness, space, which had no end to it, space don't have an end. That darkness created an atom of life, and the color to be the color had to be black because darkness is black. As there was no light, therefore it could be the color of the thing that created it. All praise due to Allah. No Earth. You read Earth somewhere else. Stop making up stuff.
So
Keep
again,
going.
I
Keep
asked, what
reading.
is
Keep
Adam
reading.
of-
Keep
what is the-
reading.
That was my question.
Wait, what was it?
My question was, again, I asked, what is the atom of life? Since it correlates with science, we should be able to see this.
Since you don't want to answer, I'll keep reading like you said. Hating
No. Hold on.
hating black. The last minute man came yesterday and turned you into a fool. You have been here.
What you reading? Theology of Time, right?
This is our Savior
Our
has
Savior has arrived.
arrived.
What
This
page
is
is
before that. Yeah. This is called studying the teachings.
What page is that?
This chapter 11. Chapter 11, go to the 25th paragraph. It's identical. Because I have the same book. Matter of fact, I can tell you what page if I grab my book. So no, this ain't like Christians say, you got the wrong Bible. No, this is the right.
Ain't nobody saying none of that. Calm down.
That's a Muslim Bible.
Hey, Kaleem, you was born in the NOI?
No, absolutely. Hold on. Where is it at? Hold on.
Yeah, I'm done. Haskell, anybody else can, if you want to build, go ahead.
I mean, at the end of the day, I've got to just read this a little bit more, but I know what I read.
So is that a checkmate?
No, it's not a checkmate at all. I know I read what I just read, but you can't checkmate me at all because irregardless, everything started from an atom of life. And even if, I mean, like you just said, is the tree alive? The earth is alive. So even if you say it started from that, my nigga, that's still an atom of life that produced the life of the earth, regardless.
With the brain. So the atom of life. So the atom of life is an atom, right? Like how science teaches.
But at the end of the day, like I said, consciousness came prior. Consciousness came first. That's all. That's the only point. You know. Now, do we know? We don't know. Was we back then? No, we don't. Can we record it? We can't.
But you're missing that consciousness didn't come first. It came after the atom of life.
Right. He had to make a brain to know what he had to do next.
No, clearly that. I'm talking
like,
about.
I'm tipsy and I'm following along. Like you're missing.
I'm talking about before the creation of things is what I'm talking about. Consciousness came first. That's all I'm saying. That atom of life produced the consciousness. That's all I'm saying. And that we're descendants of that consciousness. That's all I'm saying. Now, if that atom of life was produced on a barren earth, so be it. But the bottom line is we are descendants of that consciousness. Period.
So it wasn't created on the barren earth. Earth wasn't even in existence yet. Like Is it me? Is this
I
hard
could
to
have swore that I just
Nah,
read
it's
that he
him.
said that the earth that it was created on, but I got to read that a little.
No, I read it 3
No,
times.
man,
Earth
he done
popped
read
up.
it like 5 times where it says the universe, bro. You done read that
don't know
about,
your
you done
doctrine.
read that about 5 times.
It's not the earth in the universe.
Are you serious?
Okay.
No, but remember,
Thank you.
Kaleem, remember it
It's
says
not the
everything
earth in the universe. I just want to know.
facts, but we're talking about at the time that the atom of life was created.
Right.
Remember, it was darkness, the atom of life came into being. There's no earth at that point.
We're talking about the beginning of your doctrine.
How could the earth be here without a sun?
This your creation story that you unfamiliar with.
Hey, you ain't studying your lessons, Kaleem.
No, I have. But once again, like I
I
said,
told you ain't ready, bro. And this
No,
is
what's
like,
up,
you got
Bubba?
more.
Didn't you start on scripture number 20, bro?
Where is it at?
No, and that was my fault. I had read the wrong paragraph. So
Oh, you
it was
started
at,
off with 20?
But you
So
should
go
go
to
back
20.
to that because it says something about the atom being on Earth or coming to Earth
Thank
or
you.
something
What
like
you
that.
trying to
Okay.
purposely
wait,
slide
I
out
can
of?
go. Wait, hold on. I can go back to paragraph 20 easily. All right. So, but let's be clear.
No, just
okay. No. I can talk. Nobody got to shut up and
Go
just
ahead, yeah,
go
go
to
ahead,
something.
go
I can
ahead.
talk. Let's be clear. This is talking about the birth of Allah. This is the way he was born.
Yeah.
Okay. So
Yeah.
I'll go to 20. I'll go to 20, but let's be clear. We're talking about the birth of Allah.
What's up, Pascal? What's up, Amber?
Hey, what up, IB? Hey, unbiased. That part you had
What's up,
highlighted right
DJ?
there.
I hear you in here.
What's up,
That
Indigenous?
part,
Yeah.
that part you had highlighted right there, killing me, bro. The one where it says, oh, there you go right there. He had to wait until the atom of life produced brains to think what he needed. How long was that?
How long?
That
How
shit's
long?
crazy,
He know
man.
Hold on.
how he know he was waiting?
Hold on, Amber.
how long was that? I don't know, brother. But could you go back to 20 though?
Hold on, Amber. It
Go
says,
back to 20.
hold on. It says,
20. Yeah,
hold
verse
on.
20.
It says, how long was
Okay,
that?
so he lied and said he started at 25. Now he won't go back to 20.
No.
Hey.
What I did was I did a
All
control
right, because y'all sitting here
Why we
acting
keep,
like
we keep
I'm
scrolling?
just
Why don't we
sitting
go
here
back to
and I
20?
didn't read what I just read.
Colleen, stop being a big baby. Everybody see me do a control find
Hey.
brains.
My man.
Hey, hold on right quick,
Relax
bro.
yourself.
Right. So I was trying
Relax
to get to
yourself
where I
and go
wanted to
back
get
to
to.
20 is all I
Okay,
asked.
but relax. You lied on me, so I got cleared up.
Hey, hold
Everybody
on
see me
right
do a
quick,
control
bro.
find on brains. Okay.
Hey, I'm biased.
Go ahead.
The part where it says, how long was that? I don't know, brothers, but he was a black man.
That's blackology for you.
Yeah, he's dark.
I'm gonna go to 20
Why
right now.
is that so far-fetched to believe that the
wait.
darkness produced the dark being?
So wait a
Out of the
minute.
darkness, everything came, and into the darkness, so shall it return. You don't get no color without coming from dark. Everything comes from darkness. All
the
life
atom-
comes
No,
out
but
of
then
hold
you
on.
definitely
Even,
know.
hold on, wait a
Like
minute.
you don't see a
Wait a
problem
minute,
with that.
wait a
To say
minute.
you don't know,
So
but
why
then turn
wouldn't
around
we
and say, but you
believe
know
that
he's black.
what
Like,
was produced out of the darkness was dark? Like, I mean, I don't understand that. Like, you
So
feel
the
me?
atom
Like,
was a black man?
but regardless, go back to 20.
I was scared
Absolutely.
of that verse
You're a
20. I
direct
know that.
biological descendant of him now.
Right.
You are a direct biological descendant of that atom of life right now. But you still won't go back to 20.
I'm
What's
doing
that
it
song?
now.
Because you're trying to
Relax, dude.
manipulate
That ain't
the
worth
truth. But
What's
anyway,
that song
I
Shaka
digress.
got?
We don't got to go back to 20 because the Most High
No,
Elijah Muhammad
we're
taught
going
a
back.
whole lot, a
No.
lot of more stuff that we want to totally
That ain't the 20. That
ignore
ain't the
and
verse.
get
That ain't the
past
verse you
so that
started
we
at.
can go to
That's not the
this,
verse you started at.
Hey,
but didn't have to.
and then stop spreading confusion. I'm doing control find. This how I went to 20 the first time, bro.
No. When I said, wait, go back up, you said I started at 25. You purposely lying, bro.
No.
This is
All
what
right,
you
stop.
do. And you got all your little cohorts up
Look,
here.
I'm going to keep doing.
Lying.
Look, this is a control find.
Amber, I'm a
You
cohort.
should be.
You are a
you should
cohort.
be.
Now we can get back to the philosophy of the things that's
Not
going to
yet.
help us
Not
today.
yet. Not
Or y'all
yet.
can keep talking about 76 trillion years ago. This
Not
was
yet.
what
Hey.
he was taught. This is what he explained to his people as it was taught to him. And we can get past that because
Okay.
guess what?
Hey,
Well,
Amber is a
right here.
cohort,
A
bro.
lot
Hey.
more than
involves
that.
logic
But
and
y'all
reason.
want to
And
get
there's
stuck
actual
here
science to
because
that
you
as
feel
well.
Hey,
like
Kaleem.
you feel like if you get stuck there, you can invalidate the entirety of what he taught, which you
Hey,
can't.
Kaleem, hold on, Kaleem. That's all you got to do. That's all you got to do is back the video up, brother. That's all you got to do.
So we're on 20 right
That's
now.
it.
Go ahead.
Just mute yourself, back the video up to where he started, and then bring it back up. That's
Adam
all you
was
got
not
to do.
only able to create flesh and have blood from the earth that he was created on. Read that again.
There you
Which
go.
you didn't want to
There
go
you
back
go.
up to 20. The
There you
Adam
go.
of life. The Adam of life was not able to create, was not only able to create flesh and have blood from the earth that it was created on. See, y'all some liars.
Boom.
Okay,
Y'all some liars.
so
That's
look,
the problem.
let's start right
So
here.
you
Let's
want to
start.
sit here,
Look,
and then I said, well,
wait,
is it the earth
wait.
and the universe?
Dude,
Then he said,
stop
imagine
preaching and
having the
let's-
dark
look.
visibility of the whole
Dude,
universe. He
Stop
already
preaching.
explained that it was created
Colleen,
on
you're
earth.
ranting right now, dude. You're ranting. I'm going to
Now
read
I'm
like I
ranting,
read the
but
other
it
one.
took you an hour
Relax.
to go back up to
Dude.
chapter 20.
Hey, yo, dude, relax, really. Dude, I don't know
You
what you're doing
relax.
this today.
You relax.
It
Because
says
all
the
your little
will,
cohorts know you wrong.
You're
And they
hyped
see
for
you
no
wouldn't go
reason.
back up to 20
And
because it
just
says
for
the
that,
earth that it was created on.
dude. Well, that sounds like two different creation stories. Okay, look.
All right, well,
The
you say
will of
what you
Allah-
want. You say
Let
what
me
you want, but the
finish.
fact of the matter
This is some third grade education stuff. Look,
nah, it
the
ain't
will
no
of
third
Allah
grade
must be
education
done.
stuff. You was wrong,
Allah
and that's
cannot-
it. You
Dude,
based
let
your
me
whole thing
finish.
beyond that, and it's it. And if
Can
the
I read it
Adam
or
of
not?
life was created on the
Can I
earth,
read it?
and then
Can I
all
read it?
life came from that Adam which was created,
Can I
he is
read
right.
it? Yes or no?
And that is science.
Yes or no? No, it's
That
not
the
science. Let me
brain
read
and the
this.
thought process came first
No,
on this planet,
no,
and then
no.
all consciousness
Science
came
says
from
single
that.
cell. Science
So
says
whatever
single
you
cell. It doesn't
say,
say atoms.
you
Okay,
all
Adam
right,
produced
according to
planets
what
and
you
stars.
believe. But we
Okay,
according to you believe. But
excuse
you ain't
me.
gonna have
Excuse
to tell
me.
the teachings of Elijah
Excuse
Muhammad
me.
and try to sit here and,
But you just
and,
said it was
and laugh
science.
at me when you just said a couple
You
seconds
just
ago you
you
have
just said it
regard
was
for what
science.
people
Okay,
believed in.
look.
And you have regard for how you, I didn't want to do this. But now you want to sit here and laugh and tell half truths. You absolutely wanted to do it.
Now I'm
You
telling
was
the whole
geared
truth.
up for it, and you lying and you're
No,
orator.
we're
You
not
should be
lying. You're
ashamed of
emotional
yourself.
because your doctor's on the.
Unbiased. You
The
absolutely
argument
biased.
was about the
No,
universe
biased.
and the
no,
earth.
He's
That
so
was what the
strict.
argument was about. We
no.
took it to the
Okay,
left. The argument was about the
indigenous.
universe and the earth.
Indigenous. Did
He's
he?
so
Okay,
strict.
indigenous.
And Kaleem is right though. You need to change your name to Bias Sports.
Biased sports, because you're biased as hell.
Look.
Now
We
look,
read
we can
earlier.
get past that because I already been smoking y'all.
No,
Y'all
we're
think
not
y'all
getting
gonna keep
past
going?
that
But
because
let's
now
get
I'm just gonna
back
unleash
to
the
what you
dragon.
just said about the
Cisco
economic
style.
program and how what he taught about
But
our
you just said you
salvation was
wanted
the best
verse
plan for
20.
black people. Because I'm tired of getting caught up in 66 trillion years ago when we could really, really delve in to the plan he has, to
All right,
what
so
he taught,
let's do that next.
to how he
We're
taught
gonna do that next. We're gonna
yeah, well, let's
All
do
right.
it. Because
So
as I
let's do
just
that
said, I debunked everything you just said. It was on the earth. You false. And so
No,
is your
you
little
didn't.
cohort Amber. Y'all false.
No, you
Next.
didn't. We
Next
read
question.
two.
Give the man his
Next
credit,
question.
man.
That's called
Next
a con-
question.
I just want you to, when you make the attempt,
Next
give me a
question.
proper
Amber,
insult.
done.
I'm not
Listen,
insulted by being a
Amber,
cohort of the truth.
Amber,
I'm not
Amber,
insulted
I
by
love
that.
you, sister,
So
but
just give me
always
a
and
proper.
eternally against me. So I really don't got no smoke for you.
I'm
Next
internally
question.
against disinformation and
No,
misinformation.
next question.
So
Next
I'm not
question.
upset at being a cohort. I just want you to give me a proper insult if you're going to
All
insult
right,
me.
well,
Just
whatever. You are
give me one
absolutely
that
a
actually
cohort. You are
touch
absolutely
my
a
spirit.
cohort. That's what you are. Because you
Yes.
decided to
You're a
cast your
cohort
lot
of
in with him when he
misinformation.
made that lying point of his.
You're a cohort
that
of
you refused to go back to
misinformation
20.
and
You
flawed
made a lying
logic.
point
You're a
and you
cohort of
decide to cast
misinformation and
your
flawed
lot with him.
logic.
Yeah, I
You're a
don't think it
cohort of
matters.
logical fallacies.
You was up here snickling and giggling.
I'm
so you a cohort.
thoroughly
That's all I will address
entertained.
you.
I'm thoroughly entertained, sir.
Lost your damn
Thoroughly
mind.
entertained.
Now let's go to the
Actually,
next
I
question.
cannot wait.
Let's
I
go
can't wait for
to
him to
his
read
plan
20, and
for
then
our
we're gonna
success
delve into
towards
the
the
plan
most
that you
prosperous
keep
black
bragging
people.
about.
All right.
We're gonna delve
Okay.
into that.
Because this what
All
y'all
right,
want to
so
do. This what y'all want to do. Y'all want to sit here.
Colleen, you now I
Now
gotta mute you,
let's
bro.
talk.
I gotta mute
I
you
just
because
smoked you
dude,
on
I
that.
gotta mute you. I
Now
gotta mute
next.
you. He's bugging the hell out right now. I gotta mute you, bro. You won't let nobody talk. You said read 20. I didn't get a chance to read one word.
Hey, I'm
You went
biased.
you went
I can
buck
say
wild
something real
crazy.
quick.
Yeah.
No, I was gonna say I don't know if I believe this guy was raised in the NOI because all the NOI guys that I've ever met or heard speak, they have a comport about them. You know what I'm saying? They all, as a matter of fact, they all kind of speak with that same very deliberate type of cadence, They're very even tempered, and I've never really come across no NOI dude like he's like a wrestler. Like
yeah, that's what I am. Absolutely. Because I'm not
He's
here for
catfishing.
playing. I'm here for
He's
war.
putting himself
I'm here
in the
for war. We
doctrine.
on a conscious platform, and everybody
They
here
didn't
is
choose
attacking the
him.
Most
You
High
chose
God Muhammad,
NOI.
and y'all laughing and snickering. So I came for war.
So
I didn't
let
come
me
here
read
to.
it.
I didn't
Let
come
me
here to
read it.
play with you.
Let me read
Khalid,
it. Let me read it.
are
You
you
must have never
associated
seen
with
Dr. Khalid Muhammad. You must have not never seen Minister Louis Farrakhan get in a debate. Because we all come with vigor. Talking about every nation
Yeah,
of
but
Islam
he
dudes we
don't.
talk. You never met Brother Keith before. Because this how we come.
Khalid wasn't like he wasn't erratic though. You're erratic, bro.
Yeah,
Erratic.
whatever. Khalid, you say what you want about Khalid. I ain't
I
erratic.
actually respect Honorable Elijah Muhammad and Farrakhan and Malcolm X because they were eloquent in what their beliefs. Like they didn't get triggered at the challenge of it.
That's not true. That's not true.
welcomed it.
That's not true. They all spoke with vigor and they all spoke with conviction,
But it's not
especially when they
vigor
was
you're
dealing
speaking
among
with.
their people. If you actually
To
pay
align
attention,
yourself with
we
them would
all
be
spoke
you
with
being
fire.
disingenuous.
We all
You're
spoke with
not.
fire. The only time we got
Baby.
subdued to a degree was when we was on a white panel and we was dealing with them, and we wasn't going to sit there and
If you think y'all the
kowtow
same,
to that.
I
But
feel
whenever we
sorry
was
for
talking
you.
to our own, we
If you
speak
think you
passionately.
can
You need
compare
information and
yourself to
inspiration.
them, I feel sorry for you.
All
You
right.
can feel
So
sorry for me.
okay.
You
So
don't need
let
to
me
feel
read
sorry for me,
20.
sweetheart. My life is great.
15 minutes. 15 minutes. I know. 15 minutes went by, and I have yet to read 20 when you and Indigenous said go to 20. Like I'm hiding something. It says the will of Allah must be done. Allah could not have a will himself until he had brains himself. Okay, so he couldn't. So basically, he couldn't will himself to existence till he had brains. So he's still an atom of life. I'm getting damn. Where is that? He's an atom of life, and the first thing he don't need arms, eyes, mouth. He needs brains. Allah was created, self-created from an atom of life. So that never changed. The atom of life was not only able to create flesh and have blood from the earth that he was created on. So that's new. Allah was created on the very earth.
Excuse me, sir. We're
I
not
didn't
going
even
to
read
keep
it.
on going back over this. You lost that.
I never
Hold
read
on,
it.
let him finish, Kaleem. Let him finish, Kaleem. Hold on, Kaleem. Let him finish. Let him finish. He's almost done. He's
This dude
almost
is
done.
incredibly belligerent. You told me to come here, and I can't read it now.
Bruh, I'm not
Allah
going to
was
act like
created.
y'all wasn't just cutting me off and Amber was just not telling me, no, you
Bruh,
can't talk. Y'all
I
not going
never
to
got a
sit
chance to
here
read it.
and act as though I'm not
But you
coming with a
told me to
warrior
come
spirit
here.
based upon how y'all came at me.
What the baby's gonna do? What the baby's
but you told me to come here, man. Allah.
Yeah, let's get to what the baby's gonna do.
All right, so let me finish, bro. Allah, and tell me what changed besides this is earth now. Allah God was created on the very earth that we are on today, but the earth was not as it is today. So that's some double talk.
Hold on, excuse me, sir. It's not. It just wasn't as it is today, but it was
What
the
was
same
different?
earth. Listen. Let's move on, bro. Let's move on. Because you're making yourself sound stupid. Let's move on.
All right, so we can
You're
move
wasting
on, but
time. You make
I'm
yourself
just going to
sound
sum
dumb.
it up with this. I'm gonna sum it up.
Nah, I don't want to talk about it no more. Because
Yeah,
your
of course
whole
you don't.
point, your
Of
whole
course you're
point
embarrassed by
is
it.
to berate, is to
it's not. We're
disrespect
reading
not
we're
only
reading
me,
his.
but who
We're
I
berating
believe
by
in. And
reading
you
his
get
book.
me irate. And now you gonna tell me that I'm this person with this disposition? Yeah, I'm a warrior with a warrior spirit. If I was born in a different time, I'd be a certified warrior. That's who I am. That's my job. That's how I'm coming. You could go to the other brothers for the subdued stuff. For me, I'm a warrior. That's how I was raised. That's how I'm coming. I'm a warrior for Allah, period. And I'm a warrior for what I believe in. Now we can go to the next question because twice in your oratory, you have just explained that it was on the earth. It may have not been the same, but it was on the earth and it was of the earth. That's science in its purest form. Now let's move on.
Wait, so
Because
you
all
can
the
sum it
stuff
up,
you
but
were
I
saying
can't.
about him being in the middle of
Wait,
nowhere, all
wait.
bullshit. Now let's
Wait,
move on.
Hold on.
Let's move on.
So you can sum it up, but I can't. No, you summed it up. I am too.
Let's move on.
No,
let's
we're not
move
gonna do that.
on. You said you
We're not
had
gonna do
something
that.
else to talk. You said you had something
We're
else
not
to
gonna
talk
do that.
about.
We're not gonna
So
do
let's
that.
go. Let's move on because you got smoke.
Okay, no, I'm gonna finish it right here.
You got smoke.
So the only thing changed in this dark universe is that somehow, and I guess he might have been writing a book. He forgot what he said earlier. So, but the atoms still produce brains, right? So this tiny, the smallest spectrum of anything has produced a brain on Earth.
Produced the consciousness. Yes, that's what made him an atom of life. Next question.
A brain.
That's what made him an atom of life. That's what makes you alive today because you have a brain.
Okay,
it wasn't the same brain, but it was the beginning of a brain.
Hold on,
the same way, if you inseminate your child right now, the smallest sperm cell,
I'll let you, no,
the smallest sperm cell will produce consciousness and brains and heartbeats and everything else.
All right, now I gotta mute him because I let him sum it up. He went as long as he wanted to. He stopped. I go. He cuts me off immediately. I let you actually finish, bro. When I go start talking, you cut me off. Like you back to this again, where you get to talk freely, and then when one person says a couple of things you disagree with, you cut them off. You can't do that, bro. I'm summing up, and I was almost done. By the way, I was almost done.
Yeah, I know you're done.
Yeah, so
you're done when you went back to 20.
Well, this is where you told me to go. You went indigenous as though you had something. Indigenous. The atom still produced brains. So that was my whole.
No, you said it produced hands. You're lying. I said it wasn't in the same form. You said yes, it did. It produced hands in the middle of nowhere. I said no, it did.
I gotta mute him. Amber, this is what I said about the hands. I said he said something embarrassing. I said. So I'm just gonna say hands.
Go to the next question, bro.
Okay, so no.
When you went to look for it, you said actually it said something much worse than hand. Like
right,
we've been here.
So the
hands no, thing, it's not worse than hands.
No,
you can have consciousness prior to hands. You're bugging. There's a lot of life forms with consciousness and no hands. Right now.
So when we look in the mirror, do we see that?
Excuse me?
When we look in the mirror, do we see that?
No, we don't, because we are and if you want to call it evolved form of that original consciousness. But still in all, we are direct biological descendants of that original consciousness, point blank, period. That is us. That is us. We are the direct biological descendants. When you create, you bear witness to the creator himself. When you create your child, and it starts from the smallest atom, atomic, smallest cell, you can barely see.
The atom of life.
And then in a certain small time, it gestates into a human being. It bears witness to the cycles that it took us, I don't know how long to come to, but the consciousness came first, and we're descendants of that consciousness. That's the point. That's why he said. That's why he said the black man is God and God is the black man. The buck stops here. The buck stops with you and I. There's nothing outside of us. No ethereal being. No omnipresent spook. There's just our Father, your Father, the first Father. That is it, and we are direct biological descendants of that.
But consciousness did not come first. The atom of life came first, and that's been my question the whole time. What is the atom of life that consciousness comes from? That's been my only question. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm saying that's my question. And you said,
I told you, the atom of life is what differentiates the floorboards and the walls, which are two made of atoms.
So I'm just asking you. What is the atom of life? Is it oxygen? Is it hydrogen? Like, what is the atom of life?
No, it's none of that. It's none of that. The atom of life. The atom of life was the original spark and building block of life. We now see atoms of life in every human being, in every animal, in everything that is alive. They're alive and infused with atoms of life. Point blank, period. Okay, and guess what? What makes them alive?
Multiple atoms of life.
What makes them alive? Their brains. Their brains. Okay, their consciousness.
So plants have brains.
What makes them alive? Their consciousness. So to produce the brains, to produce the consciousness, and then produce the creation is not far-fetched. This is not something that's very far-fetched at all, in the slightest.
So plants have brains, insects have brains?
No, but they have a consciousness. They have rules and laws that they govern by. They recreate, they procreate, they reproduce.
So consciousness and brains are not synonymous.
They have seeds.
So consciousness and brains,
they reproduce. They are a part of a life cycle, just like the earth is a part of a life cycle.
So consciousness and brains are two separate things. They're distinct.
No, it's the same. Consciousness is brains. You got to have a consciousness to have brains. Brains, that's what...
So insects do have brains.
That is what was meant by that.
They do.
Now listen, I'm not going to spend all this time re-answering and answering your questions. At this point, take it or leave it. Take it or leave it. I've explained it enough. Now let's go to the next thing and how the Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad.
Yes, the plan, the economic
his plan was best for us.
Yes.
And it worked for us.
And
it will work for us. Now let's go to that. Because I've already explained to y'all over and over again what the atom of life was. I already explained to y'all.
It was unscientific.
You lied when you didn't go up to 20. Now let's go to the next subject.
I didn't lie.
Can we go to the next subject? Can we go to the next subject?
Yes, we are on the same subject, but we
no,
are here.
I want to go to the next subject, brother. I want to talk now about the plan that you said you would debunk. Because I ain't going to be on this phone all night.
Quiet.
It's 1 o'clock in the morning, and I'm not getting stuck on 66 trillion years in the atom of life. We're going to go into what Elijah taught.
All right, dude on something heavy. We're in a whole different book right now. Yeah, it says it right here at the top. See my mouth? It says message to the black man right here. And he's talking about move on. We've been moved on. You're stuck over there.
No, you are.
I'm somewhere else now.
All right, well, let's go.
I'm on the economic blueprint.
Okay.
All right.
Hey, can I ask a question?
Go ahead.
Hey, why was that Ka and Ba thing washed over? I mean, the Kaaba. Why was that just washed over? Instead of, somebody bringing up that the Ka and the Ba came from Africa and meant spirit and soul, according to Khalid Muhammad. That's one of the questions that I had for Khalid.
Listen, Dr. Khalid Muhammad.
Yes.
I'm not exactly sure which point that you was talking about.
The Kaaba. Somebody mentioned the Kaaba, right?
Okay.
And I said that the Ka and the Ba came from Africa.
Right.
In my research, and also according to Khalid Muhammad.
Right.
So the Kaaba is just, taking the name of the Ka and the Ba and adding it together.
Okay.
I was wondering why that wasn't brought up, because you're bringing up the Kaaba, but you're not bringing up the Ka and the Ba, as...
I never brought up the Kaaba.
Well, somebody did. I was wondering why y'all didn't pick that up, because we had two Muslims on the panel. That's what I was saying. I was wondering why y'all didn't pick that up.
Yeah, no, I didn't bring that up. I want to get to this economic blueprint though. How you going to challenge it.
Here we go. I'm here. Okay. So let me tell you where I'm at. So you can follow me with your book. Anybody. So we're at A Sound Economic Plan 1, Chapter 83. Okay. So he's just saying our plight has been ignored, neglected. Leadership has been ineffective. We've been having a civil rights struggle, hasn't worked out for us. And for the 22 million to achieve true independence and equality, you begin with 4 points, all right? So you got to, the first point is know yourself and others. Number 2 is don't be too proud to meet together as leaders. Not one so-called nigger leader seems to want a meeting. Okay, so I have set a program for you, all right? According to the divine supreme being and his prophets, right? So let's get into this, all right? How to make an economic program successful. So he's gonna teach us this, okay? Because the so-called American Negroes' economics are controlled by the white man, all right? So he's getting on white folks right now. Let me go down. So he says the first step the so-called Negro wage earners should take is to spend only when necessary and according to their income. They should save as much of their salaries as possible. This is the plan, weekly, bi-weekly, or monthly. We as wage earners should always plan to save something from whatever we are paid. Do not become extravagant spenders like the rich who own the country and everything in it. It is sheer ignorance for us to try to compete in luxury with the owners. Here we go. Here's the plan. The powerful plan. Number 12, paragraph 12. If we can save just 5 cents a day, okay, so we can save. Who's the we? Who's the we? If we can just save 5 cents a day from our wages, 25 cents a week. So this is the plan back then. The money's different. 25 cents a week, $1 a month. That would mean $52 a year we could save in a national savings bank. We number around, so now we got the we number around 22 million, and approximately 5 million are wage earners. If 5 million wage earners saves $52 a year, this would mean 260 million saved out of our wages at the rate of 25 cents per week. It would be painless, but the so-called Negro does not have that in a national bank. Let us see how much money we spend on unnecessarily. Suppose we spent the same amount, 25 cents a week, in tobacco, cigarettes, cigars, chewing, all this stuff. But of course, you would spend far more than that. Some people spend 25 cents per day for cigarettes alone. Let us say we spent the same amount, 25 cents a week, on beer. Again, the actual amount will be more. This means 260 million a year spent for beer, and the same spent for whiskey, wine, and cigarettes and cigars. We also spend unnecessarily on sports. You average the same on sports, 260 million. Another 260 million is spent in gambling, averaging 5 cents a day, 25 cents a week. This is just the minimum. If 5 million, so we got the number, if 5 million wage earners save just $47 per year, they could save over $1 billion a year. And this figure would be far greater if we included extravagant buying of clothes, furniture, and cars. Eating the whole, the divinely forbidden flesh, which keeps us filled with arthritis, rheumatism, high blood pressure, and fever makes unnecessary doctor and drug bills. All of this wasteful spending should be checked, and you will see within a 1 year period, that you have not saved $1 billion, but several billions. The economical way to use the money you save is first to buy farmland and produce your own food. Okay, so buy farmland, produce your food. There's no any instructions for that. You can raise enough cattle, sheep, and cows and chickens by the thousands. If you try following our program, we could cut down on our clothing bills. Some of us by about 30%, and yet be well dressed. This way we could build a nation savings bank from deposits for ourselves and invest our money in the purchase of necessary things for our nation. Then you could cut down your present high cost of living. So this blueprint is built on 5 million wage earners, right? So there'll be 5 million people, because this whole numbers are built on this 5 million. They all got to contribute, or the numbers are off. Purchase real estate, buy a farm and timberland. Convert the timberland into lumber and build homes for yourself. This sounds so easy, right? As the white man is doing. Of course, he will have the authority over whether or not to sell the land to you. Get clay land with marsh clay land and hill clay. You can make your own bricks. Bricks are inexpensive to make once you get your kiln built and tracks laid. The greatest expense, we just could make houses, huh? The greatest expense would be coal or gas to fire your bricks. Build brick homes for your own people and sell them to your people at a very reasonable price. So he goes on and on and on. Then he says, part of this, ask the government to help us go for ourselves. And if the government would not help us, although we and our fathers have been loyal and helped them to become and remain independent, then appeal to your own people to allow you to move in among them. I am sure that if you are a Muslim, you can find a place anywhere on earth. So that's pretty much the blueprint.
That's not the only blueprint.
What's another one inside this book?
First of all, the Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad, that's the book, but let's look at his actions.
They got chapters called
This is a man who had not only his own schools, but his own supermarkets, and was the leading.
Yeah, but this is for everybody, though.
Okay, all right, but this was only an idea. If you actually look at bullet point number 2, he said, don't be afraid to meet with other leaders. Therefore, he's willing to listen to other leaders. He's willing to listen to the ideas of other leaders. He's willing to incorporate the ideas of other leaders. He's just giving a tentative blueprint and saying, look, this is what let's just look at this, for example. If we did this, that, then this could happen. This ain't his end all and be all blueprint. You know that. You know better than that.
No, this is.
He actually enacted better. He actually enacted a lot more better, a way better blueprint that actually worked and encompassed a whole lot more than that.
So he did a blueprint that he didn't put on paper for us to do ourselves.
No, he gave you a blueprint with the actions. The Nation of Islam
5 million.
in itself was a blueprint on how you can unite, come together, and build within the belly of the beast. We had businesses, we had supermarkets, we had farmland, we had schools, we had temples.
So
We reformed at a higher rate than anybody else. We saved Black people at a higher rate than anybody else. So his economic blueprint is that of unity and separation and cessation. That was his number one economic blueprint. Do not integrate with them. Do not integrate the money with them. Do for self. Get your own businesses, your own buses. This is the blueprint of Elijah Muhammad. You're not going to reduce it to a tentative little plan he gave during a speech of his. Like, we all know he stood for a lot more, brother.
I just want to say two things. One, in his blueprint, he propositions to seek help from the white man. So
he said we should, based upon the fact that we've done so much. That is true that they owe us. They do owe us reparation. They owe us justice.
Is that not a proposition? Never mind the terms of the
But then in the next sentence, he said, but if he does not, which if you actually study the teachings, he always said, the white man should do this, but I never expect him to, based upon who
But
he
just
is.
said ask, though. Like, he said, go try. Just go ask.
Well, once you get a collective voice together based upon unity and coming together, and you pool your resources, now you can not only ask, but demand. You can say, look, this is what we're bringing to the table. And unless you, then we will.
So
unless you, we will. But that's still a question. It's still an asking. It's still a proposition. Unless
right.
you,
so I'm not debating that, because I see nothing wrong with that, but it kind of goes against what you said, period, is that separation needs to happen regardless. Don't ask them for shit, do for self. And
no, they still owe us. We need to separate to take control of our own destiny, but they owe. Don't ever get it twisted. They owe. They owe. And they're going to pay, whether it be Almighty who makes them pay, or karma, or science, or whatever you believe in.
Okay,
it's yin and yang, it's up and down, it's positive and negative, it's right and left. You can't have a world built on this that's not going to come tumbling down.
Right. I have one more question, and this is not necessarily addressed to you. So I know that a lot of times Indigenous Black man states that it's suppression of information in regards to anything that is not overtly out there for the people to see. So would you consider it to be suppression of information if he wrote one plan but then followed another that people have to figure out? Is that
no, he didn't have to. He didn't figure out you going there because you want to be right, but that's not what happened. See, the bottom line is he only gave a tentative explanation during the speech. That's what he just read. He didn't give that as a definitive plan. Fact about it, you can look at evidence throughout his 40-year work, okay, of him not only teaching on a more tangible, valuable plan, but actually enacting one. So we're not going to sit here and reduce him to a speech when he actually put into motion something that was way greater and that a lot of people prospered from. You didn't have to guess it. You didn't have to figure this out. You just had to follow the example. That's it.
So how is that different from white people saying that abortion is one thing and you saying that they're actually playing out something else, that something else is playing out before our eyes and we don't see it and we're not being told? How is that different?
You can't equate Elijah Muhammad trying to free Black people, okay, to white people trying to kill them off. I don't know how you conflate the two or correlate them, but you're bugging.
It's
Elijah
not
Muhammad's work was for the freedom and salvation and justice of our people. Abortion is for the murder, genocide, and subsequent destruction of our people. They're two totally different things.
So let me tell you how I draw the correlation, because in philosophy they deal with the argument, bare bones, take away your biases, right? If we just look at the argument, if you're arguing in one instance that this thing is stated this way, but we see something else playing out in front of us that is not in alignment with this thing wholly, right? And we can apply the logic to one scenario that, yeah, they say that, but it has this effect, and therefore they're being dishonest. If you apply that same logic to Elijah Muhammad, you would say that, yes, he's saying this thing, but when we watch it, we see something else playing out that has a different effect.
No, that's not what's happening.
Or you could
You're
say,
trying to reduce
that he's building on a plan that he created. He could, I mean, if you make a plan, it's not wrong to build on it. But if he's suppressing that information, you know, from the people, which he wasn't, he was putting it out there what he felt. But he's not, you know what I'm saying? It's different. He's not suppressing it. He's building on to what he created. And that speech right there can encompass his whole plan. You would probably have to have a whole book for that. You see what I'm saying? So it's just like he put that plan out there in this book. But I'm sure that you put plans out there and you see something a little bit better and you build on it. You don't just, you know what I'm saying, stick with those words and say this is what it is. You build on it, you know.
I have no problem with that.
Like science?
I actually agree. I have no problem with that. So what you're saying is that these concepts, both this plan for the black man, the message to the black man, the economic program, the plan, that it's being built upon in the same way that abortion is being built upon.
No, it's not. Stop trying to correlate.
No, because he's not trying to take you out, and he's not trying to commit genocide through his plan.
Here's the problem, though. Here's the problem
and suppressing the information and make it sound like it's something prettier.
Here's the problem. So what you're saying is something can be built on. So let's say that it started out as eugenics, right? And they built upon it to where now it's actually doing some good.
No,
so
it's not doing no good.
But that's according to your perspective.
No, it's not perspective. They killing black people off. Period.
Yeah, and his exception, that's all about the favored races and allowing the favored races to appropriate. So
more black people die every 4 hours.
It's not even nowhere similar to building as a community. That's genocide. You're promoting genocide. He's not promoting genocide.
Excuse me. I'm saying, again, I don't have a dog in the fight as far as trying to impose my biases or my beliefs. I'm just looking at the pure structure of the argument. You're saying that something can be one way and transition later on into another way. And it does not necessarily require ill intent. It's just something that is adaptable, right?
No.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. That's my overall point. It can adapt over time.
Yeah,
I'm not making an argument for the black plan or for abortion. I'm just saying, if you look at the basis of the argument with taking away your biases, if you're going to allow for adaptation in this realm, you have to allow for adaptation in other realms. Do you see?
No.
Whether or not you agree with the adaptation, you don't have to agree with the adaptation. That's not what logic is. That's not what logic is.
Each program
you don't have to agree.
Remember, the foundation of how you build something is how strong the structure is going to be. You're going to topple if the foundation is wrong. The foundation of abortion was to wipe black people out. It was to solve the Negro dilemma. Period. That's why they put all abortion clinics in your community. That's why they champion Margaret Sanger. That's why the eugenicists love her. And that's why right now, every 4 hours, more black babies is killed in abortion clinics than the Ku Klux Klan killed over the whole 150 years have been in existence. So this is a very current problem of ours. And the fact about it, since y'all voted Biden back in, not y'all specifically, but since we voted Biden back in, he ran on the Planned Parenthood platform. He's the number one. So all of the Planned Parenthoods that Trump closed about to get opened back up.
Is black economics a current issue?
Black economics is absolutely a current issue.
Why?
Well, because the same enemy that has always had his foot on our neck still does. They make sure that all the money we make goes to them, which is why you can make a million freaking songs about Gucci and Louis and all of the rest of the stuff, and all of the Italian designers get paid while we suffer and we broke. This is the design.
I didn't see that as a part of his as a part of his plan. He said that we cannot pretend to be able to indulge in luxuries that the white man does. I didn't see him say it was because of the white man that we indulge in these luxuries.
No, he said we can't compete with them. It is because of him, because we're trying to keep up with the Joneses.
But is that
feel
because of
as
us or
though
because of
success is judged based upon their success. So
is
we
that
gotta
because
look
of
like
us or
them.
because of
That's
them?
us though.
Huh?
That's us.
We never said it wasn't, which is why part of his plan was we got to stop that shit. That's why he just said that. We got to stop all that. We can't be trying to spend money like them, because at the end of the day, and then the thing about it is, we went from, this is why we don't listen to him at all. We not only do we not spend money like him now, we spend money worse, because the average white person ain't running around wearing a bunch of stuff trying to look rich. They invest in, they stacking their money. They actually have the accoutrements of life that make sense and that make them comfortable, while we running around here,
So
just
how
trying
is
to
that white
look the
people's
part.
problem though? How is that white people's fault?
Oh, it's clearly white people's. Well, look.
How?
I mean, okay. Well, let me explain it to you. Okay.
You know something that Honorable Elijah Muhammad didn't know.
No, I'm not. I know. Excuse me. I'm echoing his point precisely. But
so where's his plan to get away from that? Because the black economic plan only
he
works.
said it. I think it was point 3. We got to stop trying to dress like them.
But where's the plan to get away from that? Because what I'm saying is, if his economic plan is contingent on the fact that we wake up and realize that we cannot compete.
Oh, he had plenty of plans to get away from that.
But
if
yet
you
we're doing
understand
worse.
his dress code, Osama Elijah Muhammad had a dress code. He said we wear slacks, we wear button-up shirts, light or pastel, every single day. It was a dress code. And in FOI, you don't come out the house without slacks and a shirt and a tie on and shoes on, and you vary those. So that right there alone, the dress code will keep you out of spending all the money on the Gucci and the Louis and the Christian Dior. That was a plan in itself, by separating yourself from the fashions of this country, which are all designed to make you spend a bunch of money.
Quick question: where does the tie come from? Whose fashion is that?
Well, we wear bow ties, but
what's the origin of the bow tie?
Say it again.
Culturally, what's the cultural origin of the bow tie?
The cultural origin of the bow tie, I'm sure, is a. I mean, you can say that it's an American tradition, but we've been tying bows for years. In fact, if you go back to a lot of the ancient African garb, the women had bows in their hair. You know what I'm saying? Like the scarves that they were bowed in the back. So bows don't come from them.
Not bows. I said bow tie.
And the thing about it is, like the scripture says, you got to come to them in the language of the people. We are of this society to a degree, so we wanted to represent the eloquent and the more lack of a better word, eloquent,
elite. Elite, is that what you're saying? Elite,
or just clean cut, like to separate ourselves. So, in the society that we come up in, to have on a nice suit is, it represents yourself as a dignified individual.
From what culture? Because I don't recall us wearing suits and bow ties. Where does that come from? The suits and the bow ties.
I'm not exactly sure where you're going. I just said that it was our, this is where we live at, and it represents an elite, or a.
I thought the whole point was to separate
a cordial in our society, but we are separating. Because remember, Black people didn't dress like that. Black people wore other things. So by us separating and carrying ourselves,
who dressed like that first? If we didn't dress like that, who dressed like that first?
And carrying ourselves with the dignified image of a man, or the dignified image of our society,
very anti-Black.
that was separating.
Very anti-Black. Who dressed like that first? If we didn't dress like that, then we're emulating someone and dressing like that, right? Who did it first? If that wasn't,
we're not emulating anybody except for the dignified image of our society. That's it. This is the society that we live in, and based upon that fact, we're going to represent the dignified image of our society. we believe that the plan should be separation and that we should secede, but we have never not been realists. We know where we live at, and we know you can access a nice suit well before you can access other things, but we still had our uniforms. We still had things that was unique to the Fruit of Islam and unique to the MGT. We had our own, but if we have a dress code, it's going to have to be within the realms or the paradigms of the society that we live in. He wanted us to represent the dignified image of a man. That's why he had us close haircut, clean shaven, and dressed down to the nines. Because when you came outside, he wanted everyone to know and to you to know that you are a representative of a something bigger than yourself, that you are a changed man, that you are distinct and separate.
In just summary, based off of that, so we word that garment to represent ourselves as dignified, to separate ourselves from the other Black people that were less dignified, and we did so emulating the white devil. Because
No. Wrong again.
Uh-oh.
You gotta understand. We did it not just to separate ourselves from them, from our own other people, but it was also, like I said, not to get caught up in the fashions that were dictated by them. We didn't really choose those to that degree. We were, we slaves to that aspect, which is why still today they use that to rape our pockets. You know what I'm saying? But for the most part, yeah, it was to represent ourselves as a dignified image of a man. Now, the point you trying to prove, you wanted to be like white people. I mean, it's weak. It's weak. As much as you try to force it in, it's weak. It's not strong. To tell men that was out here dressing like Lord knows what,
it's not strong
to close haircut, to clean shave, for them to put on shoes and slacks, for them to put on a shirt and a bow tie, as opposed to looking like a heathen.
That is not very wise, not very smart, not very strong. If we're preaching a pro-Black narrative, then it would make sense to have our garment and our clothing be reflective of our culture, or at least establish a new culture.
We do.
But to emulate their culture and then try to chastise Black people at the same time for emulating their culture, but it's embedded in the doctrine itself. It's very weird. It's very awkward.
Hold on, I got the bow tie right here, family. Hold on, wait a minute. Hold on. Khalil, hold on. The bow tie originated among Croatian mercenaries, brother. During the 30-year war of the 17th century. Croatian mercenaries.
Okay, but I just said the bow existed well long before that. That's what I said. So, I mean, I said even go back to the Africans who wore their head wrap into a bow in the back. So the bow originated prior to them as well. Then I also said that we adopted that so that we could represent a dignified image of our society that we live in. This is the society that we live in. Even the scripture says, when you come, you got to come to them in the language of the people. The way you dress, that's a language in itself. Body language, that's a language. You can walk and see somebody walking up the street and how they dress. It tells you something. It speaks to you. You know what that person is into 9 times out of 10, based upon how they dress and how they coming. So that's a language in itself. So when they say come to them in the language of the people,
I think you're astute enough to be able to see the subliminal and the subconscious messaging of fashioning yourself after white people and framing that as being dignified.
We're not fashioning ourselves after white people.
I think you're
that's what you're reducing it to. You're using the word representing the dignified image of our society that we live in.
But
don't
it's not
reduce it to fashioning yourself after white people. You've been trying to force that point in for so long, but it's weak as hell. It's weak. You're not going to reduce a man who took black people. You're not going to reduce a man who took black people.
For help, and we're dressing like.
But you're not going to reduce that. You're not going to reduce.
This is the Black agenda. Okay.
Okay, you're not gonna reduce someone who took black people from dressing
He
like
better,
whatever,
man,
and
he
gave
better
them
put some dashikis
uniform
on, man.
code based upon the society that we lived in and based upon the dignified image of the society that they were in, as opposed to, the
But
fashion
that's dignified to white folks though.
No, it's just dignified to the society that we were in, period.
That white
This
folks
is
created.
the society that we was living in. This is our society. Point
No,
blank,
it's white
period.
folks society. No, it's white folks society, and black folks are trying to fit in.
Okay, no, we're not trying to fit in. Okay, so
that's exactly what he was trying to do. Like,
no, he wasn't. He was trying to separate. Remember that.
By dressing like them and asking them for help.
No,
okay.
Listen, excuse me. This is the society that we lived in. He didn't ask them for help. I just explained he did everything independent of their help. Now, if he said a part of the plan, we can. Let me say this, sister.
You're missing the point. We still live in. You're saying that's the society that we lived in. We still live in that society. We still live in that society. What are you talking about? We still live in a white-dominated patriarchal society. What are we even talking about? For you to pretend that we live in anything else other than that is to be completely ridiculous and disingenuous. We still live in that society.
Okay.
What are you talking about?
Okay. So because we live in that society and we're coming up from that society, we don't have to make plans towards getting our own. We're talking about an ideal
I absolutely think we need to make plans.
Can
Absolutely.
I finish?
I don't have a contention with all of his plans. I have a contention with those parts where he wants to promote this black agenda, but hang on to a little piece of whiteness. That's what I have a problem with.
Okay. Now
not
listen.
the agenda overall, but
it
needs some restructuring.
Okay. Now you want to reduce it to, and he want to dress like white people and ask white people for help. That you sound crazy. You sound ignorant, and you sound like a child. Because after everything we just spoke on,
I want you to look at the comments. Look at the comments and see who looks like a child, sir. Look at the comments.
Okay,
the
that's
comments
fine.
are not in your favor, sir.
Right,
you're the one looking like a child. Now you can project and try to make everyone else look juvenile, but you're not good at following the conversation. You're not good at following the conversation socially. You're not good at following the conversation with your own religious doctrine. You're just incompetent at this point. That's what I gather.
Okay, you can call me whatever you want. But the very real fact of the matter is,
are you looking at my screen, Colleen? Because it looks like Elijah Muhammad was in favor of birth control.
Hold on. No, that's a lie. But listen.
Okay. No. You can finish your point, but then come to this.
Okay, we'll go to that later. But to my sister, you can't reduce the Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad's plan to he wanted to ask white people for help. When he did everything he did independent of them, all the success he had was in the face of adversity, calling them devils in the worst, most tumultuous time of American history. He stood up in the face of them, and when they said integration, he said separation. He was absolutely distinct. He was absolutely different, and his plans, not only did he not need them for it, but it actually worked without them and worked in the face of all opposition. When they had the FBI against them and the CIA against them and the American media against
what was his plan?
And the churches against them and every black leader against them, he still prevailed when it comes to solving.
No, but what was his
problem.
plans that was successful?
Please, can I finish?
Why you never clarify what the plans were that were successful?
Okay, just let me finish.
But
I still succeed. No, let me finish because the sister just got a little disrespectful. So let me finish.
To you, not
sister, control yourself.
I'm being very disrespectful to you. You haven't had control this entire night, but you want me to control myself, sir? Absolutely.
Yeah, I do.
I will not control myself. As a matter of fact, I'm going to make a conscious decision to be out of control, since that's the lane you operate in. That's what I'm going to do. I'm making a conscious decision to be out of control, since you have no control.
No,
I'm going to
match your first of all, you can't get out of control like me, because I can yell and scream all over top of you, and you won't get no chance to talk. We can talk as loud as you want to.
So I'm going to be out of control because you lack control. I'm going to do that consciously. Consciously. But you've been irate all night. You've been irate. You've been belligerent. You've been disrespectful all fucking night. And then when you're met with that same energy, you cry about it. You cry You cry, you cry, you cry. So yes, at this point, I'm
You've
gonna
been coming at what I believe in all night.
because
I smoked
what
your
these
boots
other men won't
with the
do,
Adam
what these
thing.
other men
Then
won't
I
do, his
smoked your
petty ass
boots with the
sister right
economic
here
plan.
will.
And now all
His
you want to
petty
do is
ass
reduce
sister
it
right
to
here will
he
do it
dressed, he wore
gladly.
suits
I
though,
have no
but he wore
problem
suits and he
with
asked white
bringing your
people, how
energy.
dare you?
I have no
You
problem with
cannot do
messaging.
that. You
I have
should
no
be
problem
ashamed
with
of
telling
yourself.
you that
You
you are
cannot
insecure
overtalk me.
child
You
and
cannot
that you don't
overyell me.
understand
When the people listen
how to
back, they
carry
will
on
see
a
that you
basic
cannot overtalk me or
conversation.
whatever.
Get in
You
there,
don't
Guess what?
understand
Indigenous.
What
how
you're
Get in
doing
there.
works.
is
Hey,
you are
can I
causing
can I say
disruption
something real quick?
because you
Hey, hold
don't
on,
want to
Khalid.
listen to the
Khalid.
facts and truth of what I'm speaking.
Khalid,
Now
I
you
just got a
cannot
question for you,
reduce
brother.
He ain't gonna
Elijah
stop.
Muhammad
You
to
haven't spoke any facts and truth all night, sir.
I have.
Everything you
Hey,
had, you
hey,
pulled out
Khalid,
your
Khalid,
ass.
hold on.
Like
Let
you
me
don't
ask you a
even know the
question,
facts
Khalid.
and the truth
You
of your
might
own
want to be
fucking
selective talking about
Boss,
that
doctrine.
maybe
stuff.
you
So
can
You don't
answer
know
it.
the
When
facts
you
when
and the
did
dress
truth of
when did
like
the
that.
brother
you
come
sound
around?
like a kid.
You
Your
don't
shit
even
don't
know the
hold up
facts
in
and the
court.
truth of that.
Your shit don't hold up
When
in
did
court. That's why you
Baby,
gotta cut me off and
you
then
keep talking
belligerent
about
and
court.
irate
You keep talking about court,
because
but
you
where's
know
your
damn
case?
well you
Baby,
can't
your
deal with the
shit wouldn't
truth
make it
that I
past the
speak.
first round. It would
That's
get
all
thrown
you
out
got.
immediately
That's
for
all
lack
you
of
got
fucking
left is
evidence.
to be
Hey,
disrespectful
Lack of
Khalid,
and
evidence.
Khalid,
belligerent.
Everything
Khalid,
you
hold on,
That's
said
all
man.
you
Hold
got
on,
left.
Khalid, hold on.
that you pulled out your
Hey,
ass.
Quiet
what year
yourself,
did
sister.
the
Have some
Honorable Elijah
self-respect.
Stand on your
Muhammad
own
come
doctrine
around,
when you
You
brother?
don't know
talking
what
to
it
a
is.
man. Have some
You don't know what it
self-respect.
is.
You
Around
sound like a
1930s.
child.
When I
Indigenous.
You
hear a
sound like a
man,
damn hood
when I
rat.
hear a man,
You
All
I
sound
right,
like a
well,
hood
respect
rat. Calm
in
you
the
a
down.
whole bitch out here
1920s,
in the streets.
You
You
sound
come
like
on
a
here
hood
in
every
the
rat.
day acting
Come on with
1920s,
your
stupid.
hood rat
the
self
So
up in
necktie
here.
was a popular
some of
tie
Sound like a
amongst
hood
bitches
rat.
men.
on the panel,
You
I'll
hood rat.
address you.
Hood
I'll
rat.
address you since
Sit
I'm the
down, hood
only other
rat.
bitch on the panel. I'll
Hood
address
rat.
you.
You
Hey
sit your
bitch,
ass. Sit
what's
your
up?
behind
Hey,
down
hey,
What's
somewhere, hood
up?
rat.
What's up?
You hood
hey,
rat.
What's
Amber
up?
and Khalid,
Can't
can I
even
say
Hey
control
something
bitch,
real quick,
yourself.
please?
Sound
what's
like a
up?
little hood rat.
What's
Quiet
up?
Can
yourself
I
while
say
What's
something
somebody's
up?
real quick,
talking.
please? Hey,
You been
come
a
on now.
whole pussy ass
Don't
Hood
fuck
don't
rat.
ass
resort to
nigga
Quiet
all
name
yourself,
night
calling
hood
now.
long.
Come
rat.
on now, we
I'll
better
be
than
a
that.
hood
Hood
rat.
rat.
A
You ain't
hood
better than
rat that's
nothing. You
gonna
sit up here
roll all
calling
over
me all
your
these
ass
names. You don't say
all
word.
night
You a
long.
hood rat.
Because
Even
I got
speak
time.
word.
I got
Hood rat.
motherfucking time. I
Hood
got
rat.
motherfucking time.
You a hood rat.
Right. Right. You're just mad because I'm a better hood
Hood
rat than
rat.
you,
You a
motherfucker.
hood rat.
You a puss
That's
ass
all you
nigga.
is. Just a damn
Fuck
hood
ass
rat.
nigga.
You
Damn.
a hood rat. Who
Retarded
don't want
ass
to listen to
nigga.
no logic. You want to
Bitch
yell and
ass
scream like
nigga.
you know
Boss,
something
could
that you
you
ain't
mute
Bitch
up
got no
for
ass
a
idea.
nigga.
second, please?
You a
Just
damn
to
hood rat.
bring
A
calm
All
focus.
back
right.
into the
Your name
room.
focus, but you ain't got none.
Hood
You ain't got
rat.
nan piece of
Hood
focus.
rat.
Motherfucker, buy you a
Hood
piece.
rat.
I'll be a
This
hood
ain't
Hood
rat
this
all
ain't
rat.
night long.
helping.
Baby, the thing
Hood
about it,
rat.
you have
Hood
to have
rat.
my
Hood.
All right. Indigenous. Unmute yourself. Go ahead, because it got crazy. Go ahead, Indigenous. All right, go ahead.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, okay. This is the history of 1920s men's neckties. And the reason why I asked when the brother was around was because they said that 1920s was the decade of men's necktie as we know it today. For several decades, they preferred neckwear was the bow tie, preceded by the cravat and the ascot for more formality. The bow tie was born in the 1920s and allowed variant colors, just like the necktie. So maybe he chose that tie because that was, the prominent tie of the time, I guess you could say. We can't speak for him. You'd have to ask that man for that information. So
No, he
we're beating the
specifically
dead horse.
chose the bow tie because he said we was in war. And the bottom line is, if things broke out, they could use the necktie as a weapon against you. The bow tie, they really couldn't do that much.
Okay, well then that goes back to that sort of goes back to the who did I say they were? Hold on.
The Croatians?
Croatian mercenaries, yeah.
Yeah.
The tie goes back to Croatian mercenaries.
Right.
The
No,
17th in the 17th
White
century
folks.
during
Yeah,
the
that's fine. That's
during the
all
30-year
fine.
war of of the 17th century.
And guess what else goes
Yeah.
back to them? The English language, which is what we spoke in. bro, we live in this society. You cannot totally be devoid of it, but you have
But
to operate within
also
the
what goes
confines
back
of
is
such.
it, but also
And you
what
have to
goes back.
operate, and you still have to find
Wait, hold
yourself
up.
to have
But
a
let's not
distinction
let's
and
not.
some sort of
All
dignity.
right, dude, you're ranting. It's a dollar. We're
I'm
all
not
building.
ranting.
Like,
Nothing I
look,
said was ranting. I'm
no,
speaking facts, and you scared
no,
of them.
but yeah, but I want to speak facts too. We all want to speak facts. Like
Right?
you
Yeah, but
said,
you was just over there, white folks, Croatian,
yeah,
yeah.
okay,
So now when I
right.
speak
They
facts,
were white.
that
They were white.
destroys
But
that.
no,
You're ranting.
you
You're
did not
ranting.
destroy.
I just
You
destroyed
said
the
we
whole
also speak
Croatian
English.
everything.
Hold up. You said we also
I
speak
said we
English.
speak English.
Right,
This is the
because
world we
it's here,
live
right?
in.
Right.
So we
Okay, but
have
we
to find a
also
way to work
right.
within the confines of the
So
world
do
we
we
live in.
observe the holidays
That
as well?
destroyed the Croatian theory.
So wait, no, do we okay, no, you did not.
I
Because
did.
we speak so what you're trying to say is this. Since we're in a country that's predominantly English spoken, that it's okay to do that. But it's also this country represents Christianity, but you against that. And also this country has its own culture and holidays,
Excuse me, I
which you're
said
against.
work within the confines. The country represents Christianity, and if you notice, the Most High Muhammad did a lot of teaching out the Bible because of that.
But they
He
were
said
incorrect.
the Bible is the graveyard of our people. So I can use the Holy Quran, but a
Yeah,
lot of the similar stories are similar. So I can
he
teach
didn't
you
use it in the
Islam out the
context.
Bible. Hold
He
on.
did not
He
use
said
the
I can
Bible in
teach you
context the
Islam.
way Christians use
Hold
it.
on, bruh. When I go to answer your point, you want to cut me off. He
No,
said
because
you
you're
could teach
ranting,
Islam
dude. You're
out the
ranting.
Bible. I'm not ranting. You asked the
Yes, you
question.
are.
You asked the question. You said Christianity is part of it.
That
And I
wasn't a
said that's
question.
why
I
he
made a
taught Islam
comment.
out the
I made it.
Bible. Next
No, I was
question.
commenting. I wasn't. That was not a question. We both were stating, making statements. You said we live in the confines of America, so we speak English. Something like that. You were saying, right? And then I was saying, yeah, but this country is it's a Christian state, and also they have holidays that you oppose. So you oppose the religion. You oppose the holidays and the custom, but you accept the language and the tie.
Excuse me. The language is how we were raised. It's certain things that's inevitable. Certain things you have to work within the confines of. Even if you read How to Eat
Yeah,
to
but
Live,
some
he
people
said,
got.
this is the best. Let me finish. This is the
But
best
Mr. Morpheus
ideal.
speak Arabic too.
All right, now
Well,
I'm rambling. The minute I
not
go to
being far
Swahili with
removed
these
from
facts, I'm
slavery,
rambling though.
not being far removed from slavery, and not having all the options that we have today. We didn't have all those options then.
Yeah, but you could speak
We
another
didn't have all
language
these
though.
clothing stores out here making black clothes, or none of that. So we gotta look at that too.
Indigenous. Is it more beneficial to speak more than one language? Yes or no?
Oh, sure, yeah.
Right. So why are we stuck on the
Excuse me,
English
we're not
language?
stuck. In fact, about it, in the University of Islam, you learn Arabic. They teach you Arabic. I went to the university. I learned Arabic. I don't remember as I should, but they teach you Arabic as they teach you in Spanish and any other class. You learn Arabic. So learning another language has always been a plus. All learning has always been a plus for us. However, English is what we came up on. And the point that I'm making is that just because we have to speak English because that's the language, don't mean we don't have to speak truth in the English language. Just because we have to wear suits because we're in here, or wear American customs, don't mean we have to not wear the most dignified American custom. The American custom that separates, that proves that we are made men, well dignified men. So what we speak English, you got to speak truth in English. So what we wear suits, you have to be a well dignified man and not wear the regular fashions. You have to distinct yourself.
Okay,
Next
so
question.
are you looking at? Okay, so are you looking at my screen? This is Mr. Blackman. Indigenous, are you watching the screen right now? Indigenous, are you looking at my screen?
Hello?
Yeah, do you see my screen?
No, I'm messaging. Hold on, I'm messaging with Asiatic group real quick.
Yeah, because I want to read how Elijah Muhammad is pro birth control. Okay, and Colleen said that's a lie earlier. Again, I already proved that he does not read his own
He
book.
said birth control was a plan to destroy our race. You didn't prove it because you went back up to 20 and proved my point. Stop trying to act like you was right. You lied.
I can
You
see
went
it
back
now.
up to
Yeah,
20
I
and
can
you
see
had
it.
to dial down.
So Colleen, I'm going to read it.
So you and your little cohorts could knock it off.
Colleen,
Because if it wasn't for indigenous, you wouldn't even went back up to 20.
Colleen, she's voluntarily on mute. So you don't got to bring her up. She's
That's
voluntarily
fine.
on mute.
I said your
Okay.
cohorts. I didn't say nothing about her.
No. Just talk
But
to
you
me.
throw a rock in the crowd of dogs.
No, just talk to me. I'm talking, you're talking, and Indigenous talking. She can unmute herself at any point, right? she for whatever reason, she chose not to. So she's not talking. It's me, you, and the business. You ain't gotta say chords because I can say business is your chord and Mo because they were siding with you. But I don't do that. I'm not that petty. I'm not that childish. But look, it says a senator, right? Let me highlight the context. It says a senator said this, and it is in the records to be examined in effect. What would be the need of government appropriating money to educate Negroes? He said that they would not teach our people the science of modern warfare, defense, birth control, or chemistry. He knew these were the things free people must know in order to protect, preserve, and advance themselves. So that's Elijah Muhammad talking. So Elijah Muhammad said that senator knew that the things that free people must know is the science of modern warfare, defense, birth control, and chemistry. Indigenous. Did I read that wrong?
No, you read it right, but bro, birth
Oh,
control
no.
is only controlling your own birth rate, not allowing them to control it. They control it as a result of the Negro dilemma by killing us off with the food, killing us off with the disease, killing us off with the abortion clinics, killing us off with the music, killing us off with every aspect of society. So when we have the science of birth control, it's only controlling our own birth rate. That does not mean it has to be diminished or that we are trying to wipe people out. It just means we're in control of it.
But you said it was bullshit
earlier.
earlier.
We could create our own. You know,
No,
I mean, there was animal dung back in the day. Crocodile dung they use. We don't have to use their same method, but we have to control
all he heard me say, okay, cool. But earlier, I said, it looks like Elijah Muhammad was in favor of birth control. That's bullshit. That's what he said. He didn't say, well, read that, brother.
Yeah.
Let me
I heard
look
you
at
say
it.
No,
that.
it is bullshit.
Right.
He's not in favor of it. You were saying it with regards to him being in favor of it.
He is.
In the same way Margaret Singer is. Birth control
no,
as a form of contraception.
I did not mention
I explained it that this is birth control is controlling your own birth rate. Go keep reading.
Did I bring up Margaret Singer?
Keep reading. And he says, we don't need birth control. We need to have as much babies as possible. That's Elijah Muhammad.
Dude, you're ranting and nobody can get a word in on purpose.
I'm not.
Okay, you're ranting. Indigenous.
No,
did I bring up
Margaret? Okay,
so relax.
Purposely being combative.
Did I bring up Colleen? Colleen, that's your fault. You didn't ask for me to read or elaborate. You made a statement right away. Indigenous. Did I bring up Margaret Singer?
No.
Right. All I said was it looks like Elijah Muhammad was in favor, and I was showing my screen when I said that. I said, looks like.
But why do you say that when he said that we not teach? Okay, he didn't say. Right. He said that they would not teach. He said that they would not teach. That's what he said.
Right. Right. That's what the senator. That's what the senator says. And Elijah Muhammad says this. He says the senator knew that these were the things free people must know in order to protect, preserve, and advance themselves. So he was in favor of everything the senator said we're not going to teach. And birth control was one of them.
Right. Birth control. The science of birth control. How to control the births of your own nation.
So, all right.
Not the science of
how to could he be talking about the quote earlier, the sentence earlier?
Is an eloquent way of them saying black genocide.
Hey,
we're talking about actual birth control.
Controlling
the birth rate.
I don't know Margaret Singer say black genocide, but all I know is that when she said birth control, she was talking prophylactics. You know,
no, that's not true.
Okay.
It's not true. Birth control and population control
you are somebody
as a result of the Negro dilemma.
You are somebody who just rants. You never want to have a true dialogue and talk back and forth because you have not looked into her. Okay.
I have.
When she came on, did you know? Okay. Did you know that she was responsible for prophylactics to enter this country?
You say that every week, and I keep telling you they want to reduce her to that. But
no.
But y'all both skipping past the point that she was in favor of eugenics, which was suppressing the people of color mating and allowing the whites to mate.
Indigenous, you're adding to more confusion.
I'm not adding. I'm just saying you're forgetting that.
I'm not forgetting anything. I'm talking about when she came on the scene, she was prophylactics, birth control. And the country was against her. She pushed for that.
She got put in jail. She had the only
birth control originated from
indigenous. That's
population
either
control.
true or false. So when he says birth control, this is Margaret Sanger works was before this book. So when she said birth control, and when he says birth control, he never elaborated on what his birth control was.
Yes, he did.
No, he did not. Not in this paragraph. He did not. He just said it. So, but we knew prior to him in his book that birth control was prophylactics or abortion. We knew that. So when somebody comes behind her and use the word birth, matter of fact, that's her terminology. That's her words. So when you come behind her and use her words, how can it mean anything else than prophylactics and abortions? You're using her
Could he be
words.
talking about the paragraph before where he's talking about right above this, we're appropriating money to educate Negroes. You know what I'm saying? Could he be talking about that?
He's talking about a debate. See, the context is right here. I recall in 1922, 23, when a debate was taking place in Congress concerning appropriation of funds for Howard University, a school set aside to train my people, so it's my black folks, in the nation's capital. And then he said, a senator said this. Then he quoted the senator about how the money would be appropriated and then what should not be taught to Negroes or what Negroes won't teach amongst themselves. And he went on. So you were incorrect. So that's the absolute context. All he said was birth control. And prior to this statement, birth control was something that Margaret Sanger had lined up. So that word, that term was Margaret Sanger's. And that only meant two things, prophylactics or abortion. But now Elijah Muhammad will use the same terminology, but it's going to mean something else. Stop. So it's fair to believe he was using it the same way she was in it. Like the young guy say no cap. If you come behind right now and say no cap to young dude and then make up your own definition, they're not going to respect that or honor it because they got their own definition for it.
Yo, he hung up, yo.
But birth control was way before Margaret Sanger, though.
Wait.
You know what I'm saying? Like you said, he did not mention form of birth control.
No, wait. Stop.
He didn't say Margaret Sanger. And
indigenous.
And you already said that.
Indigenous. You're saying birth control was before her, but that was not the language because there was no such thing as birth control. It was just the Christians wouldn't even fathom an alternative. It was you get pregnant, that's it.
Right.
So back in the ancient times, crocodile dung was not used for that.
Bro,
He's saying the term and the concepts behind it came with the adventation of Margaret Sanger, right?
Yeah.
So in order to use that term, you must be talking about this collection of work because it didn't exist outside of that. You understand what I'm saying?
Well, we can't speak for him. Yeah, I understand where you're coming from there, but we can't speak for the man. That's the only thing.
Well, that's the whole thing. Well, honestly, yeah, we can.
And he left it so vague.
I'm gonna tell you like
no,
this.
He used the term, man.
Well, I'm gonna tell you like this.
He didn't keep it vague. If you actually study Elijah Muhammad anyway,
oh shit! Now we got to study something outside of his.
He was 100% against abortion. In fact, about it, he had a chapter in Message to the Black Man that's called "Abortion: Plan to Destroy Our Race." So it's very clear that he was against abortion.
But abortion isn't the only form of birth control.
Amber, just stop.
Right.
Let me finish.
I mentioned
Let me
prophylactics
finish,
and
Amber.
abortion, Colleen. Why did you say
can I finish though?
I'm not even the one talking, but
Colleen, you can finish. Colleen, you can finish. But why you stay with abortion when I mentioned two things? I mentioned prophylactics and I mentioned abortion, and you stuck with one.
And not just that, abstinence, abstaining it too is a part of birth.
Sir, can I finish?
Right.
Can I finish?
Right.
Please?
Wait until you marry. Go ahead, bro.
Okay, thank you. Now, population control and birth control are two terms that came up as a result of the Negro dilemma. Go do some little bit of research. Everything I say, y'all don't even study it. Y'all just throw it out the window and then the next week go right back to the same shit. The Negro dilemma, which is the fact that they breeded us for 300 years and now they was faced with us having to be free. They could not let us procreate and reproduce at our own rate, or we will become a threat to them militarily, economically. I explain this shit every week. As a result of the Negro dilemma, this is what population control, this is what birth control, this is where these terms were coined. Whether they want to teach you that in their little white history books that they've been lying to you all years, these are where these terms was coined from, okay? To control the birth rate, to control the population. So when you talk about the knowledge of being able to control your birth rate, to control the growth of your population, yes, there's freedom that lies in that. That is birth control. You are in control of the birth of your own race. Birth control doesn't just mean the government controls your birth. Well, who's the government that's controlling it? Do we have our own government, our own black body of government that controls the birth of our people? This is what he meant. And if you read his teachings, you'll see over and again where he exposes black genocide and you know, birth control as they call it, or you know, abortion and all of the rest. Okay, hysterectomy
and the Negro Project. When she came back to America, first she left here because she was doing it. You know, the rich people's wives was doing it just to get rid of their, their responsibility. She got kicked out. Well, first she got put in jail, then she got kicked out, and she came back and created the Negro Project. So that should tell you right there what her agenda was.
Do you know what the Negro Project was?
Lord have mercy.
That's a simple question. Do you know what the Negro Project was?
No, I'm biased. Explain to me what the Negro Project
because,
was, brother.
Okay, you always go there. No, I'm asking you because you.
I'm asking you. I'm asking you. I said no. I said no, and I turned it over to you.
All right.
I know very well what it was.
Wait, so why would you mention it if you don't know what it is?
Because when she came back from England, after they let her come back, they let her come back under the name, let her run her thing under the name the Negro Project for a while.
All right.
And then they shut it down, and it become Planned Parenthood because I guess it was
right. So
politically correct.
What I'm saying is this.
No, it was the American Birth Control League first, and then it switched to Planned Parenthood.
Okay.
American Birth Control League, which was ran by straight racist white people, including Margaret Sanger, who was a devout racist.
So the Negro Project wasn't nowhere in there. Am I lying or something?
No, the Negro. No. It's all intertwined.
Planned Parenthood came after the Negro Project.
Hey, Colleen, what's the Negro Project?
Planned Parenthood was the culmination of her.
Colleen, what's the Negro Project? Do you know?
Hold on, before we go there. Planned Parenthood.
No, nobody knows, but they saying these things as though like they know it.
Bruh, can I
but
finish?
Then they're gonna tell us the research.
Bruh.
But you acting like the woman didn't say that she wanted to destroy the blacks and she was going to use the ministers to do it. You acting like she wasn't at KKK meetings. You acting like she wasn't a fucking eugenist who said that they wanted to quell the lower races from having sex and let them, have sex. Let the smart ones have sex, but quell ours.
We already got one person fake mad on the panel. Can you not do this to us tonight?
Yeah, listen, you the maddest one, right? You the maddest one out of all of us here, right? Now knock it off. Now the bottom line is that
now how did you know I was talking about you? You're fake man.
Along with the Negro Project, as he said, you're not going to talk about the fact that she was down with the KKK eugenicists. She said black people were weeds who need to be destroyed, and the culmination of her life.
Wait. Now look.
Was realized.
That's the thing. You say all these things. No.
With Planned Parenthood.
We're not doing that tonight. We did that before.
Now the Negro Project
said
was
KKK.
when she.
You said all these things. Can you show me the quote where she said black folks? Say that again. Black folks need to what?
Oh yeah, I can show you the quote.
No. Huh?
The only thing you gotta do, unbiased, is look up 20 quotes of Margaret Sanger that'll make you sick.
I don't know who put that together. No. Tell me.
Well, they leave sources right up under where it comes from. If you'd like to see it, they leave sources right up under it where it comes from.
Bro, I'm asking.
Look, USA Today just published.
Okay, hold on.
Margaret Sanger.
The difference between me and you guys is that if I say something, I can show you exactly where I got it from, and it's going to be the book that they wrote or that they were doing an interview from.
No, she said in her own papers that she had out in public.
Which paper? I
gotta go. I don't have that information right in front of me. But you can.
Look,
Make all
this
these
USA Today
claims.
just posted this. USA Today. For those identifying historical figures with racist roots who should be removed from public view because of their evil histories, Planned Parenthood's founder Margaret Sanger must join that list. In promoting
Yeah,
birth control, she advanced a controversial Negro project, which we all know was that shit where she was fake trying to give hysterectomies and all that shit to the girls down south.
Oh,
And
so now you know
controversial.
this. Okay, so now you know. Wait. Back up.
Hold on.
Back up. No, wait, bro. You're running. You're saying important things. And you're glossing over.
I'm reading with the
Okay,
with USA Today.
But hey, just
And
explain what the Negro,
advocated.
wait. Explain what the Negro Project was again. Tell me.
I just told you when
What
she
was
was
it?
trying to give quote unquote contraception and birth control and hysterectomies and all that bullshit to the ladies down south.
Quote unquote.
Yeah, that's what it is,
Sterilization,
bro. That's what it
sterilization,
is.
sterilization, brother. Sterilization was a big part of
Sterilization,
that
but
too.
it was all for the girls down south. That's what the Negro Project was for the girls down south. Like, bro, like
They
point blank.
sterilized
good or bad?
thousands of black people. They sterilized white people. They did all that.
Wait. Did they do it beyond
Now,
like was it sneaky or was it people? What was going on? Tell me.
now listen.
Well, they
It
were saying
says,
that they were
man, you
unfit to
embarrass
for
mate.
a Ku
yourself
Klux
in
Klan
life.
group and advocated for eugenics approach to breeding for the gradual suppression, elimination, and eventual extinction of defective stocks. This is her speaking. Those human weeds which threaten the blooming of the finest flowers of American civilization. She was talking about black
Okay,
people.
show me
bro.
the reference to that. All right, now give me the
I
reference.
think that was at that KKK
That was a
meeting. If you
1939 letter to Dr.
Oh.
C.J. Gamble.
Okay, so
Oh,
hold
okay,
on. Hold on.
Ernest Gamble.
Wait. Okay, so Margaret Sanger wrote a letter in 1939 to who?
C.J. Gamble.
Gamble, like as in gambling, like money.
Yeah, like in Gamble, bruh. This shit ain't hard to find. Ain't nobody gonna be
Bruh.
sitting here
Yo.
playing these fake
And you-
games with you. Like,
Yeah, look,
where did
bro,
you? What case was that?
because
Man, you can do a little bit of research.
You
do so
two
much
are the
and you
worst
smarter than me.
researchers, so I can't take your word
You
for
We
smarter
granted.
have
than
to.
this,
All right,
bruh.
well,
I gotta go make
that's what
sure
you're
it's
lying
there.
because what I told you is straight out. I have the information, but just like I said,
Bruh,
I just
you
came
were so
on.
wrong
But
about
no,
the
I haven't. You a damn lie.
coronavirus patent, and we
You a
embarrassed
damn
you
lie.
last time.
No, I have not been wrong. When I was telling y'all about this bullshit that was coming, y'all was laughing and thinking it was a
I will
fucking
play
joke
that
talking
live
about
back.
population control. Back last year in October, and then now all of a sudden this shit's in your face. How you feel now, nigga?
You never.
And just like I said about Margaret Sanger, she was all about the destruction of, if you know, it wasn't just the black people. She was doing it to her own people. The first people that she sterilized, it was a woman. It's a case in the paper. That's all you gotta do is look it up. But I've told you this shit since last year. You won't do no research.
Indigenous, relax, bro. You guys are screaming, yelling, no reason.
But you got to do your research, man. You can't keep on trying to debunk something that you don't know nothing about.
Everybody else and didn't want to tell somebody to relax. Him and Amber is good at that.
I never tell you guys to do your research.
I don't understand why we have to do
Colleen,
research.
the
Y'all
letter was to
already did it. Like, why you just can't present the research that you've done?
You just did, and y'all
Right.
keep going back to it. Like,
Colleen,
you just tried to
the letter was
equate
to who?
the messenger's economic program with Planned Parenthood. This is how convoluted your mind
Colleen,
is.
the letter was to who? Tell me who the letter was to.
I just told you 3 times.
I ain't got a fucking perfect memory, nigga. I'm asking you the question, but who? I'm
You
trying
get
to
mad?
pull this shit.
Wow. Now you get
Because
mad.
Let me see if I can find it
I'm
real
asking
quick.
the question, and you guys are
Dr.
being
C.J.
immature.
Gamble.
Let's see if I can find it.
CJ Gamble.
Hold on.
Like, I've been the most comments, and every time I ask a question, it's an issue to repeat it.
Bro, this is quoted of her. You
Or
can go
it's
right
met
now to
with animosity.
usatoday.com. It's right on there. The Negro Project, the Ku Klux Klan, the eugenics approach, as well as the human weeds. It's right there. It's right there. USA Today. This is not hard, bro. They trying to take, bro, with all of this George Floyd and all that, you know, they just removed Robert E. Lee. Sanger on that list, and you up here sounding dumb trying to vouch for her. Like, Sanger is next on the list to get removed from everything. She was a devout, pure racist.
Nigga, ain't your mama
Period.
got removed, and I'm mad as hell. I can't buy my pancakes. That means it's a good thing. It's a bad thing.
Oh yeah, I'm sure. Now Margaret Sanger getting removed from history with her racist ass is a bad thing. You sound like Newt Gingrich. you sound like fucking Sean Hannity, bro. Like, do you even realize you sound like a 59-year-old white boy?
All right. So let me ask you a question. Now,
Margaret Singer getting removed? That's a bad
wait.
Eminem.
Wait, do you know? Okay, so now I pulled the Negro Project up because I knew you two guys don't research. You don't read shit.
I do research.
Now,
Stop lying, and I explained
now,
to you what it
the
was.
Negro,
Knock it off. You the one
okay,
who don't research.
okay, doesn't matter. I pulled it up. You guys mentioned it. No. You can. I gave Indigenous a couple times to back out of it. I beat his ass before this. Now, was the Negro Project? What happened to it? Do you guys know what happened to it? What happened to it? And how long was it in existence? A long time, a little bit of time. What happened to it?
It was in existence for 3 years.
What happened to it?
It was disbanded.
What was it successful? What happened?
It wasn't successful because it was a lot of backlash to it. No, it wasn't. Those approaches.
These guys are horrible researchers. Yo, they never actually read themselves. They Google shit without ever reading it themselves.
Bro, those approaches with hysterectomies and all that shit was fucking. That she received backlash from that, which is why she had to
y'all
switch her shit to American birth
for some
control.
reason in this community,
it's very
you
short.
and your
Let me read
handlers
it.
love these people.
No.
And y'all keep on trying to big them up.
Excuse
when
me.
there's all kinds of
Indigenous, don't
evidence
get
out
muted, my
here
man.
in the
Indigenous,
world that's
Indigenous,
showing that
you
they
mute
was
my man.
devils.
Let me mute this guy. All right, I'm gonna mute you, Indigenous. We're not gonna do that. You guys brought it up. I'm gonna read it now. Okay? Because it's a problem. People just have talking points. They never read shit. It sounds good and it fit their little agenda. So they
No, that's you, nigga.
All right.
You ask
I'm gonna read
questions
it.
till you get to one little point. Did it work?
Okay, all right.
Huh, see, you don't know anything. Huh? Look
I'm
at
gonna
this.
read it. Okay, yeah, it doesn't matter. I'm gonna read it though. But I am gonna read it.
Because none of this negates the fact that she was a devout
Nah, we ain't doing that.
Nah, we not doing that.
You guys have talking points and you say anything you believe that supports you.
No, it's true that her first approach did not work.
We ain't doing it. It's true because God said it. We don't
no, it's fact.
Okay.
No, God
so
said
the
nothing.
Negro, I'm
you ain't
reading
gonna
right
sit
now.
there and reduce my points to that.
I'm reading right now.
On that too.
I'm reading right now. Relax. The Negro Project, conceptualized by birth control activists. Who? Birth control. The same bullshit Elijah Muhammad used. Birth control activist Margaret Sanger, and it implemented by the birth control. You see who put this word together? So when you use this word, you're talking about what she had come behind this, the work she put. Birth Control Federation of America, now Planned Parenthood Federation of America, was an initiative to provide Southern Black women and families with access to birth control and other forms of what? Contraception, right? While the original plan for the Negro Project included educational outreach into Black communities, as well as the establishment of Black operated clinical resources, the project that was implemented deviated from this original design and was ultimately unsuccessful. The Negro Project lasted 3 years, beginning in 1939 and ending in 1942. As a result of the National Emergency Council's 1938 report on the economic conditions of the South, a report which cited the region as the nation's primary economic concern, national attention shifted towards fixing issues of Southern poverty. Birth control activists, look at the word birth control again, Elijah Muhammad uses shit, same context, including Margaret Sanger, believed that one way to combat Southern poverty was through increased access to birth control. And Sanger aimed to tackle Southern poverty by addressing Black Southern poverty in particular. We're talking about birth control. Okay, don't read abortions yet. Drawing upon her previous experiences with opening a successful birth control clinic in Harlem, New York, the Harlem Clinic, Sanger conceptualized the Negro Project. The goals of the project, as defined by Sanger in a proposal written to Albert Lasker, an American advertising executive and philanthropist whose $20,000 donation provided much of the funding for the project, were to improve the overall quality of life for Southern Blacks by reducing high infant and mortality rates. By reducing mortality rates, promoting higher education, niggas, increasing access to public health clinics, etc.
Yeah, that's the dress up, silly.
Let me. No. We're not cutting it. It's my turn right now. I'm reading. You didn't read it.
That's the
He didn't read it.
dress
I'm
up.
reading it. I'm reading it. In the proposal of the Negro Project, Sanger delineated two essential components: that of educational outreach, and that of clinical access. In order to facilitate educational outreach, Sanger believed it was imperative to recruit the aid of Black ministers and physicians. Sanger noted that their primary responsibility would be to tour the South, dispelling misconceptions, like you niggas are pointing out, about birth control and promoting the use of future clinical resources. Additionally, being aware of the general distrust that existed between Black patients and white doctors, Sanger believed that their involvement in outreach would be instrumental in assuring continued use of the clinical resources. According to Sanger, then only after a successful education campaign should Black-operated birth control clinics be established. Readily accepted Sanger's proposal. Deviation for Sanger's program, the BCFA's Implemented Negro Project. Through initially accepting Sanger's plan for the project, committee members of the BCFA later dismissed her ideas, opting out of establishing Black-run clinical services. So look what the fuck she wanted to do. She wanted to put a Black-run clinical services because she knew the taboo or the distrust between white doctors and Black people. She wanted an all Black-run clinical service. They opted out. They didn't want that shit. Instead, the BCFA decided to funnel last with 20,000 contribution into pre-existing clinics. So you see, she wanted
us to kill ourselves.
No, let me. No, I'm mute.
You niggas kill each other, so we don't gotta blame white folks for killing you.
I'm muting niggas right. I ain't hearing that. You look stupid fuck right now. Niggas is saying shit. Never read the shit. Just saying stupid fucking shit. Just embarrass both of y'all.
No, so you look dumb.
Hey,
you look dumb because you
was that, brother?
never brought in her racist way. You reading Wikipedia.
Hey,
you never brought in her
you said 1939. Hold on. Wait a minute, Kaleem. I'm on your point now.
Hello? I'm
yes.
back.
Yeah. So I know how to mute you niggas. You can't unmute. Okay. So you're not on this point just yet. I'm going to finish reading. I'm going to finish reading first, because what I'm reading is nothing like you guys described. Okay. So now she wanted to run a Black-run clinical service and dropping the concept of. So this is what they want to do. So they wanted to stop a Black-run clinical service that she was putting together. And they were dropping the concept of an educational campaign altogether. So other white motherfuckers, had went against what she went, her ideas. They said, fuck the education. They said, fuck the Black-run clinical service. We're going to put it all white. We're going to go back to our shit. So they refunneled the contribution by Lasker, $20,000, and put it into white-run, right here, typically run by white doctors and nurses. Okay? She wanted to be Black doctors and nurses and educational campaign. They said, no, don't teach some Black niggas shit. And we want white doctors and nurses. That's fucking clear. Between the years of 1940 and 42, the BCFA funded demonstration clinics in many counties across South Carolina, as well as Nashville. So I'm guessing this is without her ass. The clinical hubs of the BCFA's activities in Nashville were Fisk University, a historically Black college, and Bethlehem Center, a Black settlement house. The clinic's daily operations at Fisk University and Bethlehem Center were conducted by Black physicians and nurses. There you go. So there we go. So some of her shit's coming to fruition. Her ideas. In South Carolina.
Can I say something now?
No, I'm not done reading, nigga. Let me finish.
Oh, okay.
In South Carolina, the BCPF employed Black nurses. It employed Black nurses to advocate for the use of contraceptives. Where the fuck do we read abortions, niggas? The BCFA touted its projects in South Carolina and Nashville, Tennessee as a success. In actuality, however, the participation rates among Black women were low. They didn't even come, while the recidivism rate were high. Additionally, the BCFA's Negro Project did not lead to the opening of any more clinics. No more clinics open up, indicating no lasting impact of the project. We read about contra-fucking-ceptives. Y'all lying.
So it didn't work.
Niggas
so it didn't
fucking
work.
Stupid fucking shit. Amber,
so it didn't work, like I said.
So
it didn't work.
So
No
if I can
lasting impact
summarize,
of the project. They shut the shit down.
if
It's
I
been
if I
fucking
can
Niggas saying
summarize what
stupid
you
shit
just
online.
read, if I could just summarize what you just read from my
No,
understanding,
we don't need you.
what I
Hold on,
understand.
Let her finish.
hold on.
Let her finish. Let him
We
finish.
ain't. Wait a minute. Wait a
Can
minute.
I,
Hold on. I
summarize?
asked to speak. I was trying to.
But
Yeah,
I just want to okay. From what I read, this program, from what she wanted to see, is she wanted blacks to be a part of the structure, right? But overall, they was like, no, we really don't want these niggas to be educated by, we don't want them to be educated on this. We don't want them to have really anybody that looks like them in this system. It's going to be white ran, and we're going to limit their education. So black people were removed from the structure of the program, but it wasn't implicit in her design of the program.
Wait, so are we saying that she wasn't racist? I'm just trying to figure out. I just came late. So what are we saying about her? She wasn't racist?
I do know what we read about the Negro Project. So if you know something else,
listen, brothers, the Negro Project did not.
Hold on, wait, no. We read it, so we don't need somebody to come back and tell it what it.
No, you just read it.
Wait,
and it just,
you don't want to hear what I got to say.
Wait, hold on. Wait, hold on. So he asked a question, right? And we can answer it. So was she racist? I don't know anything about that, but I do know that this particular project. What did this seem racist, or did it seem like the people who was in cahoots with racist and shut her ass down, and she attempted to educate black folks and make them head of the project, or be willing participants of the project? So
willing participants of the project to kill their own people.
No. We now look. Hey, wait. Hold on. I'm gonna meet your ass again. Hey, T-Man, did we read anything about somebody dying?
Not there, no.
Okay. So why is he bringing that shit up? We read about
excuse me, sir. She said that the best black people are weeds that need to be destroyed. The best black person is a dead black person. And that to destroy them before they're even born is the best way to do it. So when you're talking about these quote unquote methods of birth control and contraception, as I said to you before, it was directly as a result to thwart the growth of the black population. She was a devout racist. She was a eugenicist. She believed in white superiority. She believed in black inferiority. She hated black people with a pure passion.
My summary was correct. Did I interpret that correctly?
Talking to me?
I'm talking to Unbiased.
Yeah.
Did I interpret that correct? Okay.
Right.
So my thing is, to your question, is that T-Man?
Yeah.
Yes.
Your question, I think the issue is that they're saying she's racist, right? But the merits on which their argument has been presented, it does not align with what has been proven based off of what they say.
Excuse me, I just read USA
If I
Today.
could talk, I could prove it to you right now.
I just read USA Today. You chose to ignore that so you can listen to Wikipedia.
I'm not done.
I know you're not done, but you are done. Because the bottom line is,
I'm not done.
That's not what happened.
I'm not done. So what I'm saying is, it's not that they do not have an argument for her racism, is that the evidence, because they provided no evidence, so Unbiased had to go look for it. They mentioned things, but when he looked it up, it did not align with what they said happened. So if they have other evidence that says something,
it didn't align. What are you talking about?
If they have other evidence to present, then they should present that now to make their argument. That's what I.
All right, can I do that then?
Wait,
can I do that?
hold on.
No. Margaret Singer was a devout racist.
Wait.
She had meetings with the KKK. She was a eugenicist. What do you mean it doesn't align? You choose not to
keep on digging y'all's grave deeper. So
according to USA Today.
Hey,
so you choosing not to believe it.
Yeah, I'm gonna put y'all back in the waiting room, like seriously, because I'm tired of talking. Produce your shit. So now I have a letter right here.
I just did.
No, you didn't produce anything. You didn't. I produced the Negro Project, and I got a letter to Gamble.
Excuse me, and what you produced said I was right. It didn't work.
I did this last year, man. Hold on. I did this last year, and I told you straight up. Now, in 1939, when you said the Negro Project was created, that's when she said that to Dr. J. Gamble. That's when she said that to him in 1939.
Indigenous.
Okay.
Indigenous.
So I'm going. I muted him too. I got so now look. Hey, T-Man, this is what they talking about. She wrote a letter to Gamble. This is the letter to Gamble. Is this the one?
Hold on.
Is this the one? Because this ain't say that shit. So what? So again, you guys got to produce shit. So I ain't got to go find it.
Excuse me. Excuse me. Excuse me.
Yeah, I want the letter she wrote. Don't tell me what somebody else said. The news. Tell me, because they got a source up too.
No, excuse me. You just told me something about Wikipedia. Knock it off. This is a fact.
No,
I'm about to produce it to you right now.
Okay, but it's sources. Okay, but they got the sources there. Okay, you mean go back?
Hey, unbiased.
Yeah.
Unbiased.
Yeah.
Can I ask you a question? Why are you silencing me?
Because I don't want no more talking. This is the show me hours.
Okay. Well, I'm showing you right. I got something to show you. I got evidence right here to prove it to you, and I got shit to prove what you're talking about.
Okay,
it's bullshit.
Where is it?
It's in a Dr. J. Gamble, December 10th, 1939. Just like you said. When was it? Hold on. You said the Negro Project was created when?
I'm gonna mute you again. Hey, everybody, what the fuck does it say right here? This is the same date he just said. December 10th, 1939.
I already presented that letter last year, brother.
Actually, she said it in 19. She actually said it.
Now look at these guys. They arguing about the date now.
No, she actually said it in 1924.
I presented that letter last year.
Hold on.
Now, what does this letter say?
She actually said it in 1924.
It's IBM's evidence, and he has confirmed that this is indeed the letter, right?
She said, how are we to breed a race?
Why don't you just look up the letter? That's all you got to do. If unbiased got it, read that part, please.
Screen. The letter is on the screen, Indigenous. Look at the screen.
Yeah, some crazy niggas.
I'm looking at something else. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's December 10th, 1939. Dr. C.J. Gamble, 255
Now, before we go too far, Amber, hold on. You said that the Negro Project was created when?
Wait, this ain't too far.
1939. Now, let's keep that in mind.
Okay. Uh-oh. He about to connect dates and shit. Dude, we read it. Produce something different. We have the letter now, okay? Now, Indigenous, what does the letter say again? Because I want to make sure I want to make sure. Now, I ain't bashing niggas on live that they're horrible researchers. What does the letter supposed to say about black folks, Indigenous?
All right, once again, from last year, when I presented this.
I'm asking you right now, I'm going to read the letter.
That you knew nothing about.
Room. Now, Colleen, do you agree this is the letter?
No, I don't.
Okay,
I was reading her thing, and then the next paragraph, it said Dr. C.J. Gamble. So I put that together. But from what I'm reading now, she actually said it in 1924. And we all know that she was a eugenicist. Which
the letter was in 1939, December 10th, 1939.
That was the Gamble letter, but the Weed statement was in 24.
Okay, cool.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Okay, all right. So now when she made that statement, was that a letter? Was it a lecture? How do you know about that? So I can find it.
I'll tell you right now.
That's all you have to do is type in Margaret Setter's.
No, I got your letter. Indigenous, yours is here, so you could just be quiet. I got yours.
No, I said you just got to type in Margaret Singer and what we said.
Dude,
if we're quoting her, the only thing you got to do is put the quote in.
Bro, this is very easily to find out, bro. I'm about to tell you right now exactly when it is.
Yeah, you do that. Okay. Now, I want to know, Colleen, from you. Is it a letter? Is it a lecture? Like, how do we? So I can research.
Statements.
Okay, because that means she spoke somewhere. So who was she speaking to? So I can get that. I don't want to give a nigga website where
she was a public speaker, bro. She was speaking statements.
Yeah, but she had to be somewhere, my man.
Hold on.
Somebody was recording her or providing the transcript.
I'm about to tell you right now, bro.
Okay, good. In this, you don't got to say nothing. I got yours. So in business, all you got to do is tell me what is the letter supposed to say about black folks. That's all. And if it's here, you're right. If it's not here, you're a horrible researcher. It's real simple.
All right. Anyway.
Oh, here
I'm
we go.
I'm just going to say this one more time.
The pivot of civilization.
Hold on, man. Hold on. I'm going to say this one more time. I've already presented this letter. I already showed you what it said. But it said, we don't listen. I'm reading.
All right. Okay. I got the what the fuck is he talking about? I got the letter right here. I'm just asking
Now
him
fuck that letter.
No,
I
wait,
got
no,
it
wait, wait.
right
No, no,
here.
wait. No.
I got it right here.
Because,
Right here for you. All of it. All the facts you want.
Now you're next. Go ahead.
The Pivot of Civilization, 1922. We are paying for and even submitting to the dictates of an ever-increasing, unceasingly spawning class of human beings who never should have been born at all. She was a eugenicist. We know she was talking about based upon eugenicist, gun of
Oh, wait.
Hold on.
Dude,
from birth control and racial betterment.
Slow down.
From birth control and racial betterment, 1919.
Slow down.
Before
Slow down, my man. I'm just gonna. Yeah, what's wrong with you guys, man? Why are you afraid for me to find it?
Go ahead, find it.
Slow down.
This is facts, though.
Yes, okay. Slow down if it's a fact. Slow down. Fuck you all insecure for, man.
Because you were just over here flexing.
Yeah, if I had evidence, I'd be like, okay, nope, I'm taking
you
time.
niggas don't study. You niggas don't
all
read.
right.
Now you all
So,
slow down.
Margaret, okay, relax, dude. I'm typing this shit in. Margaret Sanger, what happened? Now, what else I need to type? Margaret Sanger, what, Colleen?
The Pivot of Civilization, 1922. Read it.
Okay, the pivot of civilization. Okay.
From birth control and racial betterment.
All right. Okay,
First
cool.
Of all, birth control and racial betterment.
Okay, dude, relax. So it was a book by her, right?
The Pivot of Civilization, 1922.
Yeah, that was a book of hers, right?
I'm not sure if it was a book or a publication.
Yeah, it's on Amazon.
Okay.
So hold on 1 second, because that's all I want to do. I want to get her word, her book. Nobody got to interpret it for me or rewrite it. Okay. So while I'm doing this, Indigenous for you. Actually, I just found it. So Indigenous for you. You said that letter's supposed to say what about Black folks? Please just make it brief so I just could find it.
Okay, here we go. The eugenic value.
Wait.
Value.
Hey, Colleen, I'm speaking to
Come on, man.
Right
we don't want the word to go.
Wait, dude. Now I'm gonna throw you out the damn live, Indigenous. I'm asking you a question. You're ignoring
don't do that.
I'm reading, nigga. Y'all keep cutting me the fuck off.
Okay, dude. All right, now you're being disrespectful. I'm asking you a question, stupid nigga. I'm asking you, what am I supposed to be reading about Black folks, Indigenous? It's real simple. So
are you gonna let me read the shit now?
No, I'm gonna read it. Tell me what I'm looking for. And now I'm looking to read.
We don't want the word to go up. See, every time I get to talking, somebody else gets to. We don't want the word to.
All right. Okay. So now, Colleen, for you, the pivot of civilization. Tell me what she said again.
Yo, you a nut for cutting Indigenous off like that.
Hey, no. I asked a simple question, and y'all want to beat around the bush. So now it's on you.
Want to try to?
Okay, don't worry about that. I'm asking because he referred to the letter. He said it was disrespecting Black folks. So I said, bro, let me know what I'm looking for, so I just can read it verbatim. That's all. And he wouldn't never tell me. So I'm asking you now.
Well, I already told you.
Okay, so I already told you. Like, you can't say it twice. What am I looking for here? So I can control find it.
Man, you're such a sucker. Anyways,
what am I looking for?
The Pivot of Civilization. We are paying for and even submitting to the dictates of an ever-increasing, unceasingly spawning class of human beings who never should have been born at all. That right there alone lets you know she was evil as fuck.
Okay.
Yeah, who she was talking about?
She was talking about Black folks right there?
It don't matter. She evil.
Oh.
Don't matter.
Wait. Okay.
You sitting there acting like she a good person. Whether she's talking about Black people or not, you're evil. She's evil.
Hello.
Yeah. What happened?
Everybody was muted. I'm pretty sure.
I mean,
from what I read, man, she was on both sides of the fence. You can say she was for the black community, but she was also targeting the black community for birth control. I mean, that's no argument there, so I don't know.
she wasn't for the black community. That's how history tells it in their white lying books that they lie about. I mean,
I think what he's saying is the argument could be made on either side. There's sufficient evidence.
No, he said she was on both sides, not the argument. You add
exactly. So the argument would be on both sides, for or
no.
against.
She is on both sides.
Again, so that would put her on both sides of the argument, right?
She had this double life.
Again, you keep trying to cut everybody off, and nobody is debating you. You're trying to create a difference where a difference doesn't exist. What he's saying is that there's sufficient evidence on both sides that she was both for and against black people.
No, it's not. It's only evidence that she was against black people. All the rest is the dress up.
Dress up or not, there could be evidence that even dress up.
No evidence. It's the dress up. It's like they dressed up Columbia. You've been hoodwinked, bamboozled.
Right. Peace, Mongo.
They even hoodwinked us. We really on this black conscious platform arguing that Margaret Sanger was a good person. And y'all don't see how asleep you was.
Why you stay going in, Kaleem, yo? Why you always going in, yo?
Don't even
I'm a warrior, because I'm a soldier.
Don't even say going. It's a stroke.
Oh my goodness.
A very fragile ego.
Do I hear a rat? Do I hear a rat speaking?
I'd rather be a hood rat than a lab rat with this experimental religion you
Come on, rat.
Invested in. Mongo, can you hear us? I'm delighted to hear your information unbiased, though. I want to see their sources.
I mean, there's definitely information out there saying how she wanted to target the black community for birth control, but I don't know. I don't have a dog in that fight. It is what it is.
So my biggest problem is that I never understand, because I just, maybe I missed it. Were they dragging people to the clinic by force? Were they, forcing people to engage and indulge in birth control?
No, I don't know.
The argument could be made that, okay, yeah, they thought they were going to get this, but they were actually making them sterile. Like, I can understand that, right?
Yeah.
But birth control in itself, they had to be already trying to get birth control in order for that to be effective. So I just don't understand this argument against, like, it was a diabolical plot and that, they forced something on us, when I don't see it. Like, to some degree, there's never any, it's like they tricked us into wanting birth control. Like, there's no culpability on our side whatsoever. And that's the biggest problem I have.
No, absolutely. I don't say it was a trick, but I know she targeted blacks in the South because they thought they would be like economic, a health and a social problem.
Okay. So T-Man.
Yes, sir.
I was trying to wait on that because you're trying to get there on purpose. So tell me, why did W. Du Bois seek out her for assistance in the black community? Can you explain that?
No, sir. I'm not versed in it.
Amber, are you aware of W. Du Bois? reaching out to Margaret Sanger to help with her cause with the Black community. Are you aware of that?
I know you mentioned it on another show. So prior to that, I was not aware, but I know you mentioned
and
it
other Black leaders. Like these are just. And do you know Dr. King?
You said like several Black leaders reached out.
Yeah. So now I'm naming the most notable ones that we know, and then Dr. King also gave her a shout out. So these are some of our best minds that are. So now I'm supposed to believe that these guys were in on it too. Like they were too dumb to realize that we're smart, they're dumb, and they didn't realize that she was really had a hidden agenda to target. No, Black folks sought her out, and they wanted to use her services because again, prophylactics were illegal in the country. That practice was not heard. It was not heard of. It was not welcomed here. She pushed for it and got it accepted. So when you say targeting the Black neighborhoods, she got assistance from Black leaders. So from what I read, they sought her out and wanted her to bring her because she was working amongst her own white folks, her own kind.
Yeah,
what I read,
you know that they say there's a comment from like Angela Davis and everything saying it's a calculated effort to reduce the Black population against their will, right? So I know we have people on both sides. Okay, so now let me ask you this, since you want to go there. Now in Africa, do you know that there's a problem with poverty and a whole bunch of kids in Africa? Absolutely.
Okay, now do you know birth control is being recommended against a lot of their will as well?
I didn't know that.
Yeah, because they don't practice birth control. This is a new idea coming from the Western Hemisphere. They coming over there, Bill Gates and them, and saying, yo, listen, the rate y'all going, y'all be in poverty forever. You will never get out of this. So we have an idea for you guys. Maybe you want to practice using a condom. And look, and when they pitched that idea, Amber, a lot of the women were on board because they were having 15, 20 fucking kids by this dude, why he just wander off and do what he do. So it's perpetual poverty.
So what about the so-called quote she made where it says that Blacks are a menace to civilization?
Yeah, so I haven't. So I was trying to get Colleen to pull it up. So he had me come to a source. That's what I'm trying to say. Like Black folks say stupid shit that's non-existent. First of all, indigenous, start with him first. He had a letter I pulled up. He verified you all heard it, the date. That's it. I said, okay, indigenous. Because I know how dumb niggas do. Cause I'm mad now. I know how you do. They have you source up for them. You'll read something. They'll never tell you what you're looking for. Then you finish reading it, they'll act like, and then they act like something else is their point. See, you read about dinosaurs. I was talking about that. So I want to know in advance now, what are you saying so I can see if it's in this letter? So we can hold you to the letter that you're wrong or right.
Or they'll lie. They never said it too. Like once they'll back out of it. I didn't say that. I said something else.
Right. So I'm trying to get a direct quote so I can see if it's in the letter. Now, he refused to do that. He's out of here. Now, Colleen, he had me pull up something totally different. He didn't know this was a book of hers. This silly nigga. He didn't know it was a book. He think it's just a speech. He said it earlier. It's a speech. It's a book we can all buy from Amazon. So now I got the book here. So I control find. I said, Colleen, was she speaking to Black folks? Y'all heard his answer. It doesn't matter. But he was certain she was. So I'm here, give me the quote, because I know that she had a viewpoint on like what she considered people born like birth defects. She felt like that was a problem for society because they weren't able to be productive like everybody else. Like they would slow society down. So that was her thing. So she was like, okay, maybe birth control can prevent too many of those in her opinion, those people that be unproductive and abortions. Now, first of all, how can she predict what the baby? Because like now we have ultrasounds where they can see the swelling in the head to see if a baby can have a birth defect before that child's even like 6 months. Like they can tell, so they can have a parent can have the choice 2, 3, 4 months in advance to have that kid when that kid has when that's Colleen call me now. When that kid has a good chance, of some type of brain defect, maybe retardation, a parent has an early warning of that, so they can decide. You want the kid? You sure? Because this kid gonna have, Down syndromes like that, like they have autism, like they have that type of technology now, where well in advance that kid gonna be normal or or defective or birth defects. That's what I'm trying to say. So Margaret Sanger views was she did have a problem with those people in all races. Mm-hmm. So when people try to just make it black folks, I want them to just show me. And they mentioned the Negro Project. We all read. They knew nothing about it. They misrepresented it. So that's why I don't trust black folks. I just got to say, show me. I said, I'm done talking, but I just wanted to bring it all back to that. Show me these quotes that we keep hearing about, and we haven't seen one.
And not only that, for me, it's like I don't understand the purpose of going back and trying to villainize in the minds of Black people Margaret Sanger. I was anti-abortion for myself without having ever known who Margaret Sanger was. I don't think that you need to villainize her in order to make a plausible argument that goes against abortion. So I just don't even see the purpose. It's just, to me, it boils down to conscious community talking points, because it doesn't serve a purpose in the grand scheme of things. Like, I just don't understand why they do all of this research on these characters only to still not make their point. Like, I just don't get it.
Yeah. He said the indigenous said she used eugenics to sterilize South Carolinians. I don't know. I got to see that. Margaret Sanger.
Are you still going to read their alleged evidence?
Did they present anything? You gonna put it up on bias if they present anything?
Hello, can you hear me?
I think he probably, we can hear you now. I think he probably on the phone with oh boy.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm over here talking now. I'm over here talking on mute. All right. So the letter, I can read the letter because it's not that long, but I'm not gonna read her whole book looking for what he thinks is in there. He got directly to the quote because listen, I could just control find it, right? If it's a quote, I can control find, type it, press enter, boom, it's there. So I ain't got to search the whole book. If you don't tell me the quote, how can I find it other than reading the whole book? I'm not gonna do that, but I will read the letter because it's short. All right. And in the letter, we all heard that it's supposed to be some foul stuff about Black folks. All right. So let me share this letter. Okay. He agreed. This is the letter, December 10th, 1939. Now, this is the same time of the Negro Project, right? Okay. Dear Dr. Gamble, it's good to know that you are recovering. I also am stepping up and have felt much better the past week. Miss Delp was here for Thanksgiving, and I am more than delighted to learn that she was able to get $250 from the California Birth Control Organization, plus the $600 from the Federation. That's good. She's a go-getter and a live wire, very tactful and charming as well. I think that my pick of her has been justified, even though she's a little higher priced than ordinary. She has been working on the article to be written by Miriam D. Ford. Who? Ford. Miss something Shipley. They were good enough to send me a rough draft for comments and suggestions, and the important suggestion that I made was not to include Miss Delp's actual name in the article because, am I still here? You guys can hear me?
Yeah.
We can hear you. Yeah.
We got you.
Oh, all right,
Yes.
because I'm on twice in the on the live, and on the computer that I'm sharing the screen, it's like bugging out. It's saying I'm not connected. All right, so it says they were good enough to send me a rough draft for comments and suggestions, and the important suggestion that I made was not to include Ms. Delp's actual name in the article because of the fact that
I don't see it anymore. It says Uncle Goober left, so I don't see it anymore on the screen.
Yeah, because the other laptop, like, I don't know if y'all had the same problem, but Comcast, like, internet connection has been messing with everybody. So I don't know if y'all had the same issues.
Yeah, mine real trifling.
Yeah, so everybody having some type of internet connection issue. I had to come over here. They took wires out, so I gotta wait for it. I'm off that Zoom. That's why I logged in twice too, because that happened. So.
All right, so Colleen is pointing us to a 1922 or the 1919 publication.
So okay. So first of all, he said 1924. So now he's dropping that one. He's going somewhere else now. So we're not doing that. We're not doing that. You have to stick with what you said the first time. What kind of research? But he's telling us to learn how to research, and he got to go any, mini, mighty, mo, catch it. No, you said the pivot of what's his book called? He said the pivot of. Let me go up to the top. He told all of us the pivot of civilization by Margaret Sanger. Now it's something else. No, this is actually her words. So if it's in here, there's no misquote. There's no other person, right? This is all her. So I'm forced to acknowledge this fact if it's in this book. That's why I want to know where was it that she's supposed to say this stuff? Because in the U.S. today, that means nothing. Like, these guys can misrepresent things like they always do. They have a lot of clickbait, right? So anyway, let me try to log back in to Zoom on the other laptop and get it. All right, so let me press join. I might be able to log back in. If not, then I'll just find it on here. This shit. All right. Let me see what I type. That's crazy. Oh yeah, the internet's gone. All right, so I'm gonna find it on here then until that thing loads up. So it's the Margaret Sanger. Margaret Sanger. Margaret Sanger letter.
All right. Indigenous said, all right, the publication 1938, page 366. He's pointing directly to something. So
it was 1939, the letter initially that Indigenous said, like, oh my gosh.
That's what I'm trying to say. Like, this is a goose chase. This is a goose chase. All right, so now I'm back. I got it on the iPad, so I'm going to share my screen. We're not going to. Listen. All I heard today, T-Man, was these guys tell me to learn how to research. That's all I heard. You got to learn how to research. You got to learn how to research. I always hear this from niggas. And then we go to their research to prove their point, and then they ask to look to somewhere else. After he verified, this is it. That's it right there. Colleen, this is it. All right, so what did she say? She talking to black folks? It doesn't matter. Wait, but isn't she supposed to be racist? So if she's talking to white folks, how is that just singling out black folks? That means that she's just mad at women at that point. All right, so here we go. Let me share the screen. So as I know you guys can see this. So we're back up. All right.
So I was question real quick.
Yeah. Because I do want to finish reading that.
Yeah. I got you, bro. Just a question. So are you saying that Margaret Sanger had the best interest for black people when it comes to? Okay, so when it comes, let me tell you how I roll. I look at myself as a fact checker, and I look at the data. Okay. So when somebody show me something, and somebody show me something that's accurate, right, and it's legit, even though I don't like it, I'm forced to accept it. As a matter of fact,
a lot of my thinking now is things I hated to receive or accept. But I'm like, what I'm gonna do? Like, I'm not somebody who's emotional. I know Black folks hear certain names their whole entire life. This person's wicked, the Bilderbergers, the Rothschild family, these are Jay-Z, Beyonce. Like, we hear all these things, the Illuminati. So
Yeah, the whole
we believe it.
Alex Jones rant. Yeah.
Yeah, right. So we believe it. But then when we come across information that contradicts that, now you at a point of a crossroads. You got to decide. Do you stick with the familiar language that makes Black folks happy and comfortable? Or do you ride with the data? So I have not seen anything to this point. I'm giving everybody an opportunity to show me something where she just blatantly racist. And so far, I have not seen it. Now, these guys say that there's other things we can look at, right? He gave me the letter. So won't somebody ask Indigenous so the letter doesn't say what he says now? You know, right, T-Man? He said somewhere else, right? So that means I could just close the letter then. So he was wrong about that. But
Yeah, I think they're giving up on the letter at this point.
Yeah, but he was so adamant though.
Right.
There's a letter. There's a letter.
So my biggest thing, and my goal, and this isn't to you, but this is just in general. When people ask questions to provide evidence, the automatic assumption is if you're critiquing this idea and this concept, that you're on the other side, meaning that, oh, well, then you must think that she did everything right and that she's not racist. No, this is just, if you feel this way, then provide evidence as to why you feel this way. If people would just say they have a hunch based off the time period that she lived in and the fact that people were more likely to be racist than not, then I can go with that, right? But when you say because of this,
right, that I agree with that, right?
And then we evaluate this, that, and the third, and it does not substantiate your argument, then that's a problem. Now you're just upset, and you're saying that you don't like her, and you're providing a false premise as to why that is. So when you create an argument and you say it's for this reason, when I go to that reason, it should be there. It should not be you're flailing in the water trying to figure the shit out. You've already made a definitive statement that you do not like her and that she's racist. It should not be this hard to provide evidence of such.
I know he's referring to when she said she welcomed the opportunity to speak at the women's branch of the KKK in Jersey. I believe that's what he's referring to.
Wait, repeat that. I missed that. Repeat that.
Well, Margaret, I guess she was given an opportunity to speak at the women's branch of the KKK in New Jersey. Right. So I guess that's what he's referring to.
What about it?
But they were women.
I know. Yeah.
Okay. Because Elijah Muhammad also. Wait, Amber, real quick. Elijah Muhammad also met with the KKK. And so when people use that against them, but he was trying to get land for Black folks, and they agree with us that we should be separate. See. So Elijah Muhammad can meet with them for the good cause of Black folks. And then, like Amber said, she met with white KKK women. So don't you think she's pitching her contraception education with them?
And that's the thing, like, I just wish people just had more, just use reason. If I'm pitching to women, right? My product applies to women. Why the fuck would I? They KKK. I'm not pitching to them. No, they're women. I need their buy-in in order for my idea to work. Like, you see what I'm saying? Like, I could understand if she was, but that doesn't even support the argument that if she's pitching to KKK women, was she trying to get them to invest in this idea and use contraception? And how does that support the argument that it was designed for Black people? If she wants them to utilize birth control, how does that not make you take the disposition that maybe she wasn't just against Black people, maybe she was just against birth in general?
Right.
Mm-hmm.
So is there any writings we can look at to see what her and those women were talking about?
Okay, so that's a good question. I will try to find it. But right now, the letter you're looking at, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Is there any language where she's talking about Black folks at all?
No, I don't see that.
Right. So now, but Indigenous was sure. He was certain that this is it. This is going to prove she's a racist. I pulled it up, nothing there. Colleen mentioned, right, so here's the book. Let me show you the book that I pulled up so you know I ain't bluffing. Here's the book right here. This is the whole thing, right? This is everything right here. This is everything. So this is got the chapter. You see the chapters there? So this is the book, right? So where, Colleen, in here? So I said, so then he said, I said, well, she talking about black folks here? Now it said it doesn't matter when he was certain it was talking about black folks. But they're telling me to learn how to research when I could have swore when I stand strong in an argument, whether I'm right or wrong, at least it's going to say what I might misinterpret it, right? It might not say exactly what I thought it was going to say, but at least is you can read it. You might read it and laugh at me. Unbiased, it ain't talking about that. It's talking about A, B, and C. But at least you read those words that I say was in there. So we're not even reading the words. And I'm going to Google right now, Margaret Sanger's speech to KKK. All right. That's all you got to do. Just type it in there. And
yeah, Google is our friend.
Right. Just type it in there and then type in the name and then type in what you want. And it's going to speech. And it'll get you there. Speech to the but people have like agendas, you know, like it gotta fit the white man's a devil narrative. And that's what gets you in trouble. We always say the argument is cool, but the sources is where you die. Okay, so Hitler. All right, so you hear all this right here, but I just want the opposition claims about Margaret Sanger, Supreme Court gained worldwide renown. We could look at that. SupremeCourt.gov. No, this isn't full of Margaret. Oh, hey, hold up now. That looker shit. Back or under. All right now.
Look
the
shit
woman
behind
in this
shit.
photograph.
Look
Okay,
shit,
meeting with
scholarship.
KK. All right, so this might be something here. Okay, I'm going to entertain this. No, I said no. This isn't a photo of Margaret Sanger at a KK meeting. If your time is short, Margaret Sanger did speak to a branch of the women of the KKK clan in Silver Lake, NJ, but this photo has been altered to include her in the image. All right, so the image is not her. All right, so I want to know what was said in that meeting. Okay, so this woman in the photo is Margaret Sanger. So this is somebody's claim, right? It was flagged. You know, Facebook got the fact check there. So it's going, she believed black people should be, hey. So Sanger, so this is somebody quote, she believed black folks, right? So this is somebody quote, and the fact checker is going to, okay, here we go. She believed black people should be eliminated, that she called some immigrants human weeds, and that she was an active participant in the KKK. But Sanger did support eugenics and did want to speak to a female group associated with the KKK through this photo that didn't show. Feature fact check. Okay. So in her 1938 autobiography, she wrote that she was willing to talk to virtually anyone as she advocated for birth control across the United States. Always to me, any aroused group was a good group. And therefore I accepted an invitation to talk to the women branch of the KKK at Silver Lake. So this is her words. New Jersey, one of the weirdest experiences I had in lectures. So you see, she was not a part of the doctrine. She was not trying to join. She was talking about birth control. The women of the KKK was not the KKK itself, but a parallel organization that supported the goals of the men's group. Attending the meeting in New Jersey involved a complicated process that included driving to a secret location according to her biography. So she got a biography out there? Why nobody quote her biography? Call these dumbass sources. Okay, we didn't find any photos showing Margaret Sanger at the meeting, and there's no evidence that the KKK image shared in the Facebook post had anything to do with Sanger. It was taken during a KKK ritual in Georgia. Blah, blah. So it's talking about a picture. We rate this image as false. All right. So they fact checked the image. All right. So clearly, we read earlier that in her own words, that she was willing to speak to any women that wanted to listen. So you guys want to listen? You're women. You really hit my ideas about birth control. I will talk to you. So she did that in 26. All right. So I guess we don't got to look for that one, right? That speech. Anything else?
Well, I mean, I'm not surprised that ain't no photo because nobody gonna be taking no pictures of no Klan meeting unless you authorized to do so.
So Martin Luther King, the year Sanger died, the Reverend Dr. Luther King said, there is a striking kinship between our movement and Margaret Sanger's early efforts. This is Dr. King talking. Our sure beginning in the struggle for equality by nonviolent direct action may not have been so resolute without the tradition established by Margaret Sanger and people like her. This is Dr. King. So you guys act like I'm crazy. This is Dr. King, okay? So you think he wasn't aware of the eugenics and the hatred for black folks and she want to murder black babies? You thought he was clueless to that? So now
Yeah, that's the first time I ever seen that.
Oh, they'll be dragging him next.
So now I want to go get W. Du Bois because he also co-signed her, but he not only co-signed her, he brought her to the hood. So I want to get that next. Okay, so right here it says public statements that distort or misquote Margaret Sanger. So Khalid Indigenous, this is you guys. Okay, so these are public statements that distort or misquote Margaret Sanger. Okay, so here it is. More children from the fit, less from the unfit. That is the chief issue in birth control. A quotation falsely attributed to Margaret Sanger. This statement was made by the editors of American Medicine in a review of an article by Sanger. All right. The editorial from which this appeared, as well as Sanger's article, Why Not Birth Control Clinics in America, were reprinted side by side in the May 1919 Birth Control Review. So again, T-Man, that's what right there. When you see quotes and you see that she was misquoted by this organization or this whatever this is, you can't take a hook, line, and sink. People lie, and they're probably religious.
And that was back in 1919. So
right. So if she's a racist, why would other racist folks misquote her? All right. So I want to see if their quote gonna be here somewhere. Okay, here we go. Right here, guys. This is for you, T-Man. Black soldiers and Jews are a menace to the race. This is Colleen verbatim. This fabricated quotation, falsely attributed to Sanger, was concocted in the late 1980s. The alleged source is the April 1933 Birth Control Review. Sanger ceased editing the review in 1929. That issue contains no article or letter by Sanger. Fake news. But I gotta learn how to research. Okay. I want some more stuff. So nothing but misquotes in here. All right. So we see a lot of that stuff was fake news. But they get on here, the Sanger and eugenics. All right, here we go. All right. I didn't skip past this. Let's deal with it. I keep hearing about this, right? Eugenics is a theory of improving hereditary qualities by socially controlling humans' reproduction. That's the definition. Now, but if they tell you what it is, it's something totally different. Eugenicists, including the Nazis, were opposed to the use of contraception. What? Or abortion by healthy and fit women. So the Nazis were against, Amber, abortions and contraception. I told you Margaret Sanger brought that here. That's why she's a key component in making America great. In fact, Sanger's books were among the very few first burned by the Nazis. So she's a racist, Amber, but the Nazis burned her goddamn books. In their campaign against family planning, Sanger on exhibit, 1999, 2000. Sanger helped several Jewish women and men and other escape the Nazi regime in Germany. Margaret Sanger and the refugee department. Sanger, however, cleverly identified with the broader issues of health and fitness that concerned the early 20th century eugenics movement, which was enormously popular and well respected by doctors, physicians, political leaders, and educators during the 1920s and 30s. It's called context. Decades in which treatments for many hereditary and disabling conditions were unknown. But Sanger believed that reproductive decisions should be made on an individual and not a social or cultural basis, although she did sometimes exempt those women who she saw as incompetent in her writing. And she consistently and firmly repudiated any strictly racial application of eugenics principles. She did what? And she consistently and firmly repudiated any strictly racial application of eugenics principles. So you see how niggas be lying on here in front of the world? For example, Sanger vocally opposed the racial stereotyping that affected passage of the Immigration Act of 1924 on the grounds that intelligence and other inherited traits vary by individual and not by group. Chester, so he's sourcing up on you. Though she tried for years, Sanger was unable to convince the leaders of the eugenics movements to accept her credo that no woman can be free who does not own and control her body. Are you guys listening? So it looked like she wasn't in cahoots with the eugenics movement. She was trying to get in there and shape the perspective and move in a different direction. Her ongoing disagreement with the eugenicists of her day is clear from her remarks in the Birth Control Review of February 1919. All right? Which the Supreme Court ruled the compulsory sterilization of the unfit was allowable under the Constitution. This decision enabled states to sterilize citizens deemed unfit without the consent and sometimes even the knowledge of those affected. A majority of states adopted involuntary sterilization policies, leading to over 60,000 sterilizations by 1967. Okay, now was she for that or was she arguing against that? Planned Parenthood acknowledges that these major flaws in Sanger's views, and we believe that they were wrong. Furthermore, we hope that this acknowledgement fosters an open conversation on racism and I can't see, I'm so far from the computer.
So quickly, you read the reason why it's not connecting is because you read it out of sequence.
Okay.
So over
different
here,
side of the thing. Oh, okay,
yeah.
I see what I did. Yeah. I'm thinking it's one column. Yeah, my bad. So where does it pick up at? Oh, so it ends, right? It's over.
But there's, although she didn't do it on racial basis, she did do it on another basis. So that's what the other column was saying, and that's what
over here.
Yeah.
Okay, right here. I got it right here. It says, in addition,
no, at the top, although Sanger uniformly repudiated the racist exploitation.
Okay, I got it right here. I got you right here. Go ahead, you can read it. I can't.
Although Sanger uniformly repudiated the racist exploitation of eugenic principles, she agreed with the progressiveness of her day, who favored incentives for the voluntary hospitalization and or sterilization of people with untreatable, disabling hereditary conditions, the adoption and enforcement of stringent regulations to prevent the immigration of the diseased and the feeble-minded into the U.S., placing so-called illiterate, paupers, unemployables, criminals, prostitutes, and dope fiends on farms and in open spaces as long as necessary for the strengthening and development of moral conduct. In addition, Sanger, who endorsed the 1927 Buck v. Bell decision written by Oliver Wendell Holmes Jr. in which the Supreme Court ruled that compulsory sterilization of the unfit was allowable under the Constitution. This decision enabled states to sterilize citizens deemed unfit without the consent and sometimes even the knowledge of those affected. A majority of states adopted involuntary sterilization policies, leading to over 60,000 sterilizations by 1967. Planned Parenthood acknowledges these major flaws in Sanger's views, and we believe that they are wrong. Furthermore, we hope that this acknowledgement fosters an open conversation on racism and ableism, both inside and out of our organization.
Okay, so therefore, when people try to condemn Planned Parenthood, they're saying that part of her ideology, they differ right there. They say, okay, no, we're going to acknowledge that was wrong, her thinking like that. Okay, and again, nobody said that she was a perfect woman or everything, our views were perfect. But I said this earlier. I said way before earlier, I said, I'm aware of her views, and you guys can bear witness of me. I said, I'm aware of her views, her views on, I said, birth defects and people growing up, in her belief, not productive in society, right? Crippled, I talked about that. Retarded, like she believed that those people ought to be.
Right. And so I'll say this because, again, I can understand why some people make the argument based off of those views. However, it is incorrect and a misstatement of her views to say that it was on the basis of race. It was not on the basis of race. However, considering our condition at the time, how we were perceived in general society, even the view of the disabled, the impoverished, the prostitute, the criminal, it's easy to use that basis to lead to the sterilization of people without their knowledge, right? Like, not that it was a racially motivated thing, but there was enough social discrimination in regards to Blacks where that could be used negatively to impact Blacks. And that's not the same thing.
Well, it's never the same thing. When Black folks say, I've learned, and Double X helped me, point this out and acknowledge it. Most things Black folks repeat over and over and over is usually wrong. And as you can see today, none of the quotes checked out that these guys, and we even see that one of the quotes that they mentioned earlier was false. It was a misprint, probably with some pro-life group, right? Maybe them misquoted her and demonized her. So like this what goes on. And if you already have an agenda, if you already believe a certain way about white folks, if you already believe a certain way about global population and eugenics, if you already got a viewpoint of that, you're gonna throw her in there with everything. And look, and she was at a time where racism was the norm, right? So and they struggled to get things out of her. So Amber, imagine, T-Man, Mongo, imagine the bullshit they got on Bill Gates. Like, so he's a product of integration. So if you can barely find something on a product of Margaret Sanger, who's a product of segregation and racism is norm, Jim Crow, the start of it, right? And you can't really find much on her during that time. Good luck on Bill Gates.
Right.
because he's next. Like he's the next guy who's racist and eugenicist. Their research is poor and they're flawed by their religion, which believe white folks are, like you said, they're by nature the devil. They can't get right, and other people who just believe in they probably don't. Indigenous don't believe that, I don't think, but he believed as a global population, and this is why I wanted to get them off. It had nothing to do with anything else. First of all, we're on here long as hell. I mean, it was like 10 hours probably. So we on here way past. Everybody had a turn in time to talk. Indigenous, Amber, maybe not T-Man and Mongo, but everybody else did. Everybody had enough time. Colleen talked a lot and more than everybody, every live, and I'm okay with that. But don't act like, but now it's time to get to a point. Now it's time to get the quotes out, get the research out. I gave them ample of time to do it. I asked them what it say. They start backtracking. They want to go here and go here and go here. And they're still pulling up quotes, but they won't tell you where the quote comes from. And you see a lot of them are misquotes. There's no real source to that. Then they give me a source. That's a book. That's her book. Oh, so she said some stuff about herself in her own book? That's too easy. Like, that's not usually how it's done. Unless somebody is an admitted racist, right? Somebody who's just, I hate black folks, I don't care who hears it. But Amber, most people who are closet racist, they're not gonna put it in their book.
I mean, my whole thing is, to be perfectly honest, she was fighting an uphill battle because it would have been better for her to be an overt racist during the time that she was pushing this. Like, I don't understand the argument and what people are overlooking. That's why I was noting the time and different publications. I don't see how y'all don't see that it was propaganda. These statements about her, it was propaganda to not get the white general public to not buy into it was patriarchy at work. Okay, we don't want these white women because it wasn't, she opened it up to black people, but they were not her fucking market. Like, right. That's like if I sell a product and I cater to a certain market, if other people buy it, wonderful. But don't make the mistake of thinking you were the target audience. You fucking weren't. White women were her target audience. So white men who benefited from women having their babies at their whim and them not having a say in the matter, they were putting out propaganda opposing her views. And before she put several programs into place, she was shopping around to see how beneficial it would be. She was doing market fucking research. Is there a need for this? Is there a desire for this? Do people even fucking want this? So while she's doing that, she's exposing her intention, and people are putting out information against her to try to view, skew the public's perception and opinion in the same way that they're skewing your perception and your opinion today regarding black people doing it. Like, even your idea that's anti-Margaret Sanger does not come from fucking you. It comes from the white man. So again, I don't understand. Like, I guess people just need to do better with their analytical skills, with their research, their logic, with their reason,
so
with their arguments.
So Amber, you got your first challenge. Indigenous said he'll debate you and the Watcher, and he ain't say my name because he knows better.
I'm gonna tell you right now, before you even finish it, Indigenous black man, I'm not finna waste my time pretending to debate you because you will never match that. I see how you debate. I'm sorry, I'm not trying to be funny or nothing, but I don't play with my motherfucking time. If I'm a researcher subject matter, I need my opponent to be my equal. You are not my equal, sir, and that's no shade to you, but you're just not.
All right, well, look, Amber, I have time, right? And I love doing this, so I'll take on Colleen and Indigenous. Y'all could work together in a debate. So that means we're not gonna cut each other off. We'll have time to speak freely. You guys go. I'll go after you. And I could even holler at Sarnetta and possibly get it on his show, because he been trying to get me a debate in the pod, like before the pandemic really hit hard. He's trying to get me on.
You're just going to embarrass him on the big stage.
Right. So he was trying to get me to debate somebody at that time. So I can get you guys possibly on Sarnetta, but definitely probably on Unk's show. Because I want to be bigger than my platform, because there's not a lot of people listening. So if I'm going to waste my time beating you guys up, I want to do it where it's really going to like be seen and appreciated. For a lot of people to be educated, and I want to make my name on somebody. So I'm just gonna be honest.
What he wanted you to debate Nepal about?
I don't know, but he can't beat me in any topic because his views are skewed. It's all from his doctrinal like perspective. It's from a doctrinal base. So and you see how they research on the fly. Like my man don't even know his own doctrine.
I wouldn't even call it research. That's why I refuse to entertain it. I refuse. Like, no. You're not finna bring Facebook memes talking about the debate. I'm sorry. I'm not doing it.
All right.
The meme scholarship.
In business.
Meme scholarship, the hollership, the lookership. I'm not with it. I'm sorry.
Nah. Well, first of all, High Road Charm, I didn't back out debate with the pod. She's easy work. When Sanetta revealed that this is his, his people's, I backed out from that because we all know how Sanetta does. When he rocks with you, he's gonna help you and defend you. So I didn't think it would be fair if Napaz is people's, right? And I'm on there debating her, because he told me like he basically saying like, "Yo, don't go hard." Like he's kind of prepping me. I'm like, nah, Sanetta, like you too involved in this one. I need somebody who you don't rock with, so you could just laugh in the background, let it happen.
Yeah, party. Yeah, just leave that alone, bro.
Yeah, so exactly. So and then the subjects was like they were controversial. I didn't mind because it was like Margaret Sanger. Matter of fact, I think there was. I don't know if she want to touch Margaret Sanger, to be honest. Like, I got to remember what Sanetta was, because we were all in three-way. And she didn't want to talk. She didn't want to touch on some of her talking points because she knew that I was, like, pretty good at where I was. So I don't know if it was Margaret Sanger, but it definitely was another one that she didn't want to even entertain. Like, nah, let's do. I think it was Margaret Sanger. Like, she wanted to do eugenics and some other vague stuff. I didn't mind. I knew I'd be the underdog because the conscious community, like, they're sold on that type of thinking. So I knew I'd be the underdog. I don't mind. I actually love being an underdog, but I want to have a chance to win. I want to debate eugenics and something else. So I think we had two topics, but Sanetta, we agreed on two, but Sanetta won a third, and me and the power really couldn't agree on a third one. So like that also played a part into it because he felt like it'd be too quick. Like he wanted a 2-hour debate. He just felt like two would be too quick. Like, and we all agree, like, yeah, two would be. It'll get redundant. We'll start talking in circles, it'll be boring. So he won the third topic, and we couldn't agree on a third one. So, and you're wrong about that. It's funny how my man could like make up shit, and he just asked me, bro, just say what happened, because we were all on three-way. And if you know my phone, my phone's a business phone. If you call that, it records. So anybody call my phone, that thing records. Both phones. So I can store stuff like that too. I could just play the audio. You dig? So, DJ Focus, like I would do this to you. We can do so like Sanetta style. Sanetta, like, if he has a debate, he'll allow you to attack something. So we could do Margaret Sanger, right? But then I want your doctrine in that same debate. All right. I want to show how Elijah Muhammad really had a third grade education. That's true. And I'm gonna prove it by the shit he says in his books. And Adam grew a brain. I don't care if it's on Earth, it's on a star. I don't care where it's at. You ain't gonna pull that on me and just gloss over that. Because he clearly said total darkness where there's no end to it. And Earth has an end to it. So they talk that debate stuff, but let's do it. Now, do you want to? Now, watch this. Now, watch the cop out.
Are they gonna do a real debate or this gonna be?
Hell no. And I would love
debate.
No. With these guys, like I don't mind a conscious community debate with anybody else but these two, because these two like to rant. So it gotta be time. It gotta be like a real debate. They go, I go, they go, I go, then we get to ask questions and take calls from the callers. We can do something like that. Okay. Now we can definitely do your doctrine, and I want to add that I've been dying to expose your doctrine on a huge platform, so we can definitely do that. And I was light on you today because he does not know the doctrine, as you can see. The economic blueprint, that plan for Black folks. Show me where that worked. And that's why but we can't just talk. Like, yo, a dialogue, if we both talk, like you talk and you're making a point, then it's okay if I cut in and take over real fast. Like, oh, that's a dialogue. It's not a debate. I can't do that. Because if you're hitting on something, I disagree, and I think I could point something out that you're flawed, I should be able to do that. So Amber, you guys know, T-Man, everybody else, Mongo, most of our shows, I'm on the chopping block because I'm always talking about vaccines. I support the 94 crime bill. So like, I'm always taking the unpopular viewpoint, right? So I'm always on the chopping block. I let Haskell, these guys chime in, and not just picking on Haskell, but anybody chime in, elaborate. I don't say they picking on me. I do none of that. I just let's go. You could cut in. Go ahead. You want me to elaborate? Okay, so you ain't get what? Okay, all right, well, you need a source? Okay, I got you. That's how we do this. Source up. I got a source. Matter of fact, when I was talking to Easy Bands, he's the one that mentioned that certain percent of white folks can contract HIV, through something, right? But Amber, I had the book, he didn't. That said that. So I'm like, well, I think you're wrong when you're saying it, because the bubonic plague had the CR55, something, I forgot what it was, but something in it that's similar to HIV, and because of that, a large part of
built
the
up
European,
like an immunity, yeah.
Right. So a large part of the European population is immune to HIV. But Amber, my point is, when I ask him where did he get that from, he doesn't know it, but that doesn't mean he's wrong. Amber, I'm just trying to say, like, people say stuff but can't recall where they got it from. I know where I got all my stuff from. I got the books right here or a video. I know where I got my stuff from.
Right. And my thing is, in the small chance that you don't, it's okay. Go find it. It's okay. Like, but it be the arguing, like, now because you ain't did your research, and it's like, well, why do I have to research when you claim you already did the research? Like, I don't understand why I got to go and research your argument. I don't understand that. It's yours. You're putting these points forward, so you should have the support for him. If you don't, fine, just go get it, and then shut you up.
And we love to explain and talk. Right? Because we, at some point, we like to, you could call it gloating, like we like to show off what we know. And I say we, I ain't really talking about you, Amber, like maybe you don't, but I'm saying me and Wujawa might not like to admit to this, me and Wujawa. Like, we love to be able to explain to people what we know, because it seemed like the research paid off. Like, and plus how we're able to just flow off the top with it, like that's also like a badge of honor, just flow off the top. So like that's how I study. I study to like be able to recite it, like almost word for word.
But truth be told, I don't even think that's something that you do intentionally. Like, if you claim to be so familiar and you did all the research, because I did all the research, that'd be the number. If you did all the fucking research, it definitely shouldn't be. You should be very well acquainted. Like, that's like you're pretty much saying you're an expert in this area. You did all the fucking research. How you an expert and you can't recall, where you got this information from? Like, even like to say, you may say, oh, well, I got it from this article. Like, okay, it wasn't that one, so it must have been this one. Like, it's like, no, you got to do your own research. And where in the world is just, and especially for people who claim to be college educated, I don't know where the fuck you was in college where you did not have to provide evidence or a source. Like, even if it wasn't like a stone cold fact, you still need support. Like, you still have to say where you got this from. Like,
Right.
you cannot just say shit and it just linger out there like, oh, well, he said it, so no, you still have to reference where you got this information from.
Now watch this. I will let them attack my quote unquote doctrine. Everybody knows I support vaccines. This is the easy one for you guys, right? And this is easy for you. Colleen, this is easy for you. Do you want to debate on vaccines? Like, this is the vaccine show. So, Colleen and Indigenous, yes or no? Do you want to debate on the safety and efficacy of vaccines? Yes or no? We'll make it real easy. Vaccines, yes or no?
I'm still waiting on that alternative.
Oh, yeah.
That's what I'm waiting for. I'm still waiting on an alternative. Like, if vaccines are not the answer, then what's the alternative? I mean, like, should I go to the juice? Should I go to the juice bar and get me a
They
smoothie?
said it was natural. Someone said the other night it was natural.
Should I take elderberry?
Echinacea?
Eat sea moss, wheatgrass? Like, what's the alternative if not the vaccine to stop a deadly virus or pathogen? That's all I want to know. That's all I want to know.
Yeah, and like Amber said, because they don't have an answer, then it has to be, well, just take on the virus. If you live, you live. You die, you die. That's the way nature intended to be. Now look, so Colleen didn't agree to that, Amber. He said I want to debate on everything, bro. We can have a debate every week. Since you didn't name it, right? Since you didn't name the topic, I will. Since you're gonna beat me on everything, right? Okay, so our first debate is gonna be about vaccines, and you could take it wherever you want to. You could go to you can.
The topic's already on the table. Why don't you just stick with Margaret Sanger? And like I said last fall,
so what's
me
your
and
debate?
Nepal said we was going to debate you, and you ran, nigga.
Wait. All right. So now I'm gonna throw you out again.
Tell me I'm lying. No, fuck that. You tell me I'm lying, nigga.
You throw this nigga out. I let him back in. I thought he's gonna talk.
Wow.
I thought he's gonna talk to us.
I thought he had probably done smoked him something and came back on chill. Like,
all right, yeah, all right. I had to remove him. He got to, now. I let him back in. Now, Amber, I let him back in because I didn't want to feel like I suppressed his voice. Right. All right, and just take it away. You know, go ahead and say what you got to say about Margaret Sanger. But now you want to sit here and lie and say him and Nepal challenge me to what was the title? Amber, he does not have my phone number. So when he talks to me, it's on Facebook. So he could easily print screen me.
He's not talking about that one night when she was on the panel.
No, he's talking about recently.
Oh.
Because he told me that he speaks to her here and there. But I just said I'm not going to debate her because she's real tied up with Sarnetta. Why would I do that?
Yeah, I wouldn't. If you were to do it, I wouldn't do it on his platform because, like you said, it's a setup. Like that's like going over somebody's house and fighting in their crib with all their family. Like
I actually think she's a better debater. Like she actually debates. Like she be on debate leads and shit. So I don't think she needs. I don't think
I like her. I like her.
Yeah, I don't think she needs help with a debate.
Yeah.
Indigenous needs help, but I don't think I think she's confident to like debate me on her own. Indigenous, you the one that need help, but that's fine.
I mean, but that's beside the point. Never mind if the person can whoop your ass, it ain't gonna stop their family from jumping in. You know, like even if it's just holding you and letting the motherfucker punch you, like it doesn't matter.
So Colleen, I'm gonna give you the phone number, right? So I'm gonna give you the phone number. So
Nepal can debate. She was debating on SVDL. Right. Yeah, she's a good debater.
I know. As a matter of fact, do you know it was Nepal that led me to believe that led me to believe that Margaret Sanger wasn't that bad because she kept mentioning Margaret Sanger, just like Indigenous mentions Bill Gates. She kept saying it so much. I was like, you know what? Let me check in this because I don't think you.
Yeah, she's seasoned in debates, bro. She can debate now. I seen her. She beat a couple of the brothers too on the other side. Yeah.
She had beat up the pastor the other day too. That'd be calling in.
Oh man.
I ain't gonna even speak on him. You know, I feel her. Ooh. And then.
All right, Sonette. I said Sonette. All right, Colleen. I put the phone number in there, so you can actually just call in. And like you said, I said a lot. I'm gonna be totally. I might go on mute. I'm gonna be totally quiet. But we want you to answer because we can't debate everything. What kind of debate is that? It gotta be a particular topic. We can debate vaccines, since you didn't mention it, I mentioned it. We can debate vaccines, and you can go wherever you want in that topic. I don't care where you go. You can go anywhere you want. So I put the phone number in there for you. And yeah, so because Sonetta really rocks it in the parlor. I think she should be speaking a lot in there. So I just know how Sonetta can be overprotective, like not just with her, but his guests, period. You know, I seen Morpheus wrap the captain up, Captain Zarek up, right? And Sonetta saved him. Like he like, all right, Morpheus. And Morpheus, he hung up on Morpheus. So when Sonetta rocks with you, he's not gonna let you get beat up too much.
Yeah, he does that. Yeah, he do. He don't mean no harm. He just,
No, Colleen, the first number is a number. The second part is a meeting ID. So you got to enter that second part. So they're gonna ask you for a meeting ID, and you're gonna enter that and just press pound. And I think you press pound again. So I'm gonna post the number in again. So look, I'm posting the number right now. Damn it. So whoops. Yeah, scroll up. The number. Let me copy this. Yeah, the light on the computers. Like I don't know if it affects you guys, but the more I keep looking at it, that thing be like blinding me. You know, what's that light called? From laptops and computers and iPads. That computer like so right now my vision straight blurry. So, but I'm gonna keep this right here on Margaret Sanger. I'm gonna keep this. I'm gonna bookmark that for the next guy who bring up Margaret Sanger.
Margaret Sanger.
So unbiased, what you heard about the stimulus checks?
Yeah, so like I usually follow it to the T.
They passed it tonight, yo.
Yeah, this last one I just heard that it's 900 billion. I know it's 900 billion somewhere around there. That's like way short. Like that's like it was short from what the Democrats want to do. But this is what Joe Biden said. He said, I remember him saying this to you. He said, I'm going to pass one now, and he acknowledged it as not what they wanted, right? But then he said once he become president, he's going to pass another one. So that's what he said.
Right. Because I did get that first 1,200. I was surprised
me too.
I got it. I was very surprised I got it because I was still working.
Yeah, the most relevant piece of it for most people is the $600 for adults, $600 per dependent, dependent on the dependent. I don't think they give in for adult dependents. And then they also extend in the $300 unemployment benefit for another month. Like the extra money on top per week.
Hello?
Okay.
Yeah, hello?
Yeah, we hear you.
Yeah, so just a few things for based upon which I said. First of all, you can't reduce my knowledge, my study, or anything to some dogmatic doctrine or you can't say, oh, you know, he's stuck here or stuck there, because I'm not. The base of what it is that I learned and the foundation for my knowledge and what I believe in is that. But I've never ever been stuck in one particular spot. I always evolve my knowledge, and I always study, and I study daily. Now, with that being said, with regards to Margaret Sanger, I mean, I heard you say a lot, and first of all, the fact that we're here on a conscious platform having to debate about a eugenicist, which inherent in the term and in the mission of the eugenicist, it was a racial mission. It was racism incarnate. That's what it was. It was racial selection. It was coined by Francis Galton, who was another racist, who was very close, first cousins actually with Charles Darwin, who taught the evolutionary theory and taught that, you know, basically white people was the final form of evolution, and it's facts, and that they were superior. They were superior in many ways. So when Margaret Sanger took the eugenicist stance, which is why it's one of her chief criticisms. I mean, you choose to read publications that exonerate her, but there's plenty of publications, including from white scholars and from white people and from you know, white publications that vilify her, that treat her just like, you know, all of the rest of the villains of history that have been transformed into heroes by the you know, white supremacist skewing of history. So, I mean, now these are facts. Now, you over and over again, you like, if she was racist, eugenicist is racist, bro. That's it. The entire eugenicist movement is racist. That's what it is. That's it. You know, it was coined and it was championed and it was funded by racist individuals who wanted to wipe black people off the face of the earth and who believed that white people were this pure race that Margaret Sanger was trying to get to. This is facts. These is all facts. So when you say, oh, you know, like the one sister said, well, maybe she was just against birth in general. Like, it's just not facts. It's not what eugenicist stood for. It's not what she stood for. It's not what she, you know, what she championed. And then another thing, you said I never provided you with quotes. Now, I don't know if you've been reading the chat, but I provided you with 4 books and 4 quotes, 4 different books and 4 quotes from 4 different books. So the notion that I'm just rambling on and not providing you with any sources is pure falsehood. Pure falsehood. I provided you with the 1921 birth control propaganda, where she says today's eugenics is effectively suggested by the most diverse mind as the most adequate and thorough avenue in the solution of racial, political, and social problems. I also went to the hold on, I'm going to give you the other one because I put 4 of them in here. As a matter of fact, I'll just read them from off the thing. Then I also gave you a plan for peace, where she said we're going to give certain dysgenic groups in our population their choice of segregation and or sterilization. Okay, dysgenic groups. And then you said, and then another thing you said that I said it doesn't matter if you said it doesn't. I said that it doesn't matter if she was talking about black people or white people. And when I said that, I was only saying that to say that irregardless if she was talking about black people or white people, it's an evil concept. It's an evil concept, period, to basically say that people are weeds that need to be destroyed and don't deserve to live. It's an evil concept. So for you to be sitting on this platform and exonerating her
and trying to act as though this was some great person in history, and she was for prophylactics, and she tried to save us, and she works with Martin Luther King and W.E.B. Du Bois, as if that negates her stance, her eugenic stance, her stance on Black people, yes, but even if you want to just say people being weeds that need to be wiped out and destroyed, okay? Irregardless, this is an evil stance. So that's why I say it does not matter, because we can't sit up on here on this platform where a racist eugenicist who was noted on in many different publications for her disdain and her hatred for Black people. Now we're going to sit up here and act like this woman was redeemable in certain way, and in my eyes, that's incorrect.
Hey, so I have a question for you. When Akashi was on here the other night, and he was talking about the vaccine, and he basically saying it's survival of the fittest, right? So the weak is going to die out. Do you believe that's an evil plot or an evil way of thinking for him?
Say it again.
When Akashi was on there the other night, and he's talking about the reason why he's not going to get the vaccine, and we asked him what the alternative is, he said, well, basically the weaker are going to die out. So do you consider that to be an evil concept?
Well, I don't think that, quote unquote, the weak dying out as a form of being weak is an evil, quote unquote, concept. I believe that it's been misused to kind of promote and foster white supremacy, but I don't think that it's an evil concept at all. I just think that it's I mean, in certain ways factual, you know what I'm saying? But I mean, I don't understand your point.
I mean, if you take the race out of eugenics, it's basically the weak dies off, basically, right? So
not the weak dies off only, but that we're going to create a method of birth control and a system of racial supremacy, enough supremacy to where we're going to intentionally kill the weak off, or kill what we view as the weak off, which eugenicists believe was Black people. Remember, Charles Darwin said that we came from monkeys and that we evolved from, apes or whatever, and that our connection to them made us lower on the evolutionary totem pole, because it basically went from apes to us. And then all other peoples came out of us. So in this form of evolution, white people now, who was the final people to come out of us, would be the evolved version of human beings. That's eugenics. That's Francis Galton. That's Charles Darwin. That's what they taught. That's what Margaret Singer was a proponent of. So, I mean, that's rudimentary, basic eugenics. So, and it was very much a racist term, a racist movement, and then it morphed into the American Birth Control League and then into Planned Parenthood. But and a lot of people kind of pushed back from the eugenics type thing because they knew it was evil as hell. They knew it couldn't stand up in moral court, okay? And she was a proponent of eugenics, which is one of the biggest, hits to her legacy, was that she was a proponent of the eugenics and the eugenics program, okay? That's they'll tell you that's one of her, that's one of her questionable things, as well as her statements and comments with regards to human beings being weeds, as well as her work with against the I guess growth of the Black population.
But if you have, this is my last comment, right? So if you have people in poverty that continue to have kids, right? So you want to push birth control on them, and if you're in poverty and you continue to have kids, you're basically in a perpetual state of poverty. So when you think birth control will be good in that aspect?
No, not at all, because they wouldn't be in a perpetual state of poverty. Actually, I think that's a myth. Some of our greatest minds are aborted. Some of the people who were destined and designed to take us as a people out of poverty, to bring us to freedom. Because remember, our poverty is induced in many ways. They induced our poverty. This is not just a natural course for Black people. This is something that was induced. So,
Now, when I say birth control, I'm not talking about abortion.
You talk whatever birth control you want to call it. I mean, you talking about the pill, you talking about a contraceptive, whatever the case may be. Now, me specifically, I'm of the mind that limiting the easy access to abortions is the best form of birth control. Okay? Because if people didn't view that as a contraceptive in itself, that they could just go murder their kids off, then people would be, I believe, a lot more careful in how they approach the situations of sex. You understand what I'm saying? I just believe that, when you lay down with somebody and you can't go to the chop shop to just get your baby scraped out of you, you'd be a lot more careful in your approach.
I just wanted to say a couple things. So, firstly, that the document that Unbiased just read clearly outlined that Nazis were eugenicists and that Jews were a focus of that ideology. So that's one example that it does not single out Black people, and it's not specifically applied to Black people. Another thing that I wanted to note and highlight is that the other day we were on this panel, and actually it was made mention of earlier, how we as Black people can exterminate whiteness from the race. It's been stated that they are the recessive, coming from the dominant, that they're the weaker, that we're the stronger. So I don't see how that is not, in like manner, a form of eugenesis. I mean, eugenesis. So
No, that's not eugenics. That's genetics. We can wipe them off the planet through regular insemination. We don't need a coordinated plan of killing people. Only they have to do that. That's the only way that they can survive, is through coordinated plans of genocide and racial supremacy and birth control and all of that stuff. We can literally wipe every race off the planet through cohabitation alone.
So, but that is a coordinated plan, because the plan is that
that's just a natural.
If Black people just procreate with other Black people and avoid procreating with white people, that we could essentially wipe white people out. That is a coordinated effort.
No, that's not what I said. I never said that. I said if we were allowed to, like, we're living in a quote unquote society that they want to push that everybody's equal and we're all together, right? So in that society, eventually everybody would end up being Black or of darker skin, darker hue, because the dominant is going to take over. The dominant live is going to take over, period. So it's an inevitability, or it is just, it doesn't take a coordinated plan. It's just natural. They came out of us, they'll go back into us, into the dark. From the darkness they came, and into the darkness so shall they go. This is just a fact. Like, like life. You come out of the darkness, you go back into it. So it's the same with them. We produce them, and we can destroy them through the same method that we produce them. We are their alpha and we are their omega, and this is power you can't buy, which is why they all have a vested interest in wiping us out. And to your point about the Nazis, remember, the eugenics was started by Francis Galton. That's who started it. He was an American. Gunnar Renaud, Margaret Sanger, and all of these prominent eugenicists were Americans that hated Black people, period. This is the history and the facts. Eugenics started right here. Charles Darwin and Francis Galton was first cousins, and the eugenics movement came as a result of
Darwin's theory in the what's that book called? The main book you got. It came as a result of that book. Francis Galton's ideology, and it was the entire movement American. So to say that it was a Nazi movement is just false. And
I never said. I said an
once again, what they try to do is they try to usurp real quick.
Sir.
They try to use real quick, sis. What they try to
I just
do
want
is
you to
they
clarify
try to
what I said.
usurp real quick, and then you can finish.
No,
What they try to
I
do
just
is
want you to be clear what I stated.
Okay, I'm very clear.
No, you're not, because I didn't say it started in Nazi Germany. I said an application, meaning it didn't. It wasn't only applied to blacks. Nazis used it.
I get it.
On Jews.
I get it.
So
I get it. They adopted it. They adopted it, right? And they decided it to use it against the Jews. So that means that it wasn't started in America and it wasn't for black people, right? I get it. I don't know how, but anyway. So somebody else seen how wicked America was treating us and how effective they were treating us with their wickedness, and then they tried to use some of America's wicked methods against us to be wicked to other people. So that means that America wasn't wicked towards us. Like I don't really understand your point.
That wasn't my point. That's the point you made up.
Okay, all right. So next question.
So how do we? So just by our existing, so if white people procreate with white people, we'll still get rid of them.
Say it again.
If white people continue to procreate with other white people, we'll still just get them. We'll still get rid of them. We just have to kind of wait it out. Eventually, it'll happen, even if they still keep procreating with one another.
I'm sorry, I missed your question. Say it again.
If white people continue to procreate with other white people, will we still get rid of them since we don't have to do anything, just exist? So are we just waiting for them to just disappear off the planet as long as they keep
that's not the aim or the purpose. In fact, about it, we really don't need to be worried about them. We need to be worried about us. See, we need to be uniting, seceding, and coming together for our own means. That's it. Because they know the power that we have, and they know we're a threat to their genetic survival. That's regular science. Okay, so based upon the fact that we are a threat to their genetic survival, we have this coordinated effort against the darker peoples on the planet, which you can see evidence of in all nations.
So what I'm saying is, if we living separately from them, and they're living separately from us, how are we exactly a threat? If we're not interacting with them, then the threat of us eliminating them overall is not there, because they're living separately, procreating with other white people. They continue on. We're procreating with other black people. We continue on. There's no threat. I guess I'm trying to figure out where the
world is global. The world is global. It's the constraints, the division that was coordinated and induced in many ways is it's dissipating to a degree with the globalization of things. It's just like people are kind of infusing in cultures and all. But remember, as I said, pretty much everywhere they went on the planet, they found us. They found dark indigenous people. So, us being on every corner of this planet is not new. It's not a foreign concept. And when they came to these particular areas and they found us, they killed us all off. They wiped us all out. And I mean, if they would have decided to procreate with us, they would have just ceased to exist. So, I mean, that's just a fact. Hello?
Yeah, I'm here. I just decided that you weren't going to answer my question, so never mind.
What? I thought I just did. I didn't. What else do you want to know? I'm sorry.
No, sir, you didn't. But it's okay.
How didn't I answer your question? Could you repeat it?
Because I still don't understand why they would be threatened when we could just live
Oh,
separate.
you don't understand, but that don't mean I didn't answer it. I'm sorry.
No, because your explanation didn't answer my question as to why they
How
would
can we be a threat to their genetic survival? Well, because we can wipe them off the planet through cohabitation alone. Once you inseminate them, the dominant takes over, and whatever they were, they're no longer. So all of these quote unquote lighter races or whatever will be, eventually will be consumed within the black, unless, or the darker people or the dominant peoples, unless we got these methods of racial supremacy and birth control and black genocide that's just engulfing the entire planet.
So that's what I was saying though from the very beginning. In order for us to be able to wipe them out, we would have to be procreating with them in order to wipe them out. But if the idea is to live separate and they live separate, then that's not really a threat to them.
Okay, I understand that, but that's our idea after they already conquered the whole world, is to gain our separate and independence. Once they came into our nations and they tried to colonize, that threat was very real and very present, which is why they made sure that methods of racial supremacy, birth control, genocide, eugenics in many ways was the order of the day and remained such everywhere they went. So now that they've conquered the world, now our solution now is to regain by separation. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I have no problem. I don't have any problem with that. It's been a talking point that we could get rid of them. By, as you stated,
well, no, we don't have to get rid of them. I explained that a few weeks ago. They don't get rid of themselves. I mean, it's inevitable when you build a world on slavery, suffering, death, destruction, war. It's not going to last for very long. In fact about it, the turmoil that exists within the world, in the hearts and the minds of human beings, we can see, things teetering on the brink of destruction as we speak. I mentioned the YouTube video, United States versus the world, where they trying to create a design of how the United States will go about going to war with the world in case World War III happened. And in that tutorial, and many of them, Africa is untouched. They don't even mention Africa. Like, they talk about, all the other nations and how they were fighting this one, this and that and this, and they don't even mention Africa. So, I say that to say this, their fate is sealed on their own based upon what they've done and what they're doing and what they continue to do, like, period. Like, so our only obligation is to get the far fuck away from them as possible. To do our own thing, to unite, to come together, and to not share in their karma or whatever the fuck they got going on for what they've been doing around the planet.
All right, I'm gonna say good night. Peace, y'all.
Good night.
Peace, Amber.
So yeah. So let's deal with some of this. First of all, Fitz,
You said I'm talking about a social construct and mixing that with genetics. As humans, only environment gives us minor differences, not one better than the other. Socially, you can have people. So you obviously trying to take this this stance of we're all equal, nobody's better than the other. And that's just, I mean, it's just not true. We're not equal. We're not equal on any, in any arena. Hello? Is people still on the phone?
Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you. Yeah, keep
Yeah,
going.
I don't think you can hear us.
Not. Yeah, no, yeah. We not.
I can hear you.
I can't hear you. I guess because
You can't hear me? I can hear you though.
Yeah. So we're not equal. We're not equal because, as I said, we're the superior people. We can wipe every race off the planet through cohabitation. Just more dominant, stronger. Everything about us is just dominant. So in that regard, we're not equal. But then also, in the position we're in, we're not equal. They're in a far superior position to us. So for us to just have that blanket statement of no, we are equal, that's a cop out, and it's basically designed to not have to deal with the true enemy for what he is. I mean, oh no, we are equal. I mean, that sounds good, but it's just not true.
You can hear me?
Hello.
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right, but you can't hear. I was talking through my phone. You can't hear me. So you mentioned Darwin a lot, and I thought I corrected you last time. But when you say monkeys, are you just joking or are you serious when you mention monkeys as it relates to evolution?
Apes?
No, I'm saying, but you said monkeys a few times today. Is that just joking or you'd be serious?
No, I said apes too though. But
wait, no, I know you said apes, but I'm asking about monkeys. When you say monkeys as it relates to the theory, are you just joking, being facetious, or are you serious?
Listen, it's 4:00 in the morning, bro. I ain't got no time to play no semantical games with you.
No,
Get to your point.
No, hey, bro.
Darwin
Okay,
said we
here we
came
go.
from apes,
I
that
asked a
humans came
simple
from apes.
question because I want to know if you really know about the theory or not. Because you mentioned Darwin a lot. I just want to know if you're familiar with the actual theory. So when you say monkeys, I don't want to say you don't know. I just want to ask you if you know or not. When you say monkeys, are you doing that on purpose to like be funny, or are you serious? Because if you're being funny, I'll leave it alone.
Bro, I said what I said, bro. You know what I'm talking about? Apes. I said apes 3 times. You still trying to
But how would you feel if somebody misquoted a part of your doctrine?
But it's just mad weak. It's mad weak. You did misquote it.
It's not mad weak because
on many occasions. And
all right,
it is mad weak.
Let me explain why first before you go on your rant.
I'm not ranting.
Okay, so let me explain why it's not weak. Because I heard many people, including yourself, mention Darwin's theory, and then say things that's not part of the theory, like monkeys. So it's not simple.
Bruh, come on. Does Darwin not teach that human beings came from apes? Like, does he or does he not? See, this is the game I'm talking about.
Right. Don't start doing that. Is an ape and a monkey the same thing?
This is semantics, man.
No, I'm asking you because you're using them interchangeably. Is an ape and a monkey the same thing?
No, they're not, sir.
Okay, do you know that no evolutionist, anybody who studied evolution, they're not going to allow you to say monkey? They're going to check you, right? Because it's incorrect.
Bruh, I already said ape. Can we move on?
Okay.
Like, y'all need
Now,
to stop with
if
this
we
little,
quote
y'all
your
need to,
guy, right? God forbid that we misquote Elijah Muhammad's economic blueprint.
Look at these people up here. He's serious. They're not the same. I already said that. What is this? Oh, these are the three. The Watcher, Fitz, and Amber. Amber, I thought you were
bro,
going to sleep.
bro, focus. Mr. Focus, can you need to focus? So let me just tell you.
Lord.
So let me just tell you. When most people that's anti-evolution or Darwin's theory, they make a common mistake. They would say monkey, right? Because they never really understood the theory.
Bruh.
Bro, let me get a few words in, man. Can I get a few words in?
Echoing.
Oh,
Move on.
Oh shit.
Well, I mean, the science says that we share common ancestors.
Man, listen. We have these redundant.
Wait, hey, Colleen, bro, come on, bro. You dominate the whole. That's why.
Bro, you was just silent. You were just silent.
Because
That's
I
why
was
said
echoing.
something.
I had to fix the echo. All right,
Hey,
relax.
I don't know that.
Okay,
know
cool.
that.
So,
Okay,
so now you know. So let me get a few. Okay, if you didn't know, let's go.
Cut me off for an hour and talked about me.
All right, so let me go. Let me go. Well, you're here. Let me go. All right. So when every person I ever heard try to talk about Darwin's theory, that's anti the theory, right? For whatever reason, they will make the mistake and say monkey. This is when we know they don't know shit about the theory. They never ever really researched it. They're going off just what they've heard or what they always known, but they never checked it out. Because you would know that the monkey thing is not there, and you would know that apes are not the same as monkeys. Matter of fact, it's split off. Okay, apes go a different direction from a monkey. Do you even know the key difference between a monkey and an ape?
Listen, sir, I'm not going there with you.
Yes or no, bro. It's okay.
Listen,
if you don't know,
sir.
it's okay.
Listen, sir. I'm not going there with you because it's 4 o'clock in the morning, and I'm not playing these games
because
with
you
you.
keep
This is what
all
you
right.
do.
Well, let me explain while I keep, just in case anybody know I'm not picking on you. I'm not the person.
Care, bro.
All right.
So
let me say a few words, bro. Khalid, you're doing it again, my man. Bro, if you disagree, you can disagree in silence and put yourself on mute. It's okay. It's okay. Well, you can do what you want to do, but I'm going to finish. Okay. So he's uncomfortable because this is something else he has not looked into.
No, that's not true. It's
bro,
because
let
I'm
me
tired
finish
of
what I'm
you
saying.
trying to
So I can't
diminish
finish
my argument.
Yeah, so I can't finish. So I can't finish my bill. Like you went on earlier, you said what you want to
You
say.
just
I was on
about me
mute.
for an hour and a half.
No, bro, I was talking to the panel now in the chat.
About me,
so dude,
and
so
us.
now I'm talking to you, and I'm finally saying something. I waited until it got so quiet that you all hung up. I said hello. You said hello, right? So I thought everybody hung up, but you still here. So I said, all right, well, I can talk now because you pretty much we're done. I keep hearing you mention Darwin, and you attempt to like explain the theory, and you're wrong in everything you say.
Not true.
Right? Okay, so that's why I'm asking you now. So you say it's not true. I don't believe you.
What was Darwin's
It's only one way
book
to. It's only one way
What
to
was
settle
Darwin's
it.
book called?
Hey, bro,
What was Darwin's
why I
book
gotta keep
called?
yelling over you, man?
What was Darwin's book called?
You keep
That's what you do to me.
Which one?
The main one.
The original. I think it's called the original species. Talking about that one?
No, the original name for the book.
What is it?
The Origin of Species by Means of Natural Selection, or the Preservation of Favored Races in the Struggle for Life.
Okay,
that's the original title of the book. So when you say Darwin wasn't racist,
stop. Wait, stop.
Inspire Francis Galton in the
bro,
eugenics movement. You're wrong.
We're not gonna do that. Look, I was talking. I asked you questions. You can answer anything. All I'm trying to do is try to see if you understand what the evolution theory was, and do you know what natural selection is? The last live, you already exposed your ignorance to some degree. So
No,
now
I
you
didn't.
still okay. So you said it was about the stronger race, right? You said that, right?
Excuse me, I didn't say that. You trying to box me in. I said that was
Wait.
the original title of the book. Title of the
No, no,
book.
no, no. I'm not talking about titles. I'm talking
Oh,
about
you
when
talking
you
about
went to
survival
talk
of the
about
fittest?
how it
Survival of the
coincided
fittest?
with
Natural
eugenics.
selection?
No, not natural selection. I'm saying earlier. Hey, Mongo, is that you on the panel? Is that Mongo? No? All right. Because I want to witness. When you were showing how...
Yeah, I'm still here.
Okay, Mongo,
I'm
did
still
you hear
here.
this brother? When he was trying to make a case that Darwin's theory aligned itself with eugenics, he said
No,
it taught...
what I said was
Okay,
Francis
let me get a few
Galton.
words out there. I'm
Francis
trying to see if
Galton
he
was
remembered, but
inspired by his
it's okay.
first cousin, Charles Darwin.
It's okay. I'm just trying to see if he recalled it the way I recalled it. If he did not, I'll let you say it over. It's real simple, bro. It's not that difficult, man.
Knock it off.
So, Mongo, like, just be honest. Like, you ain't got to side with me. You ain't got to be biased either, and go against me. If you don't remember, it's fine. But if you did remember and I'm wrong, just say I'm wrong. When he attempted to show how Darwin's theory is aligned with eugenics, do you recall him saying that he basically taught that white folks were the stronger? Yes, you did, because you narrowed it down. It came all the way back to white folks. That we were monkeys, and it came back to the pure race. And you said something about the stronger race. You never said that, right?
No, absolutely, I said that.
So you did.
What I said was Charles Darwin believed that white people were the final step of evolution, and that is a fact. And the original title of his book, Natural Selection or the Preservation
No,
of
but
Favorite
is that
Races.
part of the theory, man? Forget about that. I don't know the original title. I looked at it. You probably lying about that too.
I know you
I'm
don't
saying,
know.
I'm saying in the theory, forget about the title of the book. The theory would have to explain the process. In the theory, does he allude to white folks being the final process? Yes or no?
Absolutely.
Okay, can you tell me? Can you tell me how did he put it?
Excuse me, sir. I don't know. I don't know it verbatim.
Okay.
But
all right. So I'll leave it alone. Next is this. Did he teach that the strongest shall survive?
Why you ain't let me? Jesus Lord.
Because you said you didn't know, so there's no need to keep going.
I said I didn't know it verbatim.
So what? I mean, but so look, dude, that's a way out, because if you don't know it verbatim, but then you attempt to explain it, if it's wrong, that means I can't hold you to it because you already admitted that you don't know it verbatim. So just leave it alone. If you don't know it verbatim, that's important. If I'm trying to teach people,
I don't have to recite his book verbatim.
Bruh, okay, so if I'm teaching, Colleen, if I'm teaching Yakub's theory, right? If I'm teaching verbatim, am I teaching it?
Absolutely.
Okay, so allow me to educate the people on the theory, and let's see if you like it. So Yakub decided to basically grab white folks out of black folks. So he started with different races, right? And at each race, it just got lighter and lighter and lighter until some year, white folks were the final product.
That's intentionally miseducating. Paraphrasing.
Huh?
That is not what that's intentionally miseducating.
But that's
what you're doing.
That's what you're doing, though. You're doing the same thing.
Absolutely
so
not.
So now you got it. Now you got yes. You're doing the same thing.
I'm not.
Why would you
that
not read, Colleen? It does a disservice if you're going to quote the theory and not know it verbatim. Mongo, who quotes something? This is an informational panel. Who quotes something from another man's doctrine and don't say it word for word? When we quote the Bible, whether we believe in the Bible or not, we quote the verses verbatim. We quote the story verbatim. We don't paraphrase on the story of Jesus and the resurrection. We say it the way it was taught. When we talk about,
let me ask this question: Is it not true that the theory of evolution states that we all got that common ancestor, that we all came from apes?
No, you're wrong.
Is that true or not?
No, you're wrong.
Is that true or not?
No, you're
Huh?
wrong. You don't understand the theory. You keep messing up.
I just say, is it true or not? That
I said no,
come
and you're
from apes?
wrong. I said no, and you're wrong.
Okay, so science doesn't teach that all people came from Africa. Science doesn't teach that people came from a common ancestor, or that we evolved from apes.
No.
Science doesn't teach that.
No, you're wrong.
Okay, enlighten me. What does it teach?
Okay, science teaches that apes and what we know now as humans have evolved from the same ancestor.
I just said that.
No, you kept saying we came from apes. You kept saying both in one sentence. Yes, you did.
Bro, I just said that.
Bro, you kept saying apes too.
Evolved from apes. That's
No,
the
see
fact.
that? No, science don't. It does not teach that. You made this shit up again.
We share a common ancestor.
Right. See, but he doesn't know. He keeps saying it. See, Mongo. He's used to saying it so incorrectly. He doesn't even know he's doing it now.
All right, we share a common ancestor, and what was that ancestor?
Well, they don't know.
It was a fucking ape.
You're this fool. This guy's funny. All right, so let's get back to Darwin's theory. Now you said
We
something about,
don't know.
It teaches well, science never claimed to know that, not according to my knowledge. But if you know better than me, then apparently
Yeah,
you've
I
been
do.
studying this. But it doesn't seem like it. Now, you because I'm not the Mongo. I'm not the evolutionary guy. You dig that? That's not,
me neither.
that's
me
not my
neither.
lane. But I do know the primitive basics. You know what I mean? That's for listening
Yeah, the
to Uncle
basics.
them.
Yeah, a lot of people know the basics. Yeah.
Right.
guy
So
here,
so Mongo, part of basics, I know they don't teach we came from monkeys. And I know they don't teach we come from apes either. You dig? I do know that. They don't teach either one. Now, but he mentioned when he was talking about eugenics and a theory, I want to get back to this. It's either just yes or no. Did you teach that Darwin taught that it was about the stronger race?
It was about the stronger race.
Yeah.
Darwin taught that we had a common ancestor, that ancestor produced black people, and then black people produced everybody the fuck else. That's what he taught. And
now I don't even know that to be true.
no, it's true.
No, I don't. I mean, we could pull it up. I mean, I got the book right here. Do you have Darwin's book, by the way?
The evolution of, the origin of species? I don't have it, no.
I mean, do you have any book? I mean, you don't have to have Darwin's book because he's not the end all be all to the theory. I hope you'll know that, right? He's
I've studied evolution, bro. I've studied evolution.
Bro, I'm asking that, bro. Okay, dude, I'm not asking that question. I'm saying when we speak of, because you have something called Darwinism, right? That's just the way Darwin sees it. There are scientists that took where he brought and went further with it, right? Because he had mistakes and they were able to fill those voids. So he's not the end all be all. So you don't have to have a Darwin's book. All you got to have is a book on evolution and natural selection. That's it. And it don't have to be Darwin's writings, because science is far more advanced now. So do you have any book on evolution? Because I could read it verbatim. We don't have to guess. We don't got to paraphrase. We don't have to do any of that stuff. So
you can read whatever you want, bro. I know what they teach. I know what they teach.
All right. So this guy ain't trying to know anything. He just going to keep teaching what he thinks evolution is about.
All you want to. You're not debating.
But you should do yourself a favor. If you're going to keep mentioning evolution, you might want to go ahead and just read. You go to Wikipedia. Just matter of fact, I'll do it for you. And again, once again, we're going to see that everything he says, it never lines up with the documentation.
Wikipedia
It never does.
Which is a known.
But no. Wikipedia. Wait. You don't even understand Wikipedia. That's not the end all be all. It has sources. It directs you to, and I just said I got a couple books over here, so I don't have to have. I actually have books on this, on evolution, and natural selection. So I don't have to go to Wikipedia. I'm doing it for you guys. Okay? I'm doing it for the panel. I'm doing it for the chat. If I turn my light on, I could read you a book on natural selection. Yeah, exactly. So, evolution. All right. Now let's see if he's right. It teaches that monkeys and black folks and everybody else. All right. There you go. This is the basics of evolution. And I'm telling you, man, it's a current thing with him. Every time he says something and we look it up, it never matches up. Like right now.
That's a lie. You just
All right.
made that up.
Okay, so we heard your thoughts on
from
evolution.
Margaret Sanger. You're lying through your teeth.
All right, so we heard your thoughts on evolution.
I just told you that Darwin's theory was about favorite races. And so now they have skewed it since they used Darwin's theory as the basis of modern science to take out all of the racist shit he said, then that's cool. But we're not going to sit here and act like he didn't. And like Francis Galton wasn't his first cousin, and like Francis Galton.
Okay, so
did not
let me ask you a question. Do you have a
theory
problem with
based upon
Darwin
Charles
or
Darwin.
evolution? Wait, do you have a problem with Darwin or the study of the theory of evolution?
Listen. I gotta finish this conversation tomorrow because my wife, I'm waking her up.
Yeah, well, I always want to go to bed, but I just want to know: do you have a problem with Darwin or the theory of evolution? That's just it.
First of all,
he can't answer any question straight. That's crazy.
First of all, sir, my problem, and the initial thing that we were talking about was eugenics. So that was with.
But you kept mentioning evolution.
They're not mentioning right because at the end of the day, it was born from a racist theory, and that's a fact. And it's a fact based upon the original book and the original title of the book that proves.
So evolution should be false. If it's based off a racial theory, then how can it be true? And I can just read it. Right?
Darwin's theory of evolution. No, I don't agree with it. I'm not an evolution guy. I don't agree with it as he stated it. I don't agree with. I just don't. You know what I mean? So
that's fine.
You know,
you don't have to. You got. That's fine. You don't. Nobody forcing you to agree with evolution.
Yeah. So like and that's just the stance.
But you keep mentioning it like you know about it, and I'm saying you don't.
I do know about it, and that's why I disagree with it. I know where it was birthed from. Racism.
You can't answer. You can't. Okay, so what was
racism?
Okay, so when Darwin was trying to.
Francis Galton created the racist eugenics movement. They was all aligned, and they used Margaret Sanger as a part of it. You up here?
So what was Darwin looking at? What was Darwin looking at to believe that? What was Darwin looking at to believe that species evolve?
All right, listen.
See, you don't know. Gotta hang up. You don't know.
You said what? I'm not listening.
What was Darwin looking at? What was you looking at to determine that species actually do evolve through natural selection?
The common traits, the common ancestry traits.
You thought he had science behind him? He was looking at physical. He was looking at physical things, my man.
I know. That's what I'm talking about.
So what was he looking at?
The common ancestral traits.
Of what animals? What mammals? What was he looking at? Fish? What was he looking at?
Various animals actually. And
okay, name the most popular that everybody know.
All right, listen, man, I'm not doing this shit.
You don't know.
I do know, and I'm answering your question. Then you try to jump into another one until you find one. I don't know.
Because you said various. You said various animals. I said according to the theory, he was looking at really one particular thing.
I gotta get up. I do gotta.
Yeah, that's what I thought. You gotta stop. You gotta stop front like that on the live, bro. Just say you don't know.
Nothing that you said has negated what I
can hear y'all voices
Darwin
in the background.
Was racist. His theory came from racism.
Talking.
Period. Francis Galton was his cousin. That it closely aligned with it.
All right, so we'll pick up tomorrow.
In the original title of his book.
All right, so no problem.
Exactly what
we'll pick up. Don't worry.
Now, with that being said, we can continue this tomorrow because I gotta go.
Yeah, I'm saying let's do it tomorrow. I'm saying the same thing tomorrow.
All right, so I'll talk with you tomorrow, bro.
All right.
There's a playback on bias. I hear something. I can still hear y'all talking in the background.